drums, an instrument everybody loves.
Shoot an ad break for BARKBOX? Yeah, say no more, I can do that. Check this out. BARKBOX is a monthly subscription service providing dog products, services, and experiences. Bark services over 1 million dogs monthly through BARKBOX and Super Chewer subscriptions and retail distribution. Check out BARKBOX now. Exclusive link in description below. Yeah, no, I think I nailed it. I also got to do one for Atlas VPN. Okay, I can do an ad break for Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is a VPN. If you're searching the web without a VPN, you're not doing it anonymously. Exclusive link in the description below. Get a VPN. It's on us this month. Hello, everybody. Hello, Justin in the Discord. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon if you're in the UK. I see you there, Debbie.
Good morning.
What's going on, everybody? Everybody having a good kind of holiday grind? Debbie, you feeling better? How you feeling? I know you're still quarantined till after Boxing Day, but I love you, and I'm sorry that's happening. Oh, my goodness. I want to start the top of the show today with some bizarreness, honestly. I'm going to pull this up. I have my screen shared in the Discord if anybody wants to hop in the lounge. And Justin, you can see this in the Discord, or on the screen here. I've got this pulled up in the corner. It's all of, okay, so normally when I go to my Explore page and I click on News and I start my day kind of looking at things that might, just things to start the show off. Things that might be interesting, right? Everything on here for at least 3 scrolls of my finger is Omicron variant related.
Christ. What the hell?
Every story this morning has basically been Omicron connected or attached to the Build Back Better bill. Now I'm finally getting some Kim Potter trial stuff. The jury is in deliberation, and we'll see if we get anything today. I wonder. I bet you it's going to wrap up before Christmas because it's humans who are, who are the majority of the jury in the Kim Potter trial. But good night. Was that some testimony yesterday? Or closing statements, excuse me. Those were one good closing statement, one really bad closing statement. And then a boring ass rebuttal. But, the state needed to pull out their own gray hair in the situation. I'm going to play a video from ABC News from 11 hours ago about the jury being in deliberation and see what they run down here. Debbie says she still feels lousy, but has good news. Due to having COVID, I'm getting my Xmas food brought and dropped off for us. Don't have to pay for it. That's beautiful, Debbie. Does the government provide that? Does the crown provide that? Is that the same thing? I realize Parliament and the crown are probably a little bit separate. So is this a gift from Boris Johnson or the royal family? Either way, it's dope. Debbie, that's dope.
The jury is now deliberating the fate of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter in the shooting death of Dante Wright. She says she mistook her gun for her taser. In closing arguments, the prosecutor calling that, quote, a colossal screw-up and a blunder of epic proportions. Here's ABC's Stephanie Ramos.
Tonight, the jury is deliberating in the trial of former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter, who faces charges in the fatal shooting of Dante Wright.
Members of the jury, this case is in your hands.
The defense and prosecution presenting their closing arguments today. Potter faces first and second degree manslaughter charges for shooting and killing 20-year-old Wright during a traffic stop in April. In body camera footage, Potter is heard yelling taser repeatedly before she shoots Wright as the officer she was training attempts to arrest him for a misdemeanor warrant.
I shot him! Oh my God!
Defense attorneys say Potter confused her firearm for her taser.
This lady here made a mistake, and my gosh, a mistake is not a crime.
Oh, that's
and
awesome,
that Potter
Debbie.
was justified in using deadly
Get $500
force
from the
because
government
she
due to
feared
COVID.
Wright
That's
would
interesting.
injure another officer as he drove away.
Dante Wright caused his own death, unfortunately.
The prosecution telling the jury today the case is simple and that it's about the
I still
quote,
I still cannot believe that defense attorney said that Dante Wright caused his own death. Like that, breathlessly to the jury, as old and white as possible. I still can't believe that and how many times he said by the way to the jury. He broke so many law, like closing statement 101 rules.
Reckless handling of a firearm and culpable negligence by Potter.
Members of the jury, this was no little oopsie. This was a colossal screw-up. A blunder of epic proportions.
A ninja combo cooker.
Irreversible.
Ooh.
And it was fatal.
Ooh. Debbie got the ninja combo cooker, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Debbie. Right on, man. That's where it's at.
The jury will now have access to all the evidence presented during the trial. That includes the gun and the taser. They'll be able to see and hold both. The jury will be fully sequestered during these deliberations, David.
Stephanie Ramos tonight. Steph, thank you.
Word, Stephanie Ramos.
George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out.
We know who you are, George Stephanopoulos. All right. All right. I guess let's check on COVID. Because that's all that YouTube really wants to push today. It's really all the mainstream networks seem to be talking about. The European COVID restrictions from yesterday. Let's see. We're running out of ICU beds because of it. Oh, shit. Boston just opened new COVID mandates. Just, ugh. Let's see.
But first, the Omicron variant of coronavirus has overtaken Delta.
I guess we're supposed to get
dominant strain
a statement from Biden today about
According to CDC
Omicron.
data, as of Friday, more than 73%
Hopefully
of
we're
new
live
cases
when
in the
that
country
happens.
were
And
caused
cover it.
by the new variant. In some places,
Maybe
including
ask the
parts of
president
the
for a stimulus check.
tri-state area, the Midwest, Pacific Northwest, and the South, Omicron accounts for more than 90% of new infections. And in Texas, the Harris County Health Department is reporting the country's
I guess
first death
most of the cases now reported in the United States are the Omicron variant.
from the new strain. Health officials say the man,
Meaning
was
it's
older than
transmissible
50,
as all hell?
unvaccinated, and that's the key there, and had already contracted
Seems
COVID
that it's
once
more
before.
infectious from what
New
I've
York State
noticed.
recorded a
Yeah. Now,
record
what's
high
the
in new COVID-19 cases yesterday.
mortality
for a
rate
fourth
on
day
it?
in a row. Nearly 24,000 infections were recorded.
Are they running a campaign because people are numb to it and are less scared? Because I won't lie, I don't know if it's because there's been previous variants announced, but I am not as scared as I was with the previous variants. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be bad. But I'm hella tired of the vaccine mandates, man. Just let me get it back. I don't know. But it's because I have an autoimmune disease and I can't get the vaccine if you're tuning in and you don't know that. I'm not vaccinated, but I want to be to the point I'm about to just hop in front of someone else's vaccine. Just stick my arm in front of their needle like, ah, ha, ha. Now give me my paperwork so I can go see concerts. I miss things.
Sunday, including the state's own health commissioner, according to Governor Kathy Hochul. The majority of those cases are in New York City, but despite the new surge, outgoing Mayor Bill de Blasio insists the city that never sleeps.
Now, what happens if you make a COVID infection cluster at your testing facility? Has that happened? Because surely positive tests.
I've wondered about that myself.
Yeah, because surely positive tests came through those facilities, and now don't they have to talk to everybody that came through that shit? Or interacted with the person who interacted with the positive test?
I've only ever done a drive-up test, so I don't know.
Yeah. I've done a drive-up test, and I've gone into a clinic a couple of times to get one. Because I used to have it set up like when it got really restrictive with my primary care physician, like, hey, I need a test. Yeah, come in. You know, Debbie home test. Yeah. Oh, the vaccines don't work, says Debbie. Her daughter had a vaccine, still got COVID. Hey, good morning, Christy. And I know there's so many variants that you'd have to get boosters and stuff, and it seems like the boosters are going to be behind the different variants as they pop off because everything's changing and it's, becoming hard to fight so fast, or evolves or mutates, whatever the fuck's happening. What's this? Popping through the multiverse and a variant arrives,
Will not go dormant again.
We're going to double down now on vaccination to avoid shutdowns, to avoid restrictions. I do not see
New York's going to double down on
scenario
vaccination
for any kind of shutdown because we are so vaccinated as a city and because we have the ability to get a lot more vaccinated. That's where our energy should go. Another shutdown would have horrible, horrible impacts on the people of this city.
President Joe Biden will deliver a speech later today on how his administration plans to slow the surge of coronavirus cases fueled by the Omicron variant. The spike has Americans worried heading into another COVID winter. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki previewed the president's remarks.
This is not a speech about locking the country down. This is a speech outlining and being direct and clear with the American people about the benefits of being vaccinated, the steps we're going to take to increase access and to increase testing, and the risks posed to unvaccinated individuals.
President Biden is also expected to announce that he is directing 1,000 members of the military to help hospitals shore up all their staffing and in terms of equipment. And
Christy says in the chat here, my husband got COVID. He had 1 vax, and my daughter got it too, no vax. I'm double vaxxed and never got it. Okay, so maybe if you have a booster and stuff, it might, maybe you're set up. Erica.
Well, I mean, it gives your body more of a chance at fighting it. It's not so much about whether you catch it or not. It's about how many symptoms you get from it.
Gotcha. That kind of brings me to what Debbie Moore said here, which is what I got feels like flu, but I have a flu jab every year. It's kind of why I think, too, I haven't been as spooked of COVID. You know, it's when it started off strong, I feel like I lost a couple people pretty fast, and that spooked me. But then the mortality rate seemed to maybe change. I don't know. I think they realized that like some of the breathing treatments they were giving were actually harming people, is what I read the other day. Like when COVID first popped off. So now, you know, I don't know. It seems like what people are experiencing are like mild flu symptoms or the loss of taste and smell, which I don't think I could stand losing my taste or smell, but I have mild flu-like symptoms all the time. It's part of my autoimmune disease. Like, I'm not too scared of having to deal with that. I kind of live with that. And through the last year and a half, it's gotten actually like more frequent for me, those symptoms, because of my disease. So again, I'm like, Oh, Eric will be back around 12:30 if I'm still on. I just might be. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, the news cycle is paused on Biden for some reason. But I'll definitely try my best to, Erica. At least to catch up with you. We miss you, lady. I bet you're working hard. Ooh, man. Press play on this. Let's see. President Biden to address Omicron today. Weird flex, Biden. Are you going to address a paycheck you're going to send us?
For hospitals at capacity.
Or are you not going to send one?
Hopefully we don't get to that point. A senior administration official.
Oh, in 2 hours? Oh, I'll be here. I'll be here, Erica. Right here in the lounge.
500 million free at-home COVID tests to any American who wants one starting next month. So, Jonathan Lemire, do you have any more intel on what the president is going to say tonight? The fact that he's shoring up hospitals is ominous, but when you look at our past experience with the coronavirus, we had situations where hospitals were inundated and body bags were being put in
Debbie, that is super exciting.
I don't think we're going.
I'm just glad you
get
some help for it.
The president appears to be
like a prayer answered for me, you know.
Some sort of surge into hospitals.
Makes me really. That made my day. That made my day, Debbie.
Likely a necessary one, Mika. Administrative officials, they are concerned. We already have hospitals in certain parts of the country that are at capacity or threatening to run out of ICU beds, and they're going to send military personnel to help with those staffing shortages. We know it's not just the Omicron variant; it's also Delta, still running rampant throughout much of the country, and there's real concern here, particularly for those who are not vaccinated, because even people who have had COVID.
Christy says in the chat here, my family still doesn't invite me to things. They blame it on my kids and not being double vaxxed while they are all double vaxxed and a couple have their boosters. I hate COVID. Christy, do they consider you anti-vaccine? Do they consider you like an alt-right anti-vaxxer? Is that why? Is it a politicized divide in your family, if you don't mind me asking? Because I hate to see that happen. And Christy, you don't necessarily vibe to me like that kind of person. And I feel like maybe there's some miscommunication happening between your family and like between the branches of your family.
Public health experts believe that natural immunity not helping too much. So therefore, if you just have had COVID previously but haven't had your shots, you're in real danger here. And Omicron, though seemingly a little milder than Delta, is certainly still dangerous for those who haven't been vaccinated. Those who have been boosted, probably a mild case. So there's that. There's also, of course, testing, which is a big part of this. Testing has been much more successful in parts of Europe than here. And right now, there's a real lack of testing in the United States. Big cities, New York, Washington, Miami, lines that stretch blocks, that stretch hours to go to a testing site. You can't find an at-home kit either on a drugstore shelf or be able to buy online. So this is something they're really trying to surge tests so people can start feeling safer knowing if they're positive or not, particularly if they are asymptomatic but could still spread it. But that's not going to be available for the holidays. And lastly, we should hear from the president again, encouraging people
It took out a few people.
shots, suggesting that if you have, we'll get through this, and pushing mandates for employers, pushing people to get those boosters, which are so vital to keep people safe.
So I want to go to John Meacham about that in terms of what's expected of the president tonight, what he's expected to say. And of course, you know, presidents in history at moments like this show how they meet challenges, and it can often define their presidency. We have such division in the country, especially about the vaccine. What do you expect to hear from Biden tonight, and what are some of the challenges?
It's a good question. What the fuck Biden talking about? Is it tonight? Why is this all that the news cycle is covering today? It's like a fear campaign today.
To message on the vaccine, because I don't think it's.
I hadn't really felt that conspiratorial about it until this morning.
What it is that he does in order to make
maybe people aren't taking it seriously because we're numb to it.
That it's the unvaccinated that is keeping the virus sort of alive in this country.
Yeah, I think to your point, Mika, I think he just says that. As you know, I helped the president when he asked. I've had nothing to do with what he's going to say today, so I can offer all sorts of brilliant opinions.
Do it.
I think candor is your friend here, right? I mean, you just there's no percentage, I would argue, in soft pedaling what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a pandemic that, while less deadly because of the vaccine, is still deadly. It is deadly to
Divided my family has happened for, let's see, Christy answered my question I asked a moment ago about her family. The divide in my family has happened forever. My mom, aunt, 2 uncles say the kids need to be vaccinated to come to anything. I got uninvited to my friend's engagement party because they found out. Met my nephew one time and he's 2. They blame COVID. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, are you, again, like, just, you know, are you being outwardly anti-vaccine or something? Do they think that you don't, are you actively anti-vaccine, Christy? I'm just a little confused here, just where the schism's coming from. Are you saying things to them like, you know, you don't believe the hype and you're not going to do it? Debbie says, I didn't get vaccination, but stay home mostly. Daughter got at work, and then you got it from your daughter. Yeah. I, you know. No. Oh, gotcha, Christy. Gotcha. Yeah, I think, I worry sometimes about Lux maybe getting it because she's in entertainment, but if it happens, it happens. I don't worry too much anymore than when I first got here, but if it happens, it happens. I think I'm going to try to get vaccinated. Christy says I'm fully vaxxed, but I'm not making my kids get it. They just released the shots to the kids. Oh, gotcha, Christy. Gotcha.
Our customs.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I think that that's a huge thing.
Understandable.
And I know the president gets that. He's been very eloquent on that, about the graduations, about the Christmases. You know, he understands. We talk a lot about how he understands grief, which he certainly does. He also understands the rituals of family, the rituals of community. It's fascinating to me that he goes back to Wilmington. He doesn't go to Camp David. He wants to be at home. He understands. Part of this, of course, is having commuted all those years from Washington to Delaware. And that may be overly biographical, but if you think about it, that's, you know, character matters in the presidency. Yeah. And Biden's character in this, I think, is important. Candor matters. FDR said.
He looks like a Jeff Dunham puppet. Our president. It's so weird.
The truth, the news.
Not as weird as the last
worse
president's
before it gets
appearance.
better
The
and
last
better,
president's appearance
and
was
the
crazy.
American people deserve to have it straight from the shoulder. Now, as you said.
Mrs. Shoemister says, same, Christy. My husband and I are fully vaxxed, but I don't feel comfortable getting my 2 kids the shots just yet. And that's understandable. I get what you guys are saying. Okay, I was just wondering your position, if there was some kind of, because it felt like there was maybe some kind of conversational divide, Christy, between you and your family. But I mean, I understand your guys' position, you and Mrs. Shoemister, where it's like, yeah, don't, you know, you're waiting for the information before you put something in your kid's body. I get it.
The shoulder. Are they going to listen? And that's the central challenge of the age. And I don't know how a president does this, except arms himself with the facts, goes out and explains that if you want to pursue happiness, if you want a more perfect union, you've got to follow this social contract, and that's to get vaccinated.
Hey, thanks
so much social contracts are something that like political analysts are talking about, and that kind of freaks me out. Hello, Happy Days. Hello, Happy Days. Let's see, 18 hours ago. Nothing is so weird. All right, we've got a little bit of news on Manchin. Now, we covered yesterday Charlemagne the God asking Kamala Harris, who's the real president right now, Manchin or Biden? And she went off on him. She's like, hey, it's Joe Biden. Okay? It's Joe Biden. And now everybody's been up Manchin's ass. He says he's going to vote no on Biden's social spending bill. Yeah, rejects nearly $2 trillion in economic relief. Let's see what's going on here.
It's not over. It is not over. President Biden's legislative agenda was declared dead yesterday after Senator Joe Manchin said, quote, "This is a no on this legislation." That was his exact sentence that set everything off. This is a no on this legislation. Now, President Joe Biden knows that a statement like that simply means that if you change something in that legislation, then the no can become a yes. And so last night, Joe Biden and Joe Manchin spent some time on the phone together. And now we know that this morning, Joe Manchin and Pramila Jayapal spent some time on the phone together. Washington Post reports this about the president's call with Joe Manchin. It was cordial, and both men signaled they would try to work on a new deal next year, according to 2 people with knowledge of the call who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a private conversation. The Washington Post is also reporting that Joe Manchin's final counteroffer to Joe Biden was a $1.8 trillion version of the bill. It did not include an extension of the child tax credit, but did include the largest amount of climate-related spending in history and other Biden priorities. Joe Manchin's
happy holidays,
starting point
happy
was
days.
$1.5 trillion, so that was up from his original starting point. The White House was considering how to respond to the Manchin $1.8 trillion offer over the weekend when Joe Manchin reportedly shocked the White House by saying his version of no on television. Now, Joe Manchin is fond of saying, as he did yesterday, that if he can't go home and explain to the people of West Virginia, then he can't vote for it. What he did not explain to the people of West Virginia yesterday is why he is opposed to helping West Virginians and people in the rest of the country to live.
Jameson says Biden should have taken that deal and ran. Yeah, Jameson, I agree. I think he should have done anything to help us compromise in any way that is the quickest compromise.
Washington for the Christmas recess, he wrote, "Senators should be aware.
Worry about our country,
will in fact consider the
economic state of our nation
very early in the new year, so that every member of this body has the opportunity to make their position known on the Senate floor, not just on television." Now, that could mean that Senator Schumer will bring a version of the reconciliation bill to the Senate floor and let the amendment process decide the final shape of that bill, which is the traditional way of handling legislation like this. While he was at it, Senator Schumer promised a vote on voting rights, which might include, Senator Schumer suggested it would include, changing the rules of the Senate to have that vote. Senator Schumer indicated that would be the very first thing. Voting rights would be the very first thing that the Senate does in January. We'll have more on that later in this hour. It's only in the 21st century, as I was just talking to Rachel about this, it was only in the 21st century that we have seen Senate leadership on both sides writing legislation that then goes to the Senate floor so that in a form that cannot be changed, so that the party, the majority party then agrees basically to vote down every amendment.
Jameson says if you pass a $500 billion in climate spending in a 50-50 Senate, you'd look FDR-ish. It's groundbreaking. Yeah, it could have been.
That's only a recent
I just don't think that's not who Biden is.
Each senator in trying to reach that agreement among all the Democratic senators.
I think a lot of people feel like he's a
with the outrage at the notion that
puppet controlled by the party. So
elected by 200.
It's funny that like a solid 24 hours after he's grilled in the news cycle, you pop back into the news cycle today, and it's not criticisms of Biden. It's he's about to speak, and then floods of hour-old videos on the Omicron variant. It was bizarre. My news page looks like someone is trying to get me to panic about COVID.
90,510 people can decide the fate of a nation of 330 million people. But the people who are expressing that outrage yesterday did not express that same outrage. When one
hey, Rich. So I'm kind of calling conspiracy today on YouTube. YouTube's up to some nonsense, and all these mainstream media, all these mainstream news outlets are up to some nonsense today.
Of the nation on the Senate floor at 1:29.
No way. This is the only thing happening.
That was one man deciding the fate of the nation. And the people who are objecting to that concept this weekend were very much in favor of John McCain casting that one vote. In fact, the design of this government often allows
That's right. That's right, Jameson. They said that on the news that President Biden was exposed to COVID.
Were not voted into office by anyone, like members of the Supreme Court. Every
by an aide who
Supreme
tested
Court
positive
is the product of one person having the power to decide the fate of the nation. Joe Manchin did not invent the power that he has. The power of one man or one woman in the Senate or the House of Representatives or the Supreme Court or the presidency to decide the fate of the nation has been with us since the Constitution was written. So what is it like? What is it like to have that power?
A lot of people are gambling that Kamala Harris will be in power by the end of his term.
That were the stuff of a great screenplay. A Democratic president's signature legislation.
He's old. He's an old man.
The Democrats have a majority of 56 senators, but six Democratic senators, are opposed.
It's like we missed the prompt. You're not supposed to elect the oldest living American as the president. That's not how it works. But somebody said yesterday in the chat that there should probably be an age cap. If there's an age minimum, we should have an age maximum to be a sitting U.S. president, because dude just feels sleepy and out of it, Good chance someone puts a slug in her. Oh no, Rich. I'm going to assume you mean the bug.
To the Democratic president's
I don't think so.
49 senators are in favor.
Didn't happen to Obama,
senator is
so I don't think it would happen to Kamala Harris.
Senator ran against the president for the Democratic president.
Immortal presidential
nomination the year before the vote.
Look, as a conspiracy, if that's what they're going for, look, isn't Dick Cheney still alive? He hasn't had a heartbeat since what? Like, I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna assume Rich Buddy, man, they're gonna put like a Animorphs style ear slug in her, and I doubt that's gonna happen.
This is 1993. Bill Clinton is in the White House. He has what was then.
I think she would too, Debbie. Debbie, I think, just to answer everybody about Kamala Harris, just a little background on myself, and I am a fan of Kamala Harris. I do not like her when she was a DA and was making arrests for marijuana. I'm not a fan. But I will say I watched her do her job pretty phenomenally for 4 years as an adult. So all I can really, what I've seen of her doing her job, she was always asking the questions I wanted to hear. So, and the questions that I had. And that's what drew me to Kamala Harris. I was organically drawn to her, and when she ran for president, I was like, hell yeah, you're one of my favorite players on C-SPAN, dude. Because as you guys know, I'm a news junkie. I watch C-SPAN and stuff. I like to be in the room where it happens. And I've always enjoyed watching Kamala Harris do her job in my time as an adult, which has been brief compared to some of you guys. So a lot of people remember when she was making the pot arrests. People like Tulsi Gabbard. So, you know, I will say my vote for Kamala did switch over to, you know, I put my money on Tulsi Gabbard. It went nowhere. And now we're at Biden Harris, which, you know, again, if she ends up if the vice president ends up as the acting president because of something, I'm down, you know. And someone who runs corporations, she has no experience. Rich, she has so much experience. Like I just said, I've watched her work in politics for years. Trump had no experience as a politician.
It has sailed through the House of Representatives and is now stuck in the Senate. It's on the floor of the Senate, but there's only 49
she did,
votes
Jameson.
supporting it.
No, yeah, Harris's work as a DA was apparently bad, but I really enjoyed her on C-SPAN. She was one of my favorite players. She was who I had money on. I saw her grow into a very seasoned, disciplined politician in asking questions that weren't what people wanted to be asked. You know, she would really grill certain people in a way that transcended party, in my opinion. I've seen Kamala Harris do this, and that's why I wanted to vote for her. So, you know, Rich, that boomer ass opinion of like someone who owns a business would be better at being the president than somebody who was a career politician is hilariously misinformed.
A 50th vote, a 50th Democratic vote, will allow Vice President Al Gore to cast the tie-breaking vote, and Bill Clinton will get to sign his first major piece of legislation into law. Bob Kerrey of Nebraska is the undecided senator. He went into New Hampshire the year before looking like the most stable Democratic candidate for president, while the Clinton campaign appeared to be drowning in scandal. But Bill Clinton became the comeback kid in New Hampshire and went on to win the presidency. Television cameras followed Bob Kerrey everywhere he went for a couple of weeks in the summer of 1993 as Senator Kerrey decided how to make up his mind on a budget reconciliation bill that was significantly different from what he would have offered that year if he were president of the United States. Now, no one then suspected Bob Kerrey of grandstanding or trying to get attention in any way. He didn't need the attention. He had been a big star in Washington from his first day. He arrived as a Vietnam.
Oh yeah, I don't think, just to address the chat, I don't think Kamala Harris, like, you know, that Rich, that's hilarious. We've had sitting presidents cry because of catastrophes. Get out of here, boomer. That's hilarious. That's hilariously misinformed. That's Did you learn that from some cops or something? Did you hear that from cops in the 70s? Where did you hear that?
Combat veteran who had won the Medal of Honor for a combat.
But yeah, no, her time as DA, just to answer the chat, yeah, like, I don't think she was genuinely remorseful of what she did with the hiding evidence on someone on death row. Like, it sounds to me her time as a DA was pretty, you know, fucking wild. But, you know, hey, whatever. Yeah. You know.
Engagement in which he lost his leg in Vietnam. In his first book about the Clinton presidency,
again, I liked her on C-SPAN, doing her job as a politician.
Leading up to that,
thought she did a really good job.
Senate floor,
after that, I wasn't alive, or, you know.
Just like Joe Biden and Joe Manchin had last night. But this was a phone call between President Clinton and Senator Kerry. Clinton again pleaded with Kerry that he needed his vote.
Rich, I can prove that she was a dirtbag. I don't know.
By now shouting, I do not like the argument that I'm bringing the presidency down, Kerry shouted back, getting fed.
Yeah, I don't think it's an
Clinton
accident,
shouted
Jameson.
that the defeat would do precisely that.
I think she
Kerry
was
could not flee
wild
from
as
his
shit. But again, I don't know much of her time
I really resent the
as a
argument
DA.
that
I watched her do
somehow
her job
I'm
really well as a
responsible
politician.
for your presidency surviving, Kerry bellowed. F you, Clinton yelled. And finally, on the night of the vote,
And just again to kind of double down on a sentiment I've expressed in the past, it's not really about how you fuck up, it's about how you recover. Again, I watched her do her job really good for years and kind of fight for things that are antithetical, it would appear, to her previous goal.
Bob Kerry entered the Senate chamber, and everyone in the Senate and everyone at the White House.
Rich, yeah, but weren't you just the dude who was supporting the president who was voted in even though he violates the illegal, like the international emoluments clause? Get out of here.
Held their breath.
Get better points.
Mr. President,
We've elected war criminals, bruh.
I see the distinguished senator from Nebraska has.
I watched a bunch of people vote for a woman who literally, like, droned a bus and celebrated
I
it.
asked the senator how much time he'll require. Mr. President, I
Yeah, a hella fraudster, Debbie. Like, Rich is just being... Take that shit back to the 60s.
Recognized.
Yeah, I want presidents who are emotional and can cry. But again, dude, we're not dropping misogynistic Trumper points this morning like Rich is. Somebody must have taken a Viagra and some muscle milk.
Mr. President,
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, I've taken too long, I'm afraid, to reach this decision.
Yeah, I don't know if he realizes he's not... I don't think you're in a room with anyone that agrees with you, Rich, on
On the other side of
that.
the aisle will do if I say no.
Senator Kerry then spoke to the Republicans in the chamber in language that seems written for today.
You have locked yourselves together into the idea of opposition.
From 1993.
Opposition, not to an idea, but to a man. A man who came to this town green and inexperienced, and who wants America to do.
Welcome, Special. Oh, you haven't missed much. Special, actually, let me show you what you've missed. Yesterday, and what I do every day on this stream, I do the same thing. I go to the news page of YouTube. I go to Explore, I hit news, and I start pulling news that I want to talk about, things that fire me up, right? Today, 90% of my news page was COVID news. They're even dredging up weeks old COVID news to throw at me on this page. And they know I almost never click on COVID news. It's like they're trying to scare me with it, Special. You know, things like this from a day ago. I didn't click on this for a reason yesterday. Why is it giving it to me today?
Hospitals and healthcare workers in cities.
Either the algorithm is tripping or the mainstream media and YouTube are trying to get us to panic about it.
Big and small. Naomi Coles of our CBS affiliate WISC shows us the challenges confronting a rural healthcare facility in Monroe, Wisconsin.
Very rarely do we see
Yeah,
that
Special.
patient behind us.
Well, Special, it would appear today is like almost an overcorrection from the White House, you know? Yeah. Ooh, having some Exodus cheese. Hell yeah, not interested. I don't know what that is. Sounds like a strain of weed. Sounds like it's probably dank as hell. Jameson says, Biden has flaws, but I personally believe when he consoles people who lost their kids and share his story about losing his and gets emotional, that it is great. That it is a great thing in a national leader. Yes, emotional resonance with people is important. Like, who wants the machismo business leader for another 4 years? Nobody. Like, I mean, well, people like Rich, but again, that's becoming less and less. I mean, I think we want someone young and somebody who can actually relate to the people. But yeah, I'll never drop a misogynist point, or I'll never push forward the machismo bullshit of like, if you cry, you can't be president. And we need a strong, firm capitalist, a corrupted capitalist business leader who's currently taking paychecks from China. Because Donald Trump was renting space to the Chinese government the whole, like in Trump Towers, the whole time he was president. That's disqualifies you. He shouldn't have been able to run from the jump. He's compromised from the ground up. And, But I didn't wake up and eat a Viagra and some muscle milk and take my on-it vitamins. Like I'm assuming anybody who feels the way I just parodied does. Oh, absolutely. Oh, well, yeah. Well, no, for sure special. But yeah. No, I think, what we're talking about here is an ideal for a new president.
6 quiet ICU curtains.
I'm not happy with the one we have. Currently, he looks like a Jeff Dunham puppet that we have to inflate.
People who stay here in
And then Biden goes,
He's
like, oh, look, corn pop. We have to inflate him,
It's weeks and weeks and weeks at a time.
If they make it out,
it's not as frequent as we would like.
They'll stay weeks more.
But I think we need
in step-down facilities, living a new, harder life.
Someone new. Because it's not just a post-Trump world now. It's a post-Obama world where we had a pretty young dude come out of fucking nowhere and impress a lot of people.
Fed for weeks, if not months. They're getting fed through a tube in their stomach.
What up, Mike? Oh, long time no see, Mike. What up? How you doing, bud?
Hospital has 55 inpatient
Good morning, everybody.
ICU beds. Until recently,
they're running out of ICU beds. This is from yesterday because this is all YouTube will give me today is COVID news.
Hospitals. Now, those calls are coming the other way.
We're probably fielding 6 to 10 calls every day from other hospitals wanting to transfer into us.
Hey, no worries, Mike. It's a busy season, boy.
Because, like everyone else, they're full.
It's a busy season.
Here in the emergency department right now, there's 2 patients waiting on hospital beds upstairs.
It's anywhere from 36 to 48 hours to get it. Yeah, we bring down a hospital bed out of the penthouse and we get them as comfortable as we can.
It's COVID cases driving the surge.
We're seeing more patients than we've ever seen during the pandemic related to COVID. And the community doesn't realize that.
Nearly half of their inpatient beds are dedicated to COVID patients.
I've spent hours down in the ER trying to help manage ICU patients in the ER.
What up, Anthony?
Patients around to try to figure out who's the least sick.
The
hey, welcome back, guys.
Surgery
it's good to see you guys.
The ICU. Nurses have to make do in situations or departments they're not fully trained for. And the people themselves are coming in sicker.
I've seen patients who normally we would have caught a lung cancer.
See, special, that's been the topic actually that you came in on was people talking about the hypocrisy of Kamala Harris. But again, I was just explaining that while I didn't vote for her, I was going to at one point because I watched her do her job on C-SPAN really well. She was somebody, Kamala Harris, again, just to reiterate, was somebody I would look forward to on C-SPAN. Like if I'm watching any kind of government proceeding involving her, I was very excited before she was vice president. So it's no big deal,
Prior to going,
I again didn't vote for her because I heard about her past.
On a ventilator, there's several of them that will just say, "I wish I would have gotten my shot."
Right,
right.
For special.
CBS News, I'm Naomi Cole,
right.
Monroe, Wisconsin.
Yeah, a good actor. Yeah. Well, now I've seen her ask questions. And while the questions probably are fueled by her constituency, again, the era of Kamala that I watched in real time on C-SPAN because I was an active in real time fan in the moment. She was definitely asking things in the moment that were relevant, and she was the only one asking them. For years, for a good 3 years, she was like the only, she was sitting across, right next to Al Franken, and it's like Al Franken's not asking the things that the people want to hear. So I've seen her do a good job. Harris County raises threat level from yellow to orange. There's towns with what the hell. Ooh. Enormous Secret Service reveals scope of COVID-19 fraud?
Billions of dollars in COVID-related funding stolen. As of this morning, U.S. Secret Service is running more than 900 active investigations as the federal government aims to crack down on an explosion of scams related to federal and state COVID-19 programs. Already, more than $1 billion has been seized, but there is still more to find. The agency naming Special Agent Roy Dotson as the first National Pandemic Fraud Recovery Coordinator, and he joins me now. Good to have you with us this morning. I have to say, a lot of people...
Oh, Special, I'm not talking about debates either. She's trash at debates. She's good at being on, was she a senator? She's good at being a senator.
They see this, and I'm guessing there are two thoughts out there. Number one, the Secret Service...
She was somebody I liked watching in the battlefield.
Of money.
That was a player.
Where are you?
When you watch enough C-SPAN, man, you can tell when the players are showing up. It's almost like there's fireworks and fucking intro music, and you're like, that person's going to run for president. You see it happen. You saw it happen with Obama.
Focusing these efforts.
He went from speeches that were recorded on early cell phones to the fucking presidency. I kind of saw it happening with her. That's why I read her biography. I didn't know about her time as
enormous fraud related to unemployment and SBA loans. We have seized, as you said, over $1.2
I don't agree with what she did either, Jameson. Pre-Senate, but she's a good senator. She's good. She did her job
returns. We just, continue to see an uptick of that. Criminal.
Her as VP beat Trump.
Are opportunistic. So
rich.
When the federal
Probably not an easy win for Republicans.
Was released, they obviously.
But also, the Republican Party is destroyed. What Republican Party? What Republicans?
Like the Super Bowl and the World Series rolled into one for scammers and hackers. What is it about this funding or the release of these funds that made it seem like such a ripe opportunity? Is it that they go, you mentioned unemployment, is it that they could sort of go after those funds as
what Republican Party?
Go after individuals?
Well,
the pieces of it,
the availability to
or the businessman that doesn't cry or whatever that's in Florida.
Of individuals, there's numerous identity theft victims that are involved in these cases. It's just, the primary thing that we saw was that individuals and criminal organizations could readily file these online applications and receive these benefits.
Oh, Special, but that's also what I'm talking about. That's
you
not
those online filings. Is that where you're?
What you're talking about, in my opinion, is a controlled Russian psyop. These young, that's not. I mean, while there's probably a good 60% of that young Republican group that 40% of fucking chaotic Pepes is not a Republican Party.
Fraud? Is there one area in particular that really has you concerned?
This is agents of chaos. That's not.
Well,
so I know what you're talking about, Special. I've seen it. I pay attention.
Just the
report on the news every day.
The ability to, continue to get funding.
Yeah, it's gonna take a minute.
We see that that individuals and organizations are always.
Oh yeah, Special, but that's also what I'm getting at. They're
different ways to circumvent the system,
lampoon, and
I think that
aren't of much substance yet. They're still young.
To us being able to.
They're still young. There's no. It's looking at looking at a bucket full of tadpoles doesn't mean you have frogs yet.
Identify different mediums that they can use. Obviously, with the modern conveniences today of online banking,
they ain't ready to run yet. You know what I'm saying? They ain't ready to run for president. You're gonna need some more time. Maybe 2024. Some of that new Republican blood, but nah.
Fast money equals fast crime.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it also
not in their freshman year of college ball?
Funds need to be distributed, or questions about security. With that, fast money.
Yeah, but Special, look at the age of the last two presidents. Well, I don't know why people are voting in old fucks or have that standard. I didn't set it.
Causes us to develop new investigative techniques.
Yeah.
But, with the expertise we have with our cyber fraud task forces, which are made up of federal, state, and local law enforcement officers, we have the individuals.
No, that's what was impressive about Obama. That's why, again, that's what I'm saying. There's no standouts in that party yet. Trump built a shadow that none of them are coming out of or want to. They're all dick riding still. again, to compare, it's apples and oranges, dude. There's not, no, like there's nobody out there straight somersaulting fucking speeches at Yale and shit yet. Not, you know.
Can still investigate those cases.
It's actually kind of sad since like Milo Yiannopoulos, so that's what gets more press about shit like that, you know.
And are able to apprehend those individuals that are committing these crimes.
This is a lot of money, some 900 active investigations. You confident you're going to be able to get it all back?
Well, I'm an optimistic.
Yeah, no, I'm not gambling too hard on
I believe that,
New Republican blood. They might dredge up an old fuck and try to impress us with them.
We're going to do our best. The Secret Service,
that's if Trump don't run.
Cyber fraud task forces, all of our federal, state, and local partners are working tirelessly to identify new cases.
I think, personally, I think both sides, Republican and Democrat, don't have shit for this upcoming election. If they announce Biden and Harris running again, ugh. I kind of liked what the political advisor said on, I think it was ABC yesterday. He said that Biden should announce that he's not running again and that he's going to be a one-term president. The reason Biden wouldn't do that and isn't doing that is because that would immediately make him a lame duck president. And that right there, I hold that. I think that's a very valid opinion. You know what I mean?
And recover funds. We're working hand in hand with the private and public sector, which has been an invaluable asset to these cases.
Special Agent Roy Dotson, good to have you with us this morning, and good to have you on the case. Thank you. Billions of dollars in
COVID fraud. Sorry, I'm going to replay this because I still can't believe.
More than 900 active investigations.
900 active investigations. $1.2 billion of funds seized that were funds for COVID. Stolen. Snatched. And I want to know where are we sending that money? And don't they have enough of our fucking tax dollars for goddamn to send into space for no reason? Okay, the jury deliberations have resumed in the Kim Potter trial. All right, I'm going to jump off of some, let's see. Got the Law and Crime Network on it. Okay, jury deliberations are back on. This is probably going to take forever. I bet you anything, though. Jameson, I want to know your opinion in the chat. Do you think this deliberation for Kim Potter is going to show up before or after Christmas? They're humans, so before Christmas, right? You would imagine they'd be trying to get out of there for the holiday, as crude as that sounds. But let me know what you think, Jameson. How quick you think the jury is going to come back on Kim Potter? Let's see. Who was it yesterday that was kept talking about the truck driver?
Growing outrage in Colorado.
Was it Sean?
Where a truck driver was
Sean
sentenced
Best?
to 110 years in prison for
Let's check
deadly
this out.
crash. We just checked. More than 4.3 million people have signed a petition asking the governor of that state to reduce Rogel Aguilera's Medeiros' sentence. He claims his brakes on the truck failed, causing him to crash into dozens of cars that killed 4 people. It happened back in 2019.
You have 23 felonies with mandatory minimums that are served consecutively that can quickly add up.
Some truck drivers nationwide are now.
That footage. Sean, I haven't really covered this too much. I think I briefly touched on it a couple of times, this truck driver situation. Oh my gosh.
Threatening to stop driving to and from Colorado using hashtags like No Trucks Colorado and Don't Drive Colorado to spread awareness on social media about this. Meantime, families of
Maybe the
victims
23rd-ish,
sentence appropriate
says
under the law.
Jameson, is when they probably be deliberated.
Get
Yeah.
more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC.
Oh, I feel the same way, Jameson. Jameson says, hell, had Trump taken COVID seriously, he'd have been reelected. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was that Trump Christmas supply train issues. It's been 2 incredibly bad presidents in a row. I'll be honest. You know, I don't like either of them. I won't be baited into a conversation of promoting either of them either. I don't think either of them are good. I kind of speak on what I've seen. Jury deliberations have began in the fucking Maxwell trial too.
Maxwell's sex abuse trial began deliberations on Monday.
I don't know how this video came on.
Over whether the British socialite set up teenage girls to have sexual encounters with the late financier Jeffrey Epstein. Calling Maxwell Epstein's partner in crime, prosecutor Alison Moe told the jury they should believe the testimony from 4 women who said Maxwell groomed them for abuse by Epstein when they were teenagers. 3 of the women said Maxwell herself touched their bare breasts. But Maxwell's defense attorney Laura Menninger said Maxwell was an innocent woman whom prosecutors targeted because Epstein is no longer alive. She argued that the women's memories had been corrupted over the decades and said that they were motivated by money to implicate Maxwell. Epstein killed himself in a jail cell in 2019 at the age of 66 while...
Did he kill himself though? Did Epstein kill himself? I know we probably haven't talked about that too much on the stream, but there's no way that motherfucker killed himself. There's no way. I mean, if he did, it's because they gave him 80 jumpsuits or whatever they had in that photo. I saw the photo of that jail cell where he had killed himself, and there was...
Waiting trial on sex abuse charges. Now, jurors will decide what role, if any, Maxwell played in his crimes. The prosecutor said Epstein couldn't have done it alone, telling the jury, quote, "When that man is accompanied by a posh, smiling, respectable, age-appropriate woman, that's when everything starts to seem legitimate."
I don't have high hopes for Ghislaine catching charges. From what I covered, it felt like the prosecution didn't do a whole lot for the case. Or for the victims. Now, it's incredibly difficult, in my opinion, and from my experience so far, covering a trial that's only the details of which are only released in text or after the fact. We don't get to see these attorneys work, so I wonder if what I read from the prosecution maybe played out a little different in front of the jury, but I really, really doubt it in the Maxwell case. I really, really doubt it played out any different, you know? Really special? Oh yeah, Ghislaine's gonna walk. Yeah. Yeah. Her dad. No. Yeah. Maxwell. The Maxwell family. Tell me what you know special. What you got on what'd you learn about Mr. Maxwell last night? Hop in the voice chat and let me know if you got the time. Oh, but then you got into provable satanic cults taking over South America towns in the early 90s. Word. There's a legitimate chance on Maxwell, yeah. Media magnate, House of Lords, and he was a spy for Israel. Yeah, the Maxwells are actually that's a big part of why Epstein and him were, so close. Was, in my opinion, a Israeli intelligence agency connection. I think they were both actively working for Israel. I still can't believe that much that there's 900 active investigations over the theft of COVID funds, like within the government. God damn it! People are talking about Biden's new Biden got a puppy. Dude, you're too old to be buying puppies. Northern California got hit by an earthquake in 12 hours ago.
Earthquake rattling Northern California tonight. The epicenter 24 miles off the coast of Petrolia, California, about 250.
Oh yeah, special. That's what I was. Yeah. He's connected. No, special. Yeah. Also worked for Parliament. He sure did, Debbie. Yeah, we're talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's father. Yep. The puppy will outlive him. Yeah. Oh, Rich, that puppy's outliving the last 2 presidents. That puppy's gonna outlive Trump and Biden. Then Biden's last talk by everyone in the White House, Stan Hody says, yeah, it sure did. He apparently had a mean-ass dog he brought with him. Yeah. Apparently Biden's dog showed up with some heat.
Obviously, he was a good boy and he knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing. He's like, ah! Piss on this place. It still smells like Andrew Jackson in here. I like to think the White House still smells just vaguely bad because of Andrew Jackson. But I realize it's like burned down and been rebuilt since then. But, you know.
Miles north of San Francisco. They did feel.
I've lived in that town, Eureka, California. I've been there. I like it there. I like Arcata better, but I've been kind of in between Arcata and Eureka in Northern California. They got hit by a 6.2 earthquake. That's crazy. I know people that live in tents and little cabins out there, dude. They're not ready for an earthquake like that.
From California, with the images coming in tonight.
Tonight, this Northern California Main Street shattered. A strong 6.2 magnitude earthquake striking this afternoon.
That was a big one.
The force throwing open Caroline Titus's kitchen cabinets, canned food scattering across the floor.
White House probably had leftover McDonald's from Trump. Yeah. Probably so. I bet when Trump left, that place smelled like grease and regret and, you know, whatever the hell that European wife of his he bought smells like.
Plaques falling off the walls.
I turned to my husband and said, wow, that's quite a wind.
Ooh, the Discord chat. I'll check that out.
He stopped and said, that's not wind, that's an earthquake. So immediately everybody was out on the street.
Angela Grimaldo finding a mess in this day spa.
Oh my God.
The quake hit at 12:10 this afternoon, 24 miles off the coast of Petrolia, California. Several aftershocks following. Seismologist Dr. Lucy Jones saying earthquakes are common in the area, but this is the strongest in quite some time.
Magnitude 6.2, if you're directly on top of it, will cause quite a bit of damage. This one is offshore, so I would expect a small amount of damage, mostly confined to the coastal regions right along the ocean.
David, Humboldt County Emergency Services is asking residents to report any damage, and they emphasize that so far there is no tsunami threat associated with this earthquake. There have also been no reports of major roadway damage. But David, a lot of rattled nerves here on the West Coast. No question.
I hope you're all right. If any of my friends at Humboldt County, any of you guys in the Emerald Triangle, I hope you guys are holding it down. It sounds like you guys should be all right because you got a good distance between you and the shore. So all my friends up in the hills, up in the mountains. I know you probably can't see this because you're up in the mountains, but when you do, I love you. I hope you're all right. Let's check out this video. Special guest sent in. We got a little report skis here. Robber pulls gun. Liquor store clerk is faster. Blue doo doo. Boodle doodle doo. Yeah, I bet you that clerk. I already know. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Today in Boomer News, old man probably still is not shutting the fuck up retelling that story. Oh yeah, Democrats are scrambling to say Biden's agenda. Ugh. 500 million free COVID tests, a vigil. Man, there's just no news going on today, dude. Oh. Jamal Khashoggi's widow shares her story.
In 2018, I was coming back from my operating flight to Toronto, Canada. In arrival to Dubai, I been surprised. It was about 7 Emirati.
Hey, but that video. This is kind of why I'm anti-gun prohibition. Look, nobody got shot in that video. That was actually a really good execution of self-defense. I made fun of it because that old guy vibes. Like I swear I knew that old guy, that clerk. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad there was no actual shooting that happened. It's a good example of why I'm anti-pro.
And they took me as
prohibition
on
firearms.
Everything with me. I'm talking about my
prohibit
bags,
firearms.
My devices, and they start asking me a question in the airport for about 2 hours.
Exactly, special. Exactly.
Hanan Al-Attar was detained in Dubai.
on April 20th.
That old dude from that last video is probably still like, hey, you seen that video on YouTube? I said, boy, you better get out of here. I'm going to pop you one first.
2018.
His gun probably didn't even work.
She was interrogated.
I just know that guy. I feel like I know a lot of that guy.
In Middle East, you have no choice. Either you comply with them or they beat you and torture you. Then they took me to my house, blind me and handcuff me. I was feeling ill and I was feeling panic. I couldn't control myself.
Al-Attar was engaged to the Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
I wasn't worried about myself because I have nothing to hide. The only thing I was feeling uncomfortable.
Oh, you think special?
To see it,
Special, that cracks me up. I mean, he probably did go in the bathroom.
Messages between me and Jamal is very special message between two lovers. I don't want them to see or read this. I start just feel like they are watching me, but how much they are watching, how much they can get, I don't know. And in the same time, I cannot speak to anyone to advise me because it's become very sensitive and scary.
New reporting by the Post has found evidence that a spyware called Pegasus, manufactured by the Israeli company NSO Group, was in the process of being installed on her phone while she was detained. Forensic analysis by a Citizen Lab researcher identified the exact moment that a unique URL connected to Pegasus was entered into her device.
Oh.
So basically what I did is I analyzed all the available data on 2 Android phones and 1 laptop belonging to Hanan.
He told Al-Attar recently what he'd found. The scene was filmed by the PBS program Frontline and Forbidden Stories for an upcoming documentary.
It appears that there were 2 separate links to the Pegasus spyware that were actually opened. In other words, the infection process for the spyware was initiated at least twice on one of the devices. And one of the dates of the initiation of the infection was April 22nd, which I understand on this date, Hanan was in custody and her phones were removed from her. So she was not, as I understand it, using her phone at this time.
He confirmed to me when I was with them in a detention point, they tried to use all spying material and technology to getting and to make sure to continue watch in my devices.
Word special.
Basically because of Jamal.
So someone was sitting with the phone and they typed in the first character H, then T, then T, then P, then S for HTTPS. Then they typed in the name of the website. And they made a couple typos actually while they were doing it, which tells me it was done manually.
Oh.
It wasn't copied and pasted. It was actually someone sitting there with the keyboard typing the link into the phone.
Whoa.
Pegasus can provide complete access to a target's mobile device.
It was an actual offender. It wasn't an AI spying on Khashoggi's lady.
Including their location, messaging, camera, microphone, and more.
Oh.
Marzak could not determine precisely what the spyware did to Al-Attar's phone. NSO Group has firmly denied that their product was used against Al-Attar.
Bullshit.
NSO Group conducted a review which determined that Pegasus was not used to listen to, monitor, track, or collect information about Miss Al-Attar. The Post's continued efforts to falsely connect NSO Group to the heinous murder of Mr. Khashoggi are baffling. The government of the United Arab Emirates did not respond to multiple requests for comment, but has denied previous allegations around Al-Attar's case.
I shook how much they invaded my life, how much they become closer to Jamal Khashoggi, to chase his movement, and to make a trap for him in Istanbul to be killed.
Al-Attar and Jamal Khashoggi were married in June.
Snowden for president, says Stan Odie. Yeah, dude, this is, the UAE, dude. The UAE. They killed Khashoggi. They're refusing to comment on it. I think they've been caught red-handed. Oh, today in doomsaying. Let's see if we can't, you know. Oh shit, hold on. Nope. I forgot to cover this because this happened after I was done streaming yesterday. But the Pentagon has outlined a new definition for extremism in the military. And I was really waiting for special guests to be here for us to watch this, because we've talked about extremism on the show. You know, I have expressed that my opinion is that the powers that be actively stoke the flames of extremism so they can round up the most fiery of zealous people in an attempt to keep a democracy. And the reason I think they're using this strategy, and the reason I think it's our government doing it, is because of, well, the tattered map. Check out the tattered map playlist below on the homepage of the YouTube channel. But let's check this out, special. Oh, word.
The revised instruction regroups issues into 3 sections: prohibited, extremist activities, command authority and responsibilities, and criminal gangs. It also prohibits active participation in extremist activities and clearly defines what we mean by the term extremist activities. The vast majority of men and women in our armed forces, as of course you know, serve honorably. While extremist activity in the force is rare, any instance can have an outsized effect. Now, in addition to revising the instruction, the 3 other immediate actions are also complete. The service member transition checklist has been updated to help address extremist groups that target military veterans.
Yeah, exactly,
The
special.
screening questionnaire has now been updated and is more consistent now across the services, and the department has commissioned a study to gain greater fidelity on extremist activity in the force going forward. Not everybody who participates in extremist activities is a card-carrying member of a group. Some people just get self-radicalized, and there's many different factors that lead to them taking part in prohibited extremist activities. And so again, you know, keeping it to a group dynamic would actually limit our ability to deal with the issue. The instruction's very clear about what comprises extremist activity and what comprises active participation in it, and we are certainly, you know, have full confidence in our commander's ability, when something's reported to them, to treat it appropriately and to look into it in the manner that they seem fit. Nothing about this has anything to do with who a service member votes for or doesn't vote for, or their personal political views. We encourage the men and women of the military to vote. And there are lists separately in a different instruction of what you can or can't do from a political perspective when you're in uniform. But we want them to be a part of the democratic process. That's why we make sure they have access to cast their votes, whether it's...
But they don't want the military to be as extreme as the lay people of the United States when it comes to politics in particular.
Remotely or...
That's my takeaway from that statement.
This isn't about political... leanings or partisan inclinations.
I don't believe him because of his previous words.
It's about activity. It's about prohibited extremist activity.
Hi everyone, George.
Not about your political feeling. We're trying to control how these people physically vote. Good night. Okay, so we have a new they're worried about self-radicalization, which is something that's become a problem. As you build, something I even noticed build ahead with our small little community here. You guys will probably notice we're pretty level-headed murkies here, and we get people that float through that are pretty wild. You know, they'll come in with some flat earth or some, you know, Biden's a reptile or whatever. And yeah, extremism, it's not just religious, it's not just political. I think you can be an extremist that believes some pretty wild conspiratorial things. Special guest says, I mean, all the people should be free to explore their beliefs. On the other hand, it's probably good to keep racists out of the military as much as possible. Yeah. Special guest continues, that said, it becomes an issue when people redefine racism to be about class. Yeah. Oh. Hey, Lux. Someone's cleaning it up from bed. Yeah. Didn't think, yeah. We put milk and cream half and half and put that in a bottle and sell it. Special guest hooked on to half and half. I don't care about the COVID news, and now I'm out of news. So we're in a bit of a problem. Let's hop on the Discord. Let's check out everyone's posted news. We got some Summer Maxwell. There's some Summer Wells news. What do we got? Got the WTF news. Ooh, here we go. An article, video courtesy of Special from the WTF news in Discord.
Welcome back. Well, the Defense Department is facing a federal lawsuit after it blocked Bible passages from being printed on dog tags with military trademarks. Faith-based group Shields of Strength was served a cease and desist order for printing tags like the ones you see on your screen right now, because the Department of Defense claims it violates department policies. The company's owner, Kenny Vaughn, joins us now alongside Mike Berry from the First Liberty Institute. Thank you both for being here. Kenny, before I go to you, I want to get the legal side of this right.
Is this attached, Special, you think, to the Pentagon redefining extremism? And that's why they're not making the faith-based dog tags anymore?
The Shields of Strength was able to do this for 20 years. The Department of Defense knew about it. They were fine with it. Why did that change?
Well, thanks, Pete. Yeah, why did it change? Because of one complaint.
This guy looks hella stoned right now.
You know, if China fires a hypersonic weapon around the globe, or North Korea threatens a nuclear weapon, that's not what causes our Department of Defense to worry. It's when somebody says, hey, there's a Bible verse on a dog tag. That's what causes our Pentagon to shake in their boots and raise the white flag of surrender. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Kenny, just overall, I mean, your reaction to the fact that you've been doing this, service members appreciate it, rightfully so, and now the Defense Department's saying stop?
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you exactly
I don't like
what
this
happened.
anchor.
So 15 years of my life, I battled fear in a big way.
I disrespect his drip.
My girlfriend, now wife of 25 years, wrote scriptures on my equipment. One piece of God's word set me free from that. And I wanted a daily reminder, so I started putting them on dog tags.
That guy's what happened if Jeff got good with God. Special. Oh, he's super inarticulate. He's going to try to preach, but they railroaded his ass.
And now
really?
we're in Afghanistan, we're in Iraq, and our soldiers are battling fear, and I know it, and we're wishing we could do something. The phone rings one day, and somebody says, hey, Kenny, it's the Army's on the phone. I'm like, man, what did I do?
Oh, I see now what you say, special guest. This dude does vibe like a dude that we know.
Get on there. And
if he was to get his shit straight and stay off meth.
Calling me from the battlefield, and he says, hey, some of our guys got these dog tags, and they got Joshua 1:9 on them, and we're wanting to know if we could get some more. I got $500. How many can I get? And so I'm just like, are you kidding me? How many soldiers are with you? 10,000 in my division. So sorry, you can get 10,000, you can keep your $500. And so that's how it got started. Literally every one we made because they called us and asked us to do it. 2 million of them, we donated the vast majority of them because they didn't have funding or couldn't get funding. Never a single complaint. And then one complaint and the Pentagon jumps to attention. And it's fear. I'm going to tell you what it's rooted in. It's rooted in fear. Fear's always doing what's best for itself without regard for others. And love does what's best for others without regard for itself. And it just it's the most selfish thing I've ever seen in my life. And a lot of those dog tags we made, those guys still have them, guys and gals. Unfortunately, a lot of them are hanging around the necks of Gold Star family members to remind them of the courage their own family members had in battle. Why would anyone ever be so selfish? I don't understand it.
Kenny, powerfully said. I guess my question back to you is why? Why do you think the DoD is doing this now? Is it really one complaint?
No, it's fear. That's why they're doing it. It's fear. So listen to me. Fear
of complaint,
fear of bad press, fear of what it's going to cost me. Look, the Medal of Honor is given for people who do this with no regard for their own life. They do what's best for someone else. If you gave the Medal of Honor today, it would be for someone who does what is best for themselves without regard for the people around them. So fear is a feeling, but when we follow it, we're selfish. We love ourselves. Love dies to itself, and it does what's best for you without. It's the best thing you can do for yourself, but it's not for. Listen, I wrote a book on it.
That's a whole lot of non-talk.
That's a whole bunch of cyclical evangelical talk.
Then you're going to live a
I will say I think you should be able to wear whatever the fuck you want around your neck, even if you're in the military, unless it's, outwardly vicious towards someone else. As someone who's not a Christian, I'd never take offense towards someone wearing Christian iconography. I never have, never will. I've never had it used against me, though. So I don't know what it's like to be a American Muslim in the military in a platoon full of Christians, but I don't see how what they have around their neck has anything to do with their actions. I feel kind of bad for that business owner, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm kind of just, I don't like dress codes and shit. So, but if you don't like that kind of shit, you shouldn't be in the military, maybe. I don't know. What do we got here in the so-so news? Oh goodness! Specials shared the Cowboy Bebop isn't supposed to be good article. Oof. See. We got this one from Umbra. While we're just, I guess, on the religious tip, let's kind of veer dramatically into, some trigger warning content here. American ex-priest in East Timor found guilty of sex abuse. A defrocked American priest accused of sexually abusing orphaned and disadvantaged young girls under his care in East Timor was found guilty Tuesday and sentenced to 12 years in prison in the first case of its kind in the staunchly Catholic nation. Richard Doshbach, 84, who spent decades as a missionary in the country, in the country's remote enclave of Ohus, I don't know how to pronounce that, faced charges of sexual abuse as well as child pornography and domestic violence. The trial began in February but was postponed several times before concluding last month. So the papacy, that shit runs deep. That seems to always be a problem in the world, kind of constantly. And we've said that before. You'll see sexual abuse pop up in most orthodoxies, most Orthodox religions. Yeah, the sheer amount of it that's been happening in South America, so special guest. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Oh, special, yeah, back on the guy with the prayer dog tags. It was charity, wasn't it? They weren't even paying for them. So weird. Ooh, have the military changed uniform since half of Afghanistan can dress as an American soldier? Oh man, they probably do need to change uniform now that we left all of our shit in Afghanistan. And they can just dress, yep. Mentions opposition. Dude, again, the news, nothing. Just see if WFLA has anything going on. Is Florida Man doing anything? Florida got anything popping? Oh no. Well, someone in Clearwater is stuck under a stairwell that collapsed. I don't know why I'm checking on Florida. Again,
A construction worker
they want me
is
to
here dead
talk about Omicron today. I don't want to.
suddenly came crashing down.
Good morning.
Good morning, John B. How are you doing today?
And that's where we find
This is Commander Koloth of the Klingon Interceptor Advisor. You will surrender immediately. I'm sorry, a little too much noise. Hey,
you're
the
good.
reason I'm on camera, I don't mean to interrupt whatever you got. I just got.
I got nothing going on. You're good. They want me to freak people out about COVID today, John. That's all that's in the news.
Ah, man, there's enough panic going on, man. Don't add to it.
Hell yeah, exactly.
I'm working on this Spider-Man. He looks like shit right now because I'm still sanding out the joints.
Ooh.
And he's gonna go. He's on a wall, you know, and he'll be coming out at you, shooting his web there. And I'm still working on the creature. I just got some detailing to do. But
Ooh, I like the poses on both of them.
I wanted to tell you something really funny I saw that you might have seen already too on video. It's gone viral.
Yeah.
A few seconds. There's this video where you know Joel Osteen, right?
Yeah.
He goes to a restaurant in his area, and there's this waiter kid, you know, and the kid doesn't really like him too much, a young guy. So at the end of the meal, he goes outside, and Osteen thinks he wants to get a selfie. So he puts his arm around him. They're smiling ear to ear, and the kid says to him, "You know, you're a piece of shit, right? You do know that, right?" And Osteen just his face drops. Okay, now I'm not saying I think this is a good idea. Okay, maybe he shouldn't have gone about it that way. He lost his job over that actually because Olstein's people called restaurants said get rid of that motherfucker. But it was hilarious. Then I saw something else. Okay, that I just had to share with you. When we first had our first kid back in '95, right? The wife did a really cute version of trying to reveal it to me. She wrote a couple of paragraphs letter. When I got home from work, she gives me the letter. I'm reading it, and it's not making much sense, okay? And if you read it left to right, it was just like some nonsense words. I was like, what is this about? But if you read it from top to bottom, it actually revealed in the bold letters of the sentence, "We're having a baby." Okay?
Oh, that's
I thought
cool.
That was sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cute. It was cute. She came up with it all by herself. Well, anyway, so much like that, there was this woman online the other day. She posted this video. She put her positive pregnancy test, okay, under her husband's waffles he was about to eat, okay? So he's spreading the butter, and she's filming the whole thing, right? And she wants to reveal it to him. Thought it was cute. So
Yeah.
she puts the pregnancy test under the waffles. He's spreading the butter on, but he's kind of dense apparently. So she kind of goes, "What's that under the waffles?" And he goes, "What?" So he lifts over the waffles. He sees the pregnancy test. He goes, "Is this some kind of test?" And she goes, "Yeah, it's a pregnancy test." And he goes, "Oh." And she says, "We're having a baby." And his first reaction is, "Bitch, you put this in my waffles after you peed on it? I was going to eat them."
You ruined my waffles?
Total backfire, man. All he wanted to do was chow down, and now she had corrupted his waffles, right? I think he missed the big picture, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I got for you. I'll talk to you guys later, and I'll be listening.
Oh, hey, I
Okay?
love you to
Have a
death.
great day.
Oh, I can't wait to see that
All right,
finished
man.
Spider-Man, my man. That's awesome.
Definitely. Well, you know, I've been going by this thing about quality, not quantity, right?
Hey.
So I'll talk to you again.
I'll
Yeah,
talk to you later, my
again,
dude.
Bye.
Love you to death. Hey, welcome, Graf. I didn't even notice you slip in there, my brother. Boy, love John B to death. I'm excited about that Spider-Man to turn out. I wasn't expecting the dope-ass pose that he has that creature in either. It's got the arms out. There's I like John B's taste in the poses sometimes he gets in figures. You know, sometimes you see people with like models and they're kind of in a static pose. And he normally has really good taste in what he chooses to work on. That's you know. But let's see. Earl Grey yesterday. We can hang out while I track some rants too, I guess. Get fired up a little bit. Let's see, we got one missing in this stairwell collapse. Let's press play on this. If you got them, smoke them. It's that time. It's the time of the morning.
And 8 on your sides, Brittany Mueller this morning. Brittany, I know it is raining out there. I see your umbrella, but are crews out there right now?
Let's check out this story while I feed this cat.
Star paramedics out here. We also have seen the Pinellas County technical response truck out here, but I want to show you this right behind me. This is the excavator that will be used to remove the concrete slab, and that worker is believed to be underneath.
Workers were conducting stairwell repairs on Monday around 12:30 afternoon when a section of it collapsed, trapping one worker, according to the city. That worker is believed to be under 2 floors of concrete and stairs that had collapsed and is still missing and presumed dead. This is the excavator that will remove those slabs of concrete so recovery efforts can begin.
We're taking a slow, methodical, and safe approach. We've spoken with the family. We've explained everything to them so they know step by step what's going to be happening from this point forward, so they know what to expect.
It happened in the parking garage on Enterprise Road near Countryside Boulevard. More than 24 first responders were on the scene after the call came in.
We've got multiple units standing by with a lot of specialized piece of equipment. We've got building officials. We've got a structural engineer, like I said, who's on his way. The full resources of the Pinellas County Technical Rescue Team.
8 on your side spoke with a woman who parks in the garage daily.
I didn't hear anything or see anything, but there were gals on our floor in a different office that said they heard a big bang.
Now we know the city's Planning and Development Department will be researching the parking garage permits and construction history.
'Twas the week before Christmas and all through the house.
Caught red-handed, Acosta calls out Fox News anchor's January 6 text. It's so devoid of news today that we got inter-news anchor beefs going on. Is Ghostface Killer gonna show up and start talking shit?
On January 6, 2021, Vice President Mike Pence, as President of the Senate, should call out all electoral votes that he believes are unconstitutional as no electoral votes at all.
Over on Fox in primetime, there was such a scare as some of the texts were coming from there.
Well, what I am going to address a little later on in my show is what this really is all about. I mean, what's really going on with Liz?
Does she seem a little wine drunk to anyone else?
Oh yeah, I was just about to say it.
What's really happening here? What are we really doing? What's actually happening here?
Did someone change the dosage on their prescription, I wonder?
Since I'm still feeling my Ambien from last night. How did I get here?
And the media, the diminutive media.
Text messages. Liz, release yours.
But the next night,
Liz, release your text messages.
Felt no dread.
I don't think Liz Cheney likes us. I'm very anxious.
I think they messed. I don't think they're bringing her salad. Bitch, we're not in a restaurant.
She likes us, Hannity. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
I don't know how it happened.
Mark, the president needs to tell
Coup
people
de
in the
text.
Capitol to go home. This is hurting all of us. He is destroying his legacy, Laura Ingraham wrote. Please get him on TV. Destroying everything you have accomplished, Brian Kilmeade texted. Quote, can he make a statement? Ask people to leave the Capitol, Sean Hannity urged.
Now, don't worry, I'm not doing an entire rendition of that holiday classic, but the move by the January 6th committee to release text messages from some GOP members of Congress and some Fox News personalities that were sent to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows around and during the January 6th insurrection has exposed what may have been a broad effort to overturn the 2020 election and then deceive the public about that. And we need to talk about that as a country, in every home, yes, even during the holidays. We still don't know everything about what some of these GOP lawmakers were doing in the run-up to January 6th. The plotting appeared to begin the day after the election. CNN has learned Lawmakers believe then Energy Secretary Rick Perry texted Meadows, here's an aggressive strategy. Here it is on screen. Why can't the states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and other R-controlled state houses declare this is BS, where conflicts in election not called that night, and just send their own electors to vote and have it go to the Supreme Court?
What up, Two Wheel?
We reported during that same month that Trump was having discussions
Hey,
about
do
whether
it.
electors
Burn
could
one,
go
guys.
rogue
It's that
at the
time.
state level. And even before she was a member of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene said last December that she was at a planning session at the White House.
It's Tuesday morning. Let them know what it smells like, Two Wheels. Burn one.
Just finished with our meetings here at the White House this afternoon. We had a great planning session for our January 6th objection. We aren't going to let this election be stolen by Joe Biden and the Democrats. President Trump won by
This rogue cowboy Karen out here, we're not going to let it get stolen by the Democrats.
a landslide.
A meeting at the White House.
I'm going to fly coach and then get black vanned for participating in a riot. It's a great fucking plan.
What was that all about? And of course, Ohio Republican Congressman Jim Jordan has already admitted he forwarded a text message.
All right, on Graph. Hey, no worries. Yeah, just said hello.
Suggesting that the vice
Glad to see you.
president
Glad to see you
could set
around.
aside electors he deemed illegitimate. You may recall Jordan has tap danced around the question of whether he spoke to Trump on January 6th. Watch.
On January 6th, did you speak with him before, during, or after the Capitol was attacked?
I'd have to go. I spoke with him that day after. I think after. I don't know if I spoke with him in the morning or not. I just don't know. I'd have to go back and. I mean, I don't know that when those conversations happen. But what
Tell me you're nervous without telling me you're nervous.
Yeah, stand in front of your weird football on your shelf and be as nervous with your body language as possible.
Sean Hannity, they've been caught red-handed, acting like North Korean state television, lying to their viewers about what happened that day, covering up the misdeeds of a wannabe dictator, blaming Antifa sympathizers for January 6th, and downplaying the violence in the days that followed. Guys, you've been busted on your bullshit, on your betrayal.
An overwhelming majority of them, more than 99%, had to be.
So she's always wine drunk. More than 99% has to be exactly.
When you get your lips done that much, that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, dude. She looks like she's got problems.
Contingent of loons, these patriots have been unfairly maligned.
Donald Trump was not saying
Like she's carried to bed every night because she's too drunk to get there herself.
Trump supporters everywhere are now getting blamed for what happened at the Capitol. Vast majority of people that protested did so peacefully.
All lies. And that's not to mention Tucker Carlson's false flag documentary. Don't get me started on that one. But in a rare peek behind
Don't get me
the
started.
curtain, Fox's Geraldo Rivera pleaded with Sean Hannity this past week to come back to the real world.
I beg you, Sean, to remember the frame of mind you were in when you wrote that text on January 6th, and when Laura did, and when Brian did, and when Don Jr. did. Remember the concern you had. Remember the frustration you had at our beloved 45th president.
Yeah, beloved? I don't
Beloved.
know. But Geraldo sounds like he's speaking in code, using the cult-like language often heard in Trump world. It's the language Hannity understands. Makes a lot of sense considering what we're seeing around the holidays with all the Trump wrapping paper.
Ooh.
And talk of how the disgraced ex-president saved Christmas.
What? He did?
When you came into office,
Yo, did Trump save Christmas?
America
I'm Jewish, I wouldn't know.
to a long period where people quit saying Merry Christmas. It was all happy holidays. You deliberately changed that.
This was in 20.
Oh, I hate Huckabee, dude. It's Huckabee. Justin. Man. Look, dude.
They're specifically talking about saying Merry Christmas. That's what they're talking about.
That's what, yeah. Look. Wow. What a weird old gray hair point.
15, when I started campaigning, I said, you're going to say Merry Christmas again, and now people are saying it.
Ah, yes, it's Santa Trump now. Sort of how the old story goes. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry, his droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and we started saying Merry Christmas again because Donald Trump said so. Come on, it was either this or Rudy the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
His
But I
face
digress.
was a Cheeto. His suit
All of this
was
talk
really
about
bad.
the holidays
Yeah.
has given me an idea, though, how we can break through all of the noise on the far right. Perhaps you know somebody in your family, somebody in your neighborhood, who needs a little more than Christmas cheer. They need the truth, gift wrapped, just for them. Consider putting together a little folder of articles. Here's mine.
Look how cute it is.
If anyone other than special guests gave me gifts of articles, I'd be pretty upset.
I'd be pretty
Now,
upset.
I'd probably be okay if special guests.
I'm gonna need special guests to start giving me articles in a cute little handmade glitter covered notebook like this. Look at it. Do you see it? So cute. It's he's got Tucker Carlson in the frame with the glitter. He's got all it's.
I've got an Associated Press story in here reporting that they found fewer than 470.
They got the Elmer's glue set up. Oh, special. Hold on. It's just a real quick moment. He's talking about, he's got some gifts, but look how well he followed the prompt.
Merry Christmas again, because
So Special, when you drop some news on us, I'm gonna need you to
Donald Trump said so.
I'm gonna need you to deliver the news
It was either this or Rudy the Red.
as cute as this.
But I digress. All of this talk of the holidays has given
Check this
me an
out,
idea
Special.
how we can break through all of the noise on the far right. Perhaps you know somebody in your family, somebody in your neighborhood, who needs a little more than Christmas cheer. They need the truth, gift wrapped, just for them.
Ooh.
Consider putting together a little folder of articles. Here's mine.
Look at it, Special. Look at how cute it is. Look at his folder of articles that he's gonna give his Republican friends. What? This is the cringiest thing I think that who's.
I've got an
Is that a dossier of sorts? Special? In a way? It's a glossier. Boy, you see all this? You see all that glitter? The fact that he doesn't have a speck of visible glitter on his body implies that an intern made that. And it's adorable.
Associated Press story in here reporting that they found fewer than 475 cases of voter fraud.
Is that what Lisa Frank means to read bombs?
2020 election. Plenty of other great CNN articles in here as well. If you have them, if you have kids, you can have them decorate the folder. On the cover of mine, I have the Fox News Christmas tree. There it is.
You can break down the cover. If you have kids, you can have them decorate the cover. I don't have kids, but I had the glitter, and I have a printer, fresh with toner.
With some photos of Sean, Laura, and Brian. And don't forget Tiny Tucker. He's right there. And God bless us, everyone, including Vladimir Putin. So when your relatives start going on about how the election was stolen, just calmly hand them this Yuletide folder. Feel free to personalize it with how you celebrate this time of year. And in the meantime, send me some of your photos of your folders. So if you make one like this, tweet a picture at me and we'll feature them on the show. Now, why go through all of that effort, you ask? I mean,
So
I think
cute.
the handmade gifts are always the best this time of year. That's what I tell my kids.
Bedazzle that
But
shit.
think about this. It's the holidays. Perhaps you've heard something about peace on earth, goodwill to all. It's worth a shot.
Special. I'm gonna need all of the sources for the tattered map printed off and put in a folder, and we gotta bedazzle the piss out of that folder. I'm talking glitter. I'm talking the fake plastic jewels. I'm talking we're gonna Elmer's glue macaroni onto it, and it's gonna say the tattered map and macaroni. It's gonna be fucking beautiful. We're gonna gift it to our Republican friends who are pro big man, pro big brother, and we're going to we're gonna gift them some knowledge for the holidays. What is this? What is
And with that,
the end of this?
a Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
But he just said Merry Christmas. What?
And joining me now are Dustin Stockton and Jennifer Lynn Lawrence, who both helped plan the...
I'll never understand people's obsession with how other people say Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. Like, even when I was a Christian, I didn't give any shits.
Yeah, no, I don't care. It doesn't offend me if someone says Happy Holidays. Like, what? I'm not I don't know. If someone is excluding Christmas, what does it matter? I don't know if you guys can see that. I know that the YouTube audience can see this, but Justin, do you see these three individuals? I have screen shared.
Oh yeah, I see it.
They're extra as hell. Each one of them individually strange looking in their own way. I love it. We got a pretty drunk energy in the middle here with this lady with the big smile. So I'm pretty interested to see what's going on here. Looks like maybe they were involved in the Jan 6th.
The January 6th rally on the ellipse are cooperating with the committee investigating the insurrection. They are accompanied by Dustin's attorney, Josh Nass. It's great to have you both on. Let me just start with your experience of interfacing with the committee, and I understand there's probably ground rules over what you can and can't say in terms of what transpired, but if you could just take me through, Dustin, your experience yesterday. I believe you were sworn in and deposed. Is that right?
Well, I just watched your introduction, Chris, and that is exactly the kind of misinformation that drove us to put the tour together in the first place.
What was
The
misinformed?
way you characterize. No, I want to bring some. I think it's important to set the record straight.
Sure.
You said the characterization that we were dangled a pardon by Paul Gosar in order to put these events together just simply doesn't match the facts. So we've been willing to turn every single thing over. We started the tour before we ever heard from Gosar.
Right.
Congressman Gosar, who's been a dear friend of Jen and mine, would have done that for us anyway. Also, the two of us didn't need pardons. We haven't been charged with any crime.
But Gosar,
not once.
Let me just say,
and so the idea, and your characterization, that we were dangled, there was some kind of quid pro quo, in order for us that we were going to get a pardon, and that's what kind of motivated us to do it. What motivated us to do it personally is that those charges, everything that I have, everything that we put together, the indictment from the SDNY, every piece of evidence I had as one of only two founders and an original board member, was exculpatory. The charges in the indictment were trumped up. They were used to
trumped up
political network that included the CEO of the winning 2016 campaign.
Let me just
and
stop
then
you
the
right
media
there.
comes out and parrots it.
Okay, listen.
I agree with you, special guest.
Let me just be clear with you. I have zero dog in the fight about the characterization of what happened with you and Paul Gosar. I have zero dog in the fight about, like, we built the wall. I don't know what the facts are about we built the wall. I know there were federal indictments, so let me just ask you this, just to clarify. You had a phone conversation with Paul Gosar's chief of staff, right?
Yeah, we did talk.
They all look like they should be extras in Marvel.
And he said that Paul Gosar had been talking to the president specifically about pardon.
I feel like there's something missing out of their critical faculties on the left and the right of these panels here.
The rallies. He also tells you that the congressman had a conversation.
Wine Mom has big goop energy. Yeah, she got that goop. Yeah, she's eating avocados and getting a Yanni egg.
That did happen.
Drinking wine.
Whether that's a dangle or not, people could judge.
I don't either, Debbie. I'd never heard of these. I didn't know they were. I had no clue these characters were involved in the insurrection, attempted insurrection at all. I had no clue. I don't know anything about this. I know she seems like she needs to catch a snack and stop drinking. But
I just want to be clear on the facts here.
there you go, special. It's called empathy, facts, and logic. That's the critical faculties they're missing.
We should also note, the president did follow through and pardon an individual involved with We Built the Wall, named Steve Bannon, who was facing federal indictment.
Well, I think this is somewhere where we probably will be in a little more in agreement, Chris, which is, of course, Trump pardons the one guy, like of the guys who were indicted, who has all the money and political connections to fight it. The triple amputee war hero, who wasn't a lawyer, wasn't a political operative, right? Brian Colfax, who started it. We brought people like Steve Bannon and Chris Kobach and we feel really bad about that at this point. But we brought them in to protect Brian as he did this project. And yet, the one person who still got the charge, it's not.
This is testimony of how the crypto liberals infiltrated this crazy right-wing movement and corrupted it.
One, there's two other guys too, but Brian in particular got left out to dry. So Trump pardons the only guy that he thinks that he can get something back from. And that's
These pro-Trumpers are anti-Trumpers now.
kind of that's been the hardest thing for, I think, me and Jen to deal with at this point, which is there were several things, like we saw warning signs along the way with Trump, right? And frankly, we made some excuses for him. And
They only know
excuses for why,
extreme.
maybe
Yeah.
Michael Cohen or Stephanie Winston Wilcoff or some of these other people that we knew and liked, right, had run into trouble with it. But for us, when he directed people to the Capitol at the 6th, what we revealed to the committee is that there was an internal conflict that was ongoing inside the organizer group about what the program and what the day on January 6th should look like. And we kind of lost that battle. And we didn't realize we lost that battle until President Trump told people to walk down to the Capitol. And we had put several events in D.C. together before. We knew the kind of logistics it took to do that safely. The marshals, the security, the stage, the sound, all the things you have to do to be able to safely manage a crowd of that size. And we knew that wasn't in place. And we knew that the people that they had asked to lead that were not people who should ever be associated with something as solemn as the White House.
Whoa.
And so for us, it was devastating. Like it was very deflating, and it's one of those like snap to reality.
Wow,
moments
special.
Where you look back over all of the previous warning signs that you've ignored, and you have to challenge yourself.
Wow, special. That makes sense.
I want to get your thoughts on this, Jennifer, because I have not heard from you yet. I just want to note when you talk about sort of Trump pardoning the one guy that he sort of got something out of, that the idea of like a pardon in exchange for maybe positive work there seems to be like not an implausible thing that was operating, at least in the mind of Donald Trump. So like, we're not going to put that in the category of the ludicrous, right? Jennifer, I want you to speak to what Dustin just said, which I think is very interesting about like unwillingly joining a club of people who trusted Donald Trump and then felt betrayed by him, and then come out and say, yeah, there were some warning signs there. Like, do you feel like you're in that group now? Is that where you're at?
Oh, special.
I mean, of course, hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
Looking back on some things, I have some questions that I would love to ask President Trump, someone who I have known almost a decade now, and has actually played a huge part in my life, as I've grown up. And, I was one of the earliest supporters of President Trump. In 2011, I was at Trump Tower when the Republican committee chairs from all over the state got together to beg him to run for governor. And at that time, he said that his path ran through DC and not Albany. And he knew right then and there, and he convinced me right then and there. So I've been a solid Trump supporter this whole time. But following We Build the Wall, the day after we were raided, and we are completely innocent in this, President Trump came out on his Twitter and started throwing us under the bus, saying we were showboating and, going after the project. And I mean, when we raised that money, we did it in a very Trumpian way, a way, that
I don't like that word, Trumpian.
Trump, would approve of building on private land with private donors. And to see him come out and throw us under the bus,
Are you scared of Lovecraftian? I've got something for you.
Then,
Trumpian, yeah.
We thought, maybe he was still mad at Steve. Maybe there was something else. And then we saw, what happened to us.
She does have eyes.
Bank accounts and stuff that happened to us after the raid. And then censorship on social media is playing a huge part. I mean, when we're talking about election interference or election fraud, I would say censorship plays a huge part in that.
So I want to ask you about. Let me follow up. Let me follow up on something.
I just want to say, Donald Trump calling you a showboat is like Michael Jordan calling you the greatest ever at basketball. Like, I kind of took it as a compliment.
Okay, but you got that in. So let me just follow up. There's a key factual claim you're making here, which I just want to follow up on because I think it's key, and then I want to come back around to one more thing, and then I will let you guys go on with your evening. So the key factual claim here, which I think is fascinating, is essentially an internal debate that emerges among the organizers about what happens after the ellipse. And if you've ever organized something, you know that internal debates about things like this happen all the time. It's par for the course, right? A lot of cooks in the kitchen. What you're saying is there was a group that wanted to mobilize that huge crowd and basically kind of send them off towards the Capitol without a permit, we should note, without security, without any sort of checks for who would control the crowd, who would lead them, who would make sure things didn't get out of hand. And you were in the opposite faction that said we shouldn't do that. And the moment that you found out you lost that internal debate was the president of the United States saying literally to the riled up crowd, now you're going to come with me down to the Capitol so they can hear you how angry you are. That's what you're saying and what you're telling the committee. Jennifer.
Absolutely. Yes, that is. And
crazy.
I'm quoted in Publica. I don't know if I'm allowed to say on air what I actually said the moment that, he said it from the stage, but you can go look up that quote. But I mean, at this point, we didn't know. Our plan for that day was we were supposed to stay at the ellipse all day. And we were being told that we could stay there 12 and 14 hours until all the electors had been seated up at Capitol Hill. And,
I'll play that again because the protest organizers.
At this point, we didn't know. Our plan for that day was we were supposed to stay at the ellipse all day. And we were being told that we could stay there 12 and 14 hours until all the electors had been seated up at Capitol Hill. And, it was portrayed to us that, if the electors were seated for President Biden, that Trump would, recognize those results. So he wanted the largest crowd ever. This is what was portrayed to us, at the ellipse, that if he had to give, whatever his form of his, sayonara speech was, he wanted the biggest crowd there possible. And that was our plan. So the minute that we realized, like, oh my God, you're marching those people, we have nothing in place, like there's nothing, like, what are you doing? And it was so disheartening and so deflating, and it's really not okay.
Okay.
I feel like this is Exhibit A in what I have been saying on this channel for a minute, which is Donald Trump threw his most zealous of supporters into the fire on purpose because he is a crypto liberal. Even the most zealous of hardcore right-wing January 6th protest organizers were really confused when he was like, let's go to the Capitol. And I don't see how we can not charge the man with something, inciting a riot, minimum. I mean, look, Travis Scott's caught a charge for inciting a riot. I think Donald Trump's done much the same. And like these people like this lady just said, that was not their plan. They thought they were going to stay at Ellipse all day. Then Trump shows up and is like, let's go. He only bails out Steve Bannon with a pardon and throws everyone else into the fire. So if you're still supporting the man out there, you're really not paying attention to how he treats his supporters if you're not a wealthy businessman. If you're not Steve Bannon.
To you, Dustin. I just want to sort of level set here, right? So you're going around the country, you're saying this election was stolen, it was a Stop the Steal movement. Like, you do get that it wasn't stolen, right? That, like, Smartmatic didn't manipulate votes, an Italian satellite didn't get in, the ghost of Hugo Chavez did not come back to inhabit Dominion votes, that there wasn't 50,000 ballots stuffed in a suitcase in Fulton County, that all of those claims were not true, right?
And there's actually validity behind what he just said there. They did definitely prove that all that Dominion voter fraud, them saying the machines were rigged, a lot of this has turned into litigation over libelous claims in the news, and Dominion has been winning them. They have been providing their records and showing, no, there's not the fucking widespread voter fraud from our machines that has been reported. It's actually been the most digitally secure we've had since we've started voting through those weird digital kiosks. Is it still corrupted? Yeah. Is it still corruptible? Hell yeah. Probably more so corruptible, but the proof's in the pudding. I mean, they provided logs, and there's independent. Yeah, our intelligence agencies looked into it. We're talking about federal investigations.
Well, again, for Jennifer and I, it goes back to we have some personal issues. Just like, although I would ask you, do you now admit that the Russia memes that you guys ran 24 hours a day, like in the early days of the Trump, right? They got maybe several million impressions, which our pages often.
I mean, you gotta cite something specifically. No, Dustin. I'm saying there are specific facts about the election. No. We're not talking about you. Want to talk about character?
These guys are on the same side, and they're still politically divided over the Trump administration. All of these people on screen right now don't care for the man. They don't like Donald Trump. The man on the the man on one side and the female on the other, they were both January 6th protest organizers, and now they don't like Donald Trump. The host in the middle, he's MSNBC. He don't like. It's Chris Hayes. He doesn't like Donald Trump, but they still don't get along.
The Dominion stuff. There was.
They've all, in my opinion, are like they've all been tricked. This is trick mentality. They're acting like, some hoes out here, man. They've been tricked by a pimp.
There were tons of ridiculous claims.
The election.
It's trick logic.
About my coverage,
claims.
Which you have not watched.
Joe Biden's the president.
Listen to me. No, I want something more than that. The claim that the election was stolen, that there was widespread manipulation of ballots by either the software makers who ran machines.
That's if DeSantis runs special. If DeSantis runs as like a Republican, maybe, but
in some cases didn't even run the machines. By individuals who are systematically committing fraud on a scale of tens of thousands of votes to alter the outcome. That those are false claims. I'm just trying to establish a shared reality here.
Those specifically are false claims. I think
great.
Democrats.
And he has to say that those election, like the voter fraud involving the machines, the voting machines, those were fake. That's fake news that these people helped propagate. So again, they're both calling each other out for pushing fake news, which again, in my opinion, both sides are guilty of. MSNBC did it. His private website did it. Fox News did it. CNN got in on it.
And Republicans went just real quick because it's important.
We've made so much progress here, Dustin.
Democrats and Republicans, every 4 years, whoever loses, right, then goes on to say, oh, well, it was broken this way and it was broken this way. It's not that there aren't things that aren't broken and should be done better with mail-in balloting, with the way we verify people, the way we make sure everybody has access to voting. There is common ground here.
It wasn't
the problem
stolen.
is partisanly, what we do is the left fights when they lose, the right fights when they lose.
Well,
we should really all
I agree.
in favor of just broadly improving the system.
I think we should have a great system of open franchising, and I don't think that people should carry a lie about a false election or storm a Capitol or attempt to override the votes of the voters, which I think all of us agree on. Dustin and Jennifer, you guys gave me a lot of time tonight.
Or widespread Russian interference.
I wish you well.
I don't know. I don't know about that widespread Russian interference that didn't happen, because it did. And he actually said contrary to that earlier in his own statements. So, yeah, they dropped fake news, admitted to it. It's just bad. Just bad. All the way around. If you're still supporting the dude, if you're still a Trump supporter, in my opinion, you're an ostrich with your head in the sand. If you're out here hella zealous toward anything, you're not listening to what's going on.
Or you're just a chaos agent.
Or you're just an agent of chaos. Or you're one of the mass Russian meddlers. Because I saw that happen. There was the way that the Russians meddled in the election, for sure, that I've seen, was they made all these fake American profiles and were pushing propaganda and crazy conspiracies, But Oof. Let's see here. Jameson says, the fact that there is even a panel over this is stupid. Just indict him under the Brandenburg. Under the Brandenburg test. This is simple stuff. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, Trump obviously... It was organized to be one thing. We just heard that from the organizers. They were going to stay at Ellipse, and then they got told by Trump, all right, now go on down to the Capitol building. That wasn't their plan. That was not their plan. They were tricked into it like little prostitutes by their main daddy, dude. They got daddied into it. And they're still out here using trick logic. They're still going on the news. Even though they're anti-Trump now, they're still tricked. Like a pimp does to a hoe. They can't, think for themselves. Ooh. So wild. We're going to hit a break real quick. Let's see. What do we got? I opened the show, by the way, with the song Into the Wind by Magnus Clausen and Blue Wednesday off the album The Great Escape, available on all streaming platforms. We're going to jump right now to, let's see, for our break, we're going to listen to Healing by Ian Ewing, and it's also available on all streaming platforms. And I'll be right back, guys. You guys just stay buckled in. And we're back. Did you guys miss me? I missed you guys. Jameson says here, even fighting words are unprotected speech. What he did goes well beyond fighting words, referring to Trump and what he said probably any time during his presidency or before or after. Again, in my opinion, the man wasn't applicable to begin with. You know. So there's, let's see. Hop back down here to the news. But yeah, and I still genuinely hold that, you know, if you're, okay, look. We all know the political world is hidden behind the political world is hidden behind the mystique of legalese. And it might sound like I'm the kind of person who is against things being hidden from the layman. What I'm actually an ardent supporter of is a layperson rising above that circumstance and jumping over every hurdle in front of them, not kicking it over. So if the system isn't doing something for you, make it. Not by breaking the crib, climb out of it. Jump over that hurdle, don't kick it down. Don't participate in an attempted insurrection that's antithetical to actually making change happen. And yeah, is our system flawed? Is it lame? Is it behind a class wall? The language is so different? Yeah. But I don't think Donald Trump coming in and breaking the decorum of traditional debate structure is good for anybody in our system, as far along in our system as we are. I think that these things need that's one place in the world where if there's going to be a sense of decorum or, you know, a manner of speaking, a precedent set on a manner of speaking, it needs to be in that situation, particularly in the media. And I think Donald Trump did a really bad job at making change in the system. Let's see here. Jameson says, I thought Mississippi went so far as to ban cursing when in the company of 2 or more people. Yeah. You know, that's what I thought was going on in Mississippi. I thought Mississippi actually had, you can't like actually cuss if there's 2 or more people. Yeah, special. Yeah. See, that's, yeah. The special comes from Mississippi, which is, you know, one of the strangest states in the nation when it comes to litigation and the laws they've kept around. It's it's weird. From a weird spot. My spot's weird too. I think technically you can still legally like beat your wife every like last Sunday of the month or some shit. Like Arkansas has some weird shit kept around, which makes no sense. Hostages kidnapped in Haiti escape captors. The Haiti hostages escaped.
Finally free. A group of 17 Ohio-based missionaries are back home after being held hostage for 2 months in Haiti. Now their church group is sharing the daring escape made by the last 12 of them, including 2 small children. Nick is here to talk more about how they got out. Nick?
The final 12 missionaries who remained captive in Haiti executed a daring plan to escape.
Nick's glasses are sick as shit. He's got the big Larry King frames, but they're turtle shell.
And free themselves from the captors after they say they were nudged by God. A group of Christian missionaries kidnapped in Haiti shared
What sect of Christianity is this? They don't look like your average Christians. That looks like some Pentecostal peoples. Pentecostal? Am I doing that right? I'm not the best with the Christian diversity, but if anybody knows what sect this is, please let me know.
Details of their daring escape from captivity. During a press conference Monday at the Christian Aid Ministry headquarters in Ohio,
Christian
a
Aid
spokesperson
Ministries.
says the group sneaked past numerous guards in the middle of the night last Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
The 12 missionaries said they then walked about 10 miles, carrying 2 young children. After finding someone to help them make a phone call, the Coast Guard rescued them and put the group on a flight back to Florida the same day.
The days were long and agonizing at times, but God has been faithful.
Thank you.
We wanted to do all we could to bring our loved ones home.
The Haitian gang kidnapped the missionaries 2 months ago near Port-au-Prince and demanded millions of dollars in ransom for their release. The Ohio ministry has confirmed a third party paid an unspecified amount, but that payment did not lead to the hostages' freedom. The missionaries say they are thankful the kidnappers did not physically harm them while they were held hostage and credited their faith with bringing them back to the U.S. safely. None of the freed hostages were present at the press conference, and details of the group's account haven't been independently verified by authorities. Adrian?
Well, it's good to just know that they're all back in the United States, out of harm's way. Nick, thank you so much.
Yeah, what sect is Christian Aid Ministries? They looked like Pentecostal or something. They had like the women were in dresses and they had long hair, and the men had beards.
Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to click on the red subscribe button below so you can get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Wild. Uh-oh. Guardy's here.
Well, there's some children that wouldn't have a Merry Christmas.
Oh, this from today.
We're working with the victim and Polk Sheriff.
Suspect broke into Lakeland home, stole Christmas presents. Someone went real world Grinch. Someone went Grinch IRL. They went hammer with it. They got a heart made of coal and they're coming after the Who's. It's a cold night in Whoville. And Guardy's giving a press conference about it. Looks like Lux is about to hop to work or something. So I'm trying to make her laugh a little bit before she bounces, but also this story seems kind of typical Florida. Guardy's been on TV. It feels like all the last 2 weeks, every day for the last 2 weeks, Guardy's come out and been like, "Look, there's a piece of shit in Whoville stealing all the fucking presents. I can't take it." Special guest says, "Oh shit, I totally called it. Christian Aid Ministries, founded in 1981 as a nonprofit organization for Amish, Mennonite, and other conservative Anabaptist groups and individuals. They provide basic needs, food, clothing, medicines, offer self-help resources, supply Bibles and Bible story books, and other Christian literature." Interesting, Special. Interesting. Wild. Let's hear. This is the Guardy be mad about the Grinch.
8 and 11-year-old girl wouldn't have a Merry Christmas is because of this guy.
This piece of shit right here is grinching around. Look, he's got his arms full of presents and shit. Grinching. One thing my mom used to do is, we'd be any denomination if they were doing a gift drive for impoverished people, because I grew up pretty poor. So not to sound like Markiplier, but didn't have a whole lot growing up, and my mom would hustle to make shit happen. You have a good day.
I love you.
I'll see you in a bit. So we've had churches donate presents and stuff, and one year my mother had the car filled with presents for my sister's children, and I was going to bring the presents inside. The children had fallen asleep. I left the back of the trunk open. I brought an armful of presents in. I go back out to get more presents, and there's some Grinch-like motherfucker in the back of my mom's car just rustling through shit. He's smaller than me, so I run up on him like, count away, and this dude just books it. Grabs 2 presents, which I think turned out to be like baby hats for babies, which I hope you got babies that have a cold head or some shit. Babies that need hats right then anyway. But yeah, Grinch-like behavior, dude.
He's a Grinch.
Guardy has no.
We always have.
That was like a thermodynamic miracle. Guardy, tell me more about how he's a Grinch.
I have one, right? There's always one Christmas week that wants me to present them as this year's 2021 Christmas Grinch. Now, obviously, this guy's got eggnog for brains.
He's got eggnog for brains. He's got mistletoe for hair and peppermint twist for thumbnails.
Because
he's got a heart of coal, or whatever the fuck the song is. I don't know this. I don't watch the Grab. I've never really seen the Grab.
At about 7:30 on December the 20th, mom, a single mom, leaves the house. And at 7:47, just a few minutes later, guess who arrives? Old Grinch himself.
Oh, Grinch himself.
Grinch is driving this newer model 4-door dark-colored vehicle. He pulls up, and he goes in and begins to steal packages from under the tree. Okay, eggnog for brains here. Steals the children's gifts. They're only 8 and 11.
Oh, Lord.
In addition to that, you see he's sneaking through the house. Right?
Ooh, look, they got this dude in the most suspicious of poses, too. These photos. Oh, I hope Stan Odie's still with us. Bruh. This is despicable behavior. Why did he crouch in that one so his whole body's in the frame?
Because he's straight sneaking, man. He's got to activate that skill.
He is. He's ninja running.
Mom's having some work done on the house.
Oh, Florida.
He's in sneak mode.
Florida.
And he's sneaking while he's carrying her laptop, her work laptop. He also steals a 36-inch TV. He makes several trips in and out of the house. Well, you say, well, why doesn't the neighbor say something? Well, I wish that they had, but she's had some workers there in and out of the house. Should have been a clue when the dude leaves with the packages. You see, at Christmas time, the way things go, you bring wrapped packages into the house.
Grinch. Title, position, or emotion, says Special, and it's all of the above. If you feel Grinchy enough that you start, like, you know, physically Grinching around, people are going to call you the Grinch. So you've achieved all three, you know. Yeah, these porch thieves are everywhere. We have actually some porch thievery going on in our complex. There's one, I have a neighbor who put a sign up that said, "Thanks to all the theft, please leave my package in the front office. FedEx."
It doesn't matter if they have one of them doorbell cameras, man. They do it anyway. They smile at the cameras and run away.
Oh, dude, yeah, this dude's like almost purposefully being Grinchy. Like he's like, like he's who? Why? Yeah, people standing like goblins, blowing kisses. I've seen people blow kisses at the doorbell cams when they steal shit. I don't give a shit. The cops won't do shit about it. But it sounds like Guardy's gonna catch this dude. You know. But this dude's been in. Has Guardy caught anybody this week? Because it seems like he's spent last week and the 2 days of this week holding press conferences only. Now I realize he's the sheriff and he sends out task forces. But this, he's a lot.
But I guess that
the only thing crazier than Florida criminals is Guardy, like the epitome of Florida sheriff, upset Florida sheriff.
Thought that he was taking the wrapped packages someplace else. Well, in fact,
isn't he Florida? Am I misspeaking? No, yeah, because he's getting covered on WFLA all the time.
He was.
Yeah, he's Florida.
He was stealing them and taking them home with him. We need your help. Just think about this. He stole.
If somebody was like, "No, Kentucky," I'd be like, "Oh."
From that house. Crime Stoppers will pay you
not bad.
$2,500 green cash just to tell us who this dude is.
Not Monopoly money, not purple cash, not pink cash, not blue cash. With green cash money.
That's right. Get another look at him. We're also going to release a video clip. This is called "The Grinch from Christmas 2021 with Eggnog Brain." And we want him in jail. Our goal is to recover the Christmas presents. If not,
this dude just got this criminal. Oh.
Sheriff Charities.
He's gonna end up in county with
Dude, that picture makes him look like he's got eggnog cramps.
Yeah, he's exactly. It looks like he drank too much eggnog. He's looking for the toilet. He's gonna show up to jail with a nickname ready for, like, already built for him. Like, he's gonna show up and be called Eggnog through the rest of, for whatever he has to serve for getting caught for this. I don't know what kind of sentence comes with Grinchin', down dirty Grinchin', but he's definitely obviously guilty of low down dirty Grinchin'.
Victim's mom.
How long of what kind of sentence is that in Florida, Jameson? You think?
Boulevard area, which is East Lakeland. Please call Crime Stoppers. If you recognize this dude, make yourself $2,500, and Crime Stoppers will say Merry Christmas to you.
Well, the first photo where he's like the kind of upward shot where he's holding the photos, or he's holding the presents from the top, that kind of looks like a young ODB. The second one kind of looks like a most deaf was hella cracked out.
Our goal and your goal should be to work with us so that our wonderful detectives will give him a Christmas present. It's called a Polk County Jail ID card. As we book him in and put him in jail for Christmas Day. That's where we want him, in jail for Christmas Day. I appreciate Polk Sheriff Charities and our Polk Sheriff Charity team working together so that we can reconstruct these children's Christmas. They're going to wake up on Christmas with a wonderful Christmas Day present. I want him to wake up in the county jail on Christmas. Give me that for my Christmas present, please.
Wait, hold up, but you're the cop. You're the cop. Why are we giving you criminals for Christmas? Aren't you supposed to arrest criminals all the time? Even on Christmas? What?
He kicked the front door.
Gardy asks too much of the public sometimes. Sometimes he'll come at us hot like, "Hey, will you guys catch this fuck?" And I'm like, what are you being paid for?
Door open. Pull up in front of
we can't find them without y'all. Since the fuck when can't you find somebody without me? Oh, Erica's here. Hug, 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 hug. You can hop in this voice chat if you want, lady. Ain't nothing pressing going on. We can fill some air with some chit chat. We're just watching Gardy go wild out on this Grinch.
Grabbing presents from under the tree.
Someone got caught Grinching.
I understand that he didn't have a sheriff on a shelf, or we'd have been watching out for him that day. So in any event, that's why we need you to help us with Crime Stoppers. We'll put the Grinch in jail. We'll recover the presents. We'll hold him accountable for his outrageous conduct. To steal any time's horrific. To steal from an 8 and 11-year-old child out from under the Christmas tree is horrible.
It's despicable.
The television came from mom's bedroom. The laptop was a business laptop, but the presents all wrapped up in his arms here were the baby's presents for Christmas.
This Grinch stole baby gifts. Little tiny baby gifts.
Wait, who is that?
This is an unknown suspect that Gardy is calling Grinch. Gardy says he is called Grinch 21 with eggnog for brains. That's a direct quote from Gardy. I don't think they have a name on him.
Why do people do this shit?
Oh, steal shit?
Yeah, or like they have fake GoFundMe for cancer and then they don't have cancer, or like they steal toys for like why do people do this shit? I don't.
Yeah, it weirds me out too. People who have nothing fucking going on or are hungry, or I don't know. I know that at the front of our complex, we have people snatching all the time.
I can see food if you're hungry, like that one. I kind of get.
Yeah. Now wrapped gifts. That's a rough one. That doesn't make any sense to me either, really. I shared a story, I think, before you popped in, of a guy who tried to steal some presents from my mom's vehicle one year when we were loading some stuff inside the house. And yeah, I think addiction. I think honestly, addiction and hood rat shit. I think there's a lot of decisions being made for the individual as opposed to
I mean, I did some shitty shit in the throes of my addiction, but I never stole anything from anyone.
Yeah, I've definitely stolen shit when I was an addict, but not wrapped presents for somebody. Not like breaking into someone's house to steal presents. But
yikes.
So I don't know. I kind of understand. I come from kind of a wild family. Like I had said earlier, I'm fairly broke as a kid, so sometimes you feel like, you know, if you're raised impoverished and you see a house full of shit, sometimes you start watering at the mouth as a broke kid.
Yeah, I mean, my dad's a Catholic, and he always said, like, well, if they stole it, they needed it more than you did. And I'm like, yeah, I can live with that, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of that's an interesting form of forgiveness. I like to kind of try to meditate on.
Yeah,
because I'm a grudgeful fuck.
Yeah.
I'm a grudgeful dude, and I kind of like that kind of talk. You know, it's like, oh, he must have needed it more than I did. But this guy, I got a feeling this guy did not need that armful of baby clothes. Unless he got, I mean, you couldn't even check the size. What size is your baby if you even have a baby? Why are you stealing baby presents? That's my thing. Like, I realized he didn't know what was in the boxes.
Maybe they didn't, return it to the store for a store credit and then sell the gift card. I know people that used to do that.
I've had family that does that, but that's trackable as shit nowadays.
Oh.
Yes, and so a lot of people don't do that. You'll see people sell shit on the street now, which is like almost some 70s shit. Like, it's almost like the bootleg trunks have come back. You know what I mean? Someone pop
selling out of the back alleys and whatnot.
Exactly. They pop a trunk and are like, "Hey, what you want? That Cabbage Patch doll? I got you. $5." You know, it's.
I remember when people used to like rip DVDs, like The Dark Knight and shit, and like sell them in Boston because I used to go to school on Newbury Street, and they'd be selling the DVDs.
Yeah. Oh, special.
That was awesome.
Special guest says the new Spider-Man is the best Marvel movie ever. Did you go see it in theaters? You son of a bitch. I
haven't seen it, but another person I know saw it and said it made his whole life.
I haven't seen it yet, but I know I'm gonna tear up because I think the most important thing to me when that Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie came out was the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie. I was invested. That was for my age group. Like, we were pumped. I was a kid. I was dressed like Spider-Man. It was a whole new reason to just kick my sister in the head like I'm a Power Ranger. Whapa! You know? I was so hype. I was
Shot so much silly string at my older brother.
So much silly string.
Yes.
Oh.
Spiderweb.
They don't do those anymore. Not like they used to. I know the last one I got my kiddos were like shot actual string. And then one that shot like Nerf. And I was like, where's the silly string ones? And then I realized, as I was looking for a silly string one, I don't want to find a silly string one.
Yeah, all the parents complained about how hard it was to clean up.
It's a bitch, and it's
it's like a little mark. It leaves like a little stain, almost like donuts do. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Like a grease stain.
I know exactly what you mean. I've had to clean up several hotel rooms as a maintenance man who had just been covered in silly string.
But it's so fun. Yeah. I send my kids outside with it. I'm like, go outside and have a ball.
Yeah.
The poor environment.
Yeah. That's a special guest says, seriously, anyone who has political issues with the Spider-Man movie can just go fuck off. And anyone who knows me knows I pretty much despise the majority of Marvel movies. Yeah, that's a very big thing for Special to say. I know that special guest and I feel like we watched the last Spider-Man movie together. Yes, we did. And I thought that was a really good that's like a John Hughes film. And I thought it was a really good time. I thought the last, what is it, Far From Home? I thought that was really good. It's like almost like Ferris Bueller or like it has a John Hughes vibe to it that really endeared me to that film and that version of Peter Parker. Going back, I almost can't watch the Tobey Maguire ones. When I rewatch a Spider-Man movie, I'm rewatching probably the most recent Spider-Man. I was not a fan of the Andrew Garfield movies. I didn't mind the first one because we had the promise of a second one, and the second Andrew Garfield Spider-Man film was garbage. It was garbage. It was no good. But
no, you know.
The
majority of the Murkies, do they like Marvel or DC?
I would say probably the majority of Murkies are Marvel. I know I'm personally, when it comes... Okay, I'm divided on this because DC is what I like to read. If I'm picking up a back issue of a comic, I'm probably picking up a DC something because I'm picking up something to make me think or to just parallel classic literature that I like. You know, so like one of my favorite back issues of all time is Grant Morrison's run on JLA. There's this run called Rock of Ages. It's great. It's great. If anybody can find those back issues or a trade paperback, it's worth it. I love reading DC comics. Now, when I was going through puberty, though, when I was a kid, Marvel was everything. That's what I bought at the comic shops. I was reading the Marvel stories. Okay. I was there for like World War Hulk and Planet Hulk and all of that, like all of the big Hulk events. I was there where I was there for a lot of cool stuff that ended up happening in the Marvel comics there in the like early 2000s. And yeah, so it really just depends. Like, I'm genuinely split at times. DC makes trash films for the most part, in my opinion. Their animated films are really good. Other than that, I just don't feel like DC has anything. Even there's just nothing to hold a candle to what Marvel's accomplished cinematically. Marvel has done a lot.
I have like a 200-page DC.
Yeah.
It's like, I call it the Bible, but it just has every character, picture of them, and then like a description and like maybe their name before their, you know what I mean? Like, it just has a whole bunch of info. And I love it because there's a lot of stuff that I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, because I didn't per se pick them up as comics, but I started watching the movies later in life. So I'm like, oh, I don't know who, they had, I want to say they might have had X-Men in there too, a couple.
Yeah, right on. You know, there's was a special guest is saying it's he says, dude, Garfield kills it. That's his favorite comic property. He says special guest says he prefers DC because he's enjoyed the film The Joker and the Suicide Squad. However, that's really the only films that I think he's enjoyed out of their modern group of films.
We have watched Suicide Squad in my house so many times. Yeah. That my kids have it memorized word for word.
Yeah, I want to see the new one with James Gunn. I really
enjoyed it.
Yeah, he's referring, I know for a fact, to the new James Gunn one. I liked the original. I liked the one that they did, that first one they did. I know that it's kind of a nightmare, but I liked it. Special guest says no. Andrew Garfield killed it. Oh, you meant Andrew Garfield. I thought you meant Garfield the comic. Oh. He was referring to Andrew Garfield in the new Spider-Man film. He kills it. Dope.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Now, speaking of Garfield, it's the most syndicated animation there is.
It really? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's and that's maybe spoilers, but not really spoilers. That's heavy out right now. Garfield is lied. He is in that film. He is in that film. It sounds really dope. I'm hella pumped to see it. I haven't seen it yet. I think it's only in theaters right now, isn't it?
No spoilers, people.
Yeah.
John B, wherever you are. Not to call you out, buddy.
He's like, hey, so I saw that new Spider-Man, and boop.
Just like drop him out of there.
Like, no.
I know.
I
went and watched Shameless, and I'm like, well, I already know what happens now. So I was all like pouting and shit.
I won't lie, it did take the steam out of, it did take the wind out of my sails for the last season. I was like, I haven't even hopped into the last season yet. I was like, nah.
It's so good, don't worry.
I got things in front of my before it in my list anyway. So I was like, I'll get to it. I'm just moving back down a little bit. Also, I
think they're coming out with a new Avatar movie. I
really
like the first one.
They say that every other year. And I didn't. Here's the thing. I'm not big on that Avatar film. Lazy writing. Unobtainium for a material that you definitely have obtained, and the plan is to obtain more of it. Why is it called unobtainium? That's stupid. That's bad writing. I don't like that. That drove me nuts. Everything else visually, yeah, pretty cool. I wasn't really as...
That's what I was going to say. Visually?
Yeah, visually pretty cool.
I just can't get enough of it.
Yeah, now, I didn't think it was quite the jaw-dropper that everybody else thought it was in theaters. I didn't think it was that innovative or cutting edge. I was like, I don't really see the hype. This is just a damn near a cartoon.
They did 3D in a way that no one had done it.
Oh, gotcha.
That worked better, in my opinion, than any other 3D I had seen.
Gotcha. There's a
I don't know. It's just pleasing to my eyes, right to my brain. I just enjoy it.
yeah. He, and he had ripped a lot off of a pretty obscure 80s comic. I ripped off some things. I mean, the entirety of that visual aesthetic I had seen before. So I was a little mad too. I won't lie. When I saw Avatar, I was like, well, I forget the name of the property. But yeah, no, he had actually, in my opinion, the visual style of that film isn't original. He plagiarized that.
Well, that's shiesty.
Yeah, that's him though. That's Cameron, man. I mean, and I can't, the dude's spending his time getting to the bottom of the ocean, which I commend him for. I prefer him more as some kind of rogue marine biologist more than I do a director. I've probably had more fun watching him in a submarine than I have his films. I don't know why that is, though. He makes incredibly popular films. Again, everybody loved Avatar, but I felt like I must have been the only person in the theater, like, not jaw-dropped.
Oh, probably not. Probably not.
And I didn't say shit for a long time. I was like, yeah, Avatar is great. I didn't freak out like I did Inception. Like, Inception broke me, because I finally broke down and watched it, and then was mad that everybody else got gaslit into thinking it was, like, a really good movie. It's really not a good movie. It's not well written, and it's created from, most of Chris Nolan's shit is created from a place of malice, where he's just trying to gaslight you into thinking he's fucking special. Anyway, like, and he's not. He's just a bad writer that doesn't finish his films.
My husband likes that movie, and every time he's like, "Want to watch Inception?" I'm like, "All right."
Yeah, that's how I feel about Chris Nolan. It's like, all right, put it on. I mean, I will,
but he likes it. Whatever.
Yeah. See, if somebody has, like, I understand someone liking Inception for the visual elements of it. They do some really cool shit with, like, folding a city and shit. Like, that's cool. That's Matrix level innovative and cool, in my opinion. Like that. There's things in Inception that visually impress me more than the visuals of, like, Avatar. But man,
I think they're making another Matrix too. I thought I saw that.
It just came out. It just hit theaters.
Did?
Yes. I watched the premiere. I used to follow Shane Dawson's YouTube channel, right? And Shane Dawson used to have a friend of his on his shows named Garrett. And Garrett ended up working for IGN, and he did some, like, red carpet interviews for the premiere of The Matrix last night. Yeah, so I watched a little bit of that, mostly because I don't really give a fuck about what Shane Dawson has going on right now, but there's people who were attached to that asshole that were really cool. I was like, well, I'll check that out, so I have no interest in seeing the new Matrix. I won't lie, the trailers haven't really impressed me, but I haven't really liked anything that Lana Wachowski has made in the last probably 10 years.
Fair enough.
Lana Wachowski's kind of hit or miss. Keep in mind, this is the lady that brought us Cloud Atlas, and Cloud Atlas is kind of a fever dream. Lana Wachowski, while she was there for, she is an OG Wachowski. It is her property. They made it.
Early, yes, she is. My dog's so. Yay! I know. Crazy ass. What's
too
going
many
on
filters.
in Mark World?
Oh man, not a whole lot. We've been scheming up some content. We're going back to the early morning streams. I think I get a lot more done that way. I can deliver a lot more content to the YouTube channel. And I built the audience 7 a.m. to 11. So 7 a.m., 11 my time, I will be streaming. Might go 10 to 30 later than 7. Might roll later than 11. But I'll be here. I'll be here in those times. That'll be, I think I'm the morning stream guy now.
Yeah.
I think I like it that way. I think it works best for me. I took a break from it the last kind of, few weeks just to get healthier and have some time for myself during Hanukkah. My plan was to stream through Hanukkah, but I took a break from Twitch. It got so anti-Semitic. Like, I was literally being attacked for trying to celebrate Hanukkah.
Yeah, that was fudged up.
So I just bounced. I just changed things up for a little bit, streamed later in the day, and now I'm back.
The beauty, like you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, exactly. And with a lot of help from the Queen, Lux. I'd read an astrology thing that I thought was funny because I had a lack of ideas. I don't really get writer's block all that often, and I didn't necessarily have writer's block. I was kind of looking for something to do with the daily stream and what necessarily it would become. And my astrology chart, my astrology app said, you need to just wait and let that shit come naturally. Quit trying to force shit. And I was like, word. So I just took it easy. And then Lux, for some reason, when I said that out loud, remembered that. And every time I would try to force something, she would distract me. And we would go do something else or just relax and hang out. And sure enough, I realized what it is I need to do, which is go back to my morning schedule and just keep grinding.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for the first of the year. We've started doing some edited content again, which is another thing about the morning schedule. I'm able to do a lot more in the back end.
Right.
I'm able to actually edit because I do all the editing myself, and it can be a lot. So we're going to do weekly reviews, and I'm going to start clipping things from the show, and then when I feel like it, I'll start filming some rants. And so we'll have a rants playlist, like of clips from the show, and then a reviews playlist full of reviews.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Also makes the...
Did you ever... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. I was going to say it also makes my advertisers happy. That's nice, Get back on the edited content.
I was going to say, did you ever check out Tiger King?
Ooh.
The new one.
We did, and Lux and I have had a hard time deciding how we're going to review it and where we're going to put it. We are either going to do one long review of the series in its entirety, including the 2 new editions that Netflix put up this last month, or
I watched it.
Or we're going to break it down. We're going to do like a review of just the Doc Antle series, because I don't know if season 2 is even worth reviewing of Tiger King.
I know. I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot. I'll be honest. It's just I don't know if it's necessarily worth.
But we already knew the story. We already knew.
Yeah, it's almost.
I was watching it. It was just like a refresher, I guess, is what I would call it.
Yeah, like a refresher, and they kind of do like a where are they now, but it's almost formatted like it's already a YouTube review of Tiger King. So I was like, all right, well, I probably won't do season 2, but the Doc Antle one, Lux didn't find it that impressive. I found some of the information pretty jaw-dropping, and I know I could probably rant for a while about Doc Antle, but we're going to either do a review of the Doc Antle series or we're going to do a rant about Doc Antle, one of the two. And I'd like to do probably a rant, just because the Doc Antle stuff gets so crazy. He's so out there. Doc Antle's such a despicable male that he makes me look at some of the behavior some of my behaviors as a male. It makes me change them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he makes me not want to have a mustache. He was so sketchy as a youth. What?
Oh, I just got a car warranty call. My warranty is going to become voided.
Oh. Wait, what?
What? Doc Angel is a professional manipulator.
I think I just got some tea in a text, but I'm not sure what it's actually.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh. Who even was that person?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Lux messaged me some tea from her old workplace, and I was like, there's one character that showed up in this text. I was like, I don't know what we're talking about.
It's all good.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. There's that guy. Damn. Wild. Well, we got 3 minutes left, and Gardy talking about the Grinch. Should we check out the rest of I got it screen shared here. Gardy's
We have
grinching.
every reason to believe that. Keep in
He's
mind,
on
there are
one.
people in and out doing some work. So we don't know if it's a friend of a friend or a friend of an employee. We'll be following all of that up. Our detectives are working, but arresting him is one thing. Trying to recover the presents at this time, usually that's very difficult. That's why our charity is not waiting to see if we can recover the presents. We're going to make the children whole for Christmas, because that's what Santa Claus wants.
What?
Santa Claus wants children to have presents on Christmas, and they are in Polk County. And
Say
I'm asking
word,
the
Gardy?
community to give Grady Judd a Christmas present. This guy, I want him in jail on
I
Christmas.
got him grinching. Erica, you see it? You see that photo of him low down, just dirty grinching? Let me back up a little bit. You're gonna really like this one, actually. Let's just rewatch this, Erica. I'm glad you're here.
Me too. I missed this so much.
You're
But we're
gonna.
working with the victim.
You know how he gets. You know how Gardy gets fired up. Grady, Gardy, am I saying it wrong? Whatever.
8 and 11-year-old girl wouldn't have a Merry Christmas.
Homie from Polk County.
Is because of this guy. He's a Grinch. We always have to have one, right? There's always one Christmas week that wants me to present them as this year's 2021 Christmas Grinch.
The way he does it. He's just like, there's always one of you motherfuckers out there who wants to get fucking called out for being the grinchiest motherfucker in Whoville. Like,
Now, obviously, this guy's got eggnog.
yes, Doc Antle is a professional manipulator, says special guest. He is.
We have video of him breaking into this house.
I like the wrapping
Let me
paper.
tell you what happened.
Right?
At about 7:30 on December the 20th, Mom, a single mom, leaves the house.
Sad story.
And at 7:47,
I love the Grinch though. I like the Jim Carrey version and the cartoon version. The like newer cartoon version.
See, I haven't seen the newer cartoon version, but I have a friend who worked on the sound. He did the mixing for it, and I've been meaning to check it out. Sorry, homie, I haven't seen it yet, but you haven't sent me like a copy either, so you know, whatever. It's cool.
It's nice. It's a nice like, you know, not like fresh take, but like what do they call it? Like, you know, newer generation.
Yeah, okay. Is there a bunch of Tyler the Creator music in it?
Is there what?
Is there like a bunch of Tyler the Creator music in it? The rapper?
I don't know. I don't know what kind.
Well, I was looking through Tyler the Creator's discography the other day because I heard a new track of his that kind of it made my ear perk up, right? And in his discography, I saw what looked like the soundtrack to the new Grinch movie, and I was very confused. Special guest says, I want the Grinch and the Lorax to create some sort of Seuss version of the A-Team. Oh, snap.
It looks like he has one song in there.
Okay, so he has a track in it. That's why it showed up on his Discog. Okay.
He was the first rapper that I heard that had a song without a beat to it.
Whoa. You know, Tyler will do that.
I don't remember the name of the song, but I want to say it was on Yonkers or Yoinkers or whatever that one's called.
No, the very first track on it's either Yonkers or Bastard. I know what you're talking about. It's just piano.
Bastard, that's the one.
Yeah, it's that first track on Bastard. It's just bum, 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 dun, bum, bum, bum on the piano. Like it's literally just the low end chords of a piano. I know what you're talking about.
That's the one.
Yeah, when I was looking through the Discog, that's the record I normally put on. That track in particular, that's
same here.
Yeah, really good, really good. And again, I'm impressed for the same reason, Justin. Like, there's no beat to that track; it's just piano.
I was so confused the first time I heard it.
Like you wait for the beat to drop, and it never does. But you're still like it finds he found a new way to hook you by the end of it is what's impressive about it to me. Because anybody can make a beat where the beat doesn't drop, but the way he did that, it turns into this like I'm fucking crazy at the piano kind of song. Like it's yeah, so good.
it caught my attention more than any of his songs with a beat. So
Yeah. No, for real. Oof. Back on the Grinch though. I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna play this back through. If you got him smoking, Erica, check this out. His energy. It's just his energy.
Oh gosh.
Grinch is driving this newer model 4-door dark colored vehicle.
Nicer than what the Grinch traditionally drives, by the way.
He pulls up and he goes in and begins to steal packages from under the tree.
Grinch.
Okay, eggnog for brains here.
Eggnog for brains.
Steals the children's gifts. They're only 8 and 11.
Look, I think Graf said it. They're gonna hit it. They're gonna hit you. He's gonna hit you with a side profile photo of this guy, Erica, that looks like he got eggnog bowels.
In addition
You'll
to
see.
that,
Check this out. Here he is.
he's sneaking through the house.
Got the poop
right?
squats.
He's in the house. If you notice that plastic in the background, Mom's having some work done on the house.
They got you, dog.
But he's in the sneak mode, you know? And he's sneaking while he's carrying her laptop, her work laptop. He
That's
also steals a 36-inch
provided by the state,
TV.
bruh.
He makes several trips in and out of the house. Well, you say, well, why doesn't the neighbor say something? Well, I wish that they had, but she's had some workers there in and out of the house. Should have been a clue when the dude leaves with the packages. You see, at Christmas time, the way things go, you bring wrapped packages into the house. But I guess that they might have thought that he was taking the wrapped packages someplace else. Well, in fact, he was. He was stealing them and taking them home with him. We need your help. Just think about this. He stole $1,600 worth of items from that house. Crime Stoppers will pay you $2,500 green cash just to tell us who this dude is. That's
Green
right.
cash? Why not yellow?
Because this ain't Monopoly, girl. We're giving you cash as green as the Grinch's fur itself. Real cash dollars. All of it. Money in the bank. You want it? You hungry for a stimulus? How about y'all do the police work for me? That's what I love about it. I made this point earlier, but Erica, I love how dude ends his press conferences most of the time with, all right, now please bring him to me, public. We're like, bitch, we're not cops. What are you talking about? Go catch him, babies. What? Do you not? You know you're not talking to cops, right? You're talking to the public.
Get another look at him. We're also going to release a video.
Like, oh, I know who I'm talking to,
This
Buttercup.
is called The Grinch.
Butternuts.
Butternuts. He called me something like dumb nuts.
And we want him in jail.
This dumb nuts talking about me on the YouTube. When I was a kid, the internet was something we put in our swim trunks.
Our goal is to recover the Christmas presents. If not,
He really is flanking like the Grinch.
Look at him. Yeah, he's grinching. Low down, dirty grinching.
But if you saw something suspicious,
You're a mean one, Jerome. You stole my auntie's shit. Look at that. Nobody's going to bring up, too, that he didn't just steal from this home. This home is obviously under massive renovations. Look at that plastic curtain there. This dude's an asshole.
in the Longfellow Boulevard area, which is East Lakeland,
Brokeness.
please call Crime
And he's
Stoppers.
broke.
If you recognize this dude, make yourself $2,500, and Crime Stoppers will say,
It'd be really weird if on the other side of this crime, there's just a kid opening a bunch of presents that are not even for. Like, there's just a kid who's like, the fuck? Did you steal these, Dad? And he's like, no, I bought those. He's like, you bought me an infant's playset? He's like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, I did. You don't like that? We can take it.
I bet you
He's the new Barbie house, Dad.
I really think he pawned them or like sold them on the street, like you said.
Yeah, he's flipping these, or he straight up knew a dope dealer that would take it for something, whatever he's into.
I've known some of those.
Yeah. Hey, back before weed was legal, far out of the statute of limitations now, when I was a minor and selling weed, Yeah, I might take you up on the food stamp deal.
Yeah, people used to do that all the time.
I might. Yeah, you let me bum some money off that food stamp card. I might give you something. You know, I took shit like that all the time. But that was really my only. That was as low as I would go, like food stamps, because I had like in the whole family. Best sound like Markiplier talking about toys when he was a kid. Like, well, I didn't have anything growing up. It's because I had a bunch of babies around all the time. Had to keep them fed, you know. Like, fuck yeah. And I also eat a lot myself.
And your goal should be to work
All right, I'm going to listen for a minute. I'm going to do my dishes. I don't think y'all want to hear that.
Oh,
we'll give him a Christmas present.
Talk to you in a bit. It was great to hear from you, Erica.
You too.
Hey, and happy holidays. Right on. Happy holidays if you don't pop back in before I hop out.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Polk County Jail ID card as we book him in and put him in jail for Christmas Day.
It's all Gardy wants. It's all he wants. Grady? Gardy? Am I fucking his name?
In jail
What's his
for
name?
Christmas Day. I appreciate Polk Sheriff Charities and our Polk Sheriff Charity team working together so that we can reconstruct these children's Christmas. They're going to wake up on Christmas with a wonderful.
The jury has been deliberating for over 9 hours now, and they have not asked a single question. Sometimes we get a little clue as to what the jury is thinking based on a question that they asked. Remember that Holmes is facing 2 counts.
Whoa. The jury is in deliberation for the Potter case. They're in deliberation for the Maxwell case. And there's a jury in deliberation for U.S. versus Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes was the founder of Theranos, and Bill Clinton once said she's like a female Steve Jobs, but it turned out to all be a fraud. It's all a fraud. She has 11 counts against her. She's got conspiracy to defraud Theranos investors, conspiracy to defraud Theranos patients, wire fraud against Theranos investors, 6 counts, wire fraud against Theranos patients, 3 counts. She was, yeah, it's gonna get crazy.
Counts of conspiracy to commit
yeah, $1,500 a month for food. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about, Sean.
The amount that she's accused of defrauding the investors ranges from $100,000.
Sean, I could cap that. I could add another $1,000 to that easy in a month, dude. I could eat.
Dollars to $100 million, which Betsy DeVos and her family invested. As far as when we'll get a verdict, well, that's
get hungry as fuck.
Legal analysts tell me that while it's surprising, we have.
Dude, special guest will tell you too. My kids blow through a house. They eat all the snacks. If my sister's with them, she eats some snacks too. And that's like 5 people eating some snacks.
Haven't gotten any question from the jurors so far. It could simply just mean that they understand all the evidence they have in front of them and they're going through it count by count. Now, we have not seen Elizabeth Holmes here at the courthouse today. I'm told that she's staying at a nearby hotel with her family. And as far as a verdict, well, I ran into her defense attorney at Starbucks this morning. He told me that juries are extremely unpredictable and that they're preparing for anything.
What a serendipitous moment for her. She bumped into.
Just ran into? You mean stalked?
Yeah, you mean followed to or had a planned meeting with the dude at Starbucks? Or maybe it really was a coincidence. Maybe there's just one hella close Starbucks. And she's like, nah, I remember his face. She just walked up to him and was like, hey. And he was like, well, what's up, girl? And she was like, tell me about the case you're on. He's like, fuck. Juries are unpredictable. Leave.
I just assume they're stalking when this kind of crap happens.
Yeah. Right? Like, I happened to bump into him at a steakhouse in the middle of the night. Like, why were you there?
One of the main points, I mean, the jury has to sift through, because I think, Yasmin, what people across the country want to understand is really why this case is meaningful, why everyone is focusing on this case. What could it mean in terms of other companies there in Silicon Valley?
Right. So this This jury is looking at nearly 4 months of testimony from 32 witnesses, from Theranos insiders, employees, General James Mattis, investors, patients. This jury heard from one patient who said that she was given a result that said she was miscarrying her child when in fact she was having a healthy baby and delivered a healthy baby. Another patient took the stand and said she was given a false positive HIV test, and it sent her into a spiral. These are real people who were given misleading results, and real investors who say that they were swindled out of hundreds of millions of dollars. So whatever the verdict is, whether it's guilty, not guilty, or mixed, it is 100% going to send some kind of message to other startups, other entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, don't fucking lie. The Theranos story is pretty nutty.
Meanwhile, conspiracy theorist and radio host Alex Jones is trying to avoid an appearance on Capitol Hill.
Uncle Alex is in the news, guys. Oh no.
Jones is suing the January 6th committee just ahead of his deposition on January 10th.
Hell yeah, he should, because we heard today on MSNBC from the protest organizers that it was President Trump that told them to go to the fucking Capitol. And I didn't hear them name drop Alex Jones, and I'm a little tired of the government constantly trying to sue this man. Is Alex Jones crazy? Yes, we all know that. That's why we should leave him alone and let him keep streaming. Just keep streaming. Let him talk himself. Let him talk. That's what Alex Jones does. That's all he does is talk. He's not harming anybody, in my opinion.
ABC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is here to help.
He destroys his own credibility with every broadcast he has. That's the whole point of, that's the importance of Alex Jones. You need characters like that to, when you have someone like that destroying their credibility every broadcast next to somebody who builds their credibility with every broadcast, suddenly you have perspective on what's ingestible and what might be true. When you start censoring the man and making him taboo and making his information hard to get to or behind a paywall, you sensationalize it.
Help us understand exactly.
So leave Alex Jones alone.
What is Jones's argument? It sounds like he's saying the committee doesn't actually have the authority to subpoena him, and that if he has to go,
snatch this from Erica real quick.
So where do things go?
Let me check this out, lady.
Well, you're right. I think at its core, this lawsuit is an attempt to block the committee from getting his phone records and requiring him to give a deposition next month. But it's a broader...
Justin, special guest, just said in the text chat, Alex Jones is built like a gigantic Danny DeVito. And that's so funny.
...attack than that. It claims the committee
That's
can't
probably the
legally
truest
do
thing I've heard all
anything
day.
because it
It's so true.
House rules. And he makes several...
He's built like a dude that loves pierogies, more than most people. He's like, pierogi, sausage, pierogies. Oh. Okay, we'll check this out here in just a second. Got a little bit, hopefully a Summer Wells update, man. She's been gone for a minute.
Some of these would appear to have been already foreclosed by the D.C. Court of Appeals. It ruled in the separate lawsuit over President Trump's White House records that the committee does have a legitimate need to acquire information as it looks into the causes of the Capitol riot.
Owen Schroyer is the gentleman in the back here in the cowboy hat. And he found out he had a warrant for his arrest live on air on InfoWars, and it was hilarious. I played it on the stream probably more than a month ago. But guys, Christy, we sure did see the earthquake in Cali. Again, shout out all my Humboldt County friends. You probably aren't seeing this until well after the fact because you're on the mountain right now, but I hope everything's okay up there.
Jones is not alone here, of course. Several people have asked to
Owen
provide
Schroyer
documents or testimony.
looks silly as hell.
Phone records have been subpoenaed, have also filed lawsuits. Mark Meadows, for example, the former White House chief of staff. John Eastman, the lawyer who tried to exert pressure on Vice President Pence to disrupt the electoral vote count. And Ali Alexander, the founder of the Stop the Steal movement, just for example.
Can we talk, though, about that evidence? You referenced the evidence. What is it, Pete? I mean, what sort of prompted the committee to say that they could subpoena Jones?
Well, he's made several statements on his radio interview show about how things were going to be wild at the Capitol. He helped to organize the march up to the Capitol. So the committee wants to know what, and I think the best way to think of this is not to think of it as evidence, because that would be normally what you think of for a court. They've got questions. I think they've got questions given his statements, given his actions. They want to know more about what he did and what effect it may have had.
All right, NBC's Pete Williams for us there. Pete, thank you so much.
You bet.
And the truth is out there, or at least it could be. We're learning about a new government office that will be dedicated solely to investigating UFOs. Here's NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz with more.
Hey there, yeah, this might...
They're going hot from Alex Jones to UFOs. They're like, fuck you, Alex Jones. We'll do our own conspiracy shit, dude. We don't even need you as a species anymore. And this is rough.
Sound outlandish, but buried in the more than...
That old Bill Hicks nose job is holding up, by the way. Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. If anybody hasn't pieced that together yet, Alex Jones and Bill Hicks, same person.
1,000 pages of a Defense Authorization Act. There's this call for a new government program dedicated to investigating UFOs, and their scope is
open Hollywood secret at this point.
From a rapid response to sightings to investigating cases where people say they were injured after encounters.
If the X-Files were real life, this would be the part where Mulder and Scully get some new offices.
These bitches better not play so much of this theme song I get booted for it.
What else could they be?
Cause you know what? I'll talk over a good chunk of it. I see you guys sampling the X-Files because you're allowed to.
With the formation of a permanent
I'm not.
tasked with investigating unidentified aerial phenomenon, also known as UFOs.
If there's a reported incident, now there's a requirement for us to react to that information and go and collect that information.
I once had a very sweet resident. When I was an on-site maintenance man for an apartment complex, I had a very sweet Indian fellow ask me. We talk for hours sometimes. He asked me one time if I believed in UFOs. And I was like, what the fuck is an UFO? It took me forever to realize he was talking about UFOs because he was pronouncing UFO. And it was adorable. It was adorable. It was so...
Seems like everyone not from America pronounces it that way.
They say UFO. It's so fucking interesting. Like, it... Yeah, so now when I see UFO, I can't help but, like, kind of crack a smile and think about my homeboy. That it cracked me up.
Information. It's all part of a bipartisan-backed amendment buried in the National Defense Authorization Act, spearheaded by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
I really see this as trying to know what is knowable and not having a head in the sand perspective on this. These are serious issues of national security and technology that we should know about.
The effort calls on a rapid response to new UAP cases, sharing information with other countries, briefing Congress on whether these might be foreign adversaries or something else, and even promising to look into cases where service members say they might have suffered health effects after encountering unknown phenomenon. In the past, those kind of...
See, that's what I'm interested in, is how many people are like radiation sick after dealing with like an UFO. You know what I mean? Like, does this actually affect you physically? An UFO? Because, See, special guest says, does anyone else notice that Harry Potter theme is just the Leave It to Beaver theme at 3/4 speed and key shifted into a minor key? Special guest, there's actually a lot going. I'll break this down sometime. We'll probably save this for a rant. It's a classic John Williams score. John Williams, he likes to... It's okay. There's things in... I forget which planet from the planets he's kind of aping for the Harry Potter theme, but there's actually some genuine kind of homage. There's a reason it sounds like that to you. He's doing that on purpose. Like there's a little bit of the Leave It to Beaver theme. It's meant to imply a juvenile sense of wonder. That's why it's in a minor key, because it's a magical dark story in a castle. It's interesting. I thought it was an interesting composition to piece together special. Sorry, went off the rails, clean off of UFOs. I want to know. I do genuinely want to know how many military servicemen have encountered an UFO and then like a growth shows up, or they have cancer, or they have burns or something. I've seen all kinds of stuff on Unsolved Mysteries back in the day.
reports were late-night fodder parodied by Hollywood
Yeah.
or Saturday Night Live.
I was wrapped in like a robe made out of warm,
That's fucking SNL, dude.
glowing energy.
They're going hammer with this. They're trying to make sure people can't replicate their UFO coverage. That's weird. You know, they're playing just enough of it too to get you copyright. That's NBC
The
fucking
highest levels
content.
of academia seem to be taking
The news is being weird today.
UFOs much more seriously. One Stanford looking at the brain scans of some service members who say they've encountered UFOs. Meanwhile, at Harvard, the focus is on the skies. Astrophysics professor Avi Loeb co-founding the Galileo
special.
project to invest in high-tech telescopes, infrared cameras, and specialized AI software, hoping to collect scientific data on the kinds of mysterious objects that have been spotted by fighter pilots who say they seem to break the laws of physics.
The answer to this question will have huge implications for the future of humanity. It will affect our aspirations for space, and it basically affects each and every aspect of human life here on Earth.
And when it comes to funding, we know this office is tied to the $770 billion defense bill, but no word just yet on how much is going to go to the new UFO team. But the team at Harvard is hoping to raise a total of about $100 million for their research. And the professor told me that he's hoping that a couple of the richest men in the world might pitch in, especially considering that Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are already pouring billions into their race to make our species interplanetary. He thinks, what's another couple billion to see if anyone else is already out there, right? Back to you.
That's NBC's Gotti Schwartz report.
I don't. Should the private sector be the one looking up UFOs, or should we? I still say we need to search the ocean for that shit, because especially because I mean the camp between it being upper atmosphere spy planes and UFOs that expose them to radiation is pretty split. Yeah. Special guest. That said, I think Russia, China, the U.S., and the Yaquis probably all have UFO vehicles. I feel the same way. I think I normally stray away from aliens. I think space is a vacuumous, hellish death hole. It isn't quite the mystified potential petri dish that we think it is. And I think a lot of what we experience here is terrestrial in origin. All of it. I think all of it's terrestrial in origin. It's just who is doing it and why are they doing it and where is it coming from. Part of me speculates that maybe there's, something we would consider grays, a whole different, species of bipedal, hyper-intelligent.
Cave people,
Yeah, they're either under, in the not necessarily hollow earth theory, but, the same technology you'd need to breach from the vacuum of space into Earth's atmosphere, you would also need, you could use to breach the ocean to Earth's atmosphere. This is just inter-atmospheric travel we're talking about, and these vehicles have an ease in doing that is alarming, and to me makes the most sense in the form of you see them around the ocean 99% of the time. I think they're coming in and out of the ocean. I think there's something underneath there.
And places where there are large caves and mine systems.
In places where there are large cave and mine systems. And those might even dip into some underwater nonsense. Normally when those are closed off, it's because they're flooded or whatever, but these vehicles could potentially just use that like a subway tunnel. Especially one that's flooded. They could just pop down into it. Huh. I wonder. I always wondered about this. There's a lot of water on the planet. And we've only, we only occupy, the land mass of, we're talking about the planet's surface is what, 10% of the planet's surface? So 90% of the planet's, mass we haven't actually explored or know much about. But we have no problem sending our tax dollars and our expensive exploration equipment into space instead. It seems like this feels like some hoe logic. This feels like trick logic.
Something don't add up.
This feels like they've got me wrapped up in some trick logic, and I don't like being hoed out. You know what I mean? I don't like it when a pimp has tricked me. And that's how I feel like I'm being treated by NASA sometimes. Hey, you fucking doing my tax dollars, dude. Where's my shit really going? I don't think it's going to fucking space. Not all of it. Special guest says, I think they figure we are more ready for nukes than the ability to control and thus weaponize gravity. Oh, that'd be wild. Special guest goes on to say, I mean, fuck, we only got the internet for public use in 92 to 94 area. Before that, it was around in many forms, even in the 60s. Yeah! Al Gore tries to say he created it, but he didn't create it. It's been around for a long time. Closed computer networks have been around for a while.
In the armed forces. Up next, what it means for our soldiers.
Yeah, we covered that with the Oh, they're calling it the extremist purge. That's ominous. Ominous as all hell.
Part of. So then what it does do, it
Weird.
does define extremist
Sorry, a little indigestion this morning.
behavior. So that's what's new here. Now, this policy hasn't been updated since 2012. What's happened since then? Well, we've had an explosion of social media in the last decade or so. So you mentioned January 6th. When Secretary Austin became the Secretary of Defense, it was within literally weeks of the January 6th insurrection on the Capitol.
Video sped up, or is
he
she just
said,
talking?
we need to get a handle
She's
on
talking
this
that
problem.
fast.
Is this even
She's talking that fast. Let me double check, because that's how I
We
felt
got
too.
Wine mom at first and meth mom on the second video.
Yeah, playback speed normal. This lady's just look. There's actually an issue within the like the mainstream news, like the printed press right now. A lot of writers are Adderall addicts in a bad way. Like they're abusing Adderall to kind of meet their deadlines and stuff, and kind of grind content. And let's hope she's not caught up in some Adderall, because that shit seems like, if you like a lot of, you can cop a prescription to it fairly easy, but if you don't take it as prescribed by the person who diagnosed you with something that requires it, you're just doing speed. You're just on speed. And she kind of sounds like she's on some speed.
a problem of extremism in the military. They set out this new review, and this new policy, or really what is an updated policy, is what came out of it. But it's really important to point out here, there were a lot of...
As Erica asked, what does it do? Are you talking about Adderall? It's functionally, it's speed. In this, I forget what technical methyl compound it is, but it is a methyl-included compound, chemical compound, made by pharmaceutical companies, and it's supposed to help people with ADD, ADHD focus, and it does. It does when it's in small amounts. Now, I don't advocate anybody specifically go try to get Adderall, but yeah, it's amphetamines.
Unless told to do so by your doctor that you have a relationship with.
Yeah, that really tells you, and So if you don't need it, what does it do? Everything that meth does. I've taken it and I don't need it, and it makes me crack the fuck out. I could take 3 SATs in a row, steal a car, sell my grandma's teeth. I fucking feel like I'm on meth. I grind my teeth. My eyes get all big.
I just did like 3 days of housework in like one day.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my uppers bone is connected to my felonies bone. So I try to stay away from things like that. Even when I was younger, I didn't do a lot of stuff like that. I think I have a couple of times to get through a shift at the college, but that was when I was younger. Might pop one of those just to get through it. But it's also incredibly bad for your heart if you abuse it. Adderall in particular. I mean, methamphetamine, yes, that's bad for your entire body. It'll pickle you and kill your ass, or keep you alive looking like the Crypt Keeper till you're visually 200 years old, and when you die, everyone will be confused because you look 200 but you were 45. Yeah. It's a hell of a drug. It's a horrible drug, and the pharmaceutical companies got in on it in a big way with Adderall, and it's affecting the writers in mainstream media. And sometimes I can almost tell someone's gacked out when I read an article nowadays. Sometimes I'll be on something not even politically related, something like comicbook.com, and I can tell that the person who wrote that article was geeked when they wrote it. There's typos. It's written hella fast. It was posted hella fast. They edited it themselves, and obviously pushed the people to be able to post it really fast, which, in my opinion, really devalues comicbook.com at the end of the day. Special guest also brings up other symptoms of Adderall or amphetamine abuse. That's, replaces your urge to eat and drink, so people starve and dehydrate themselves as a way of life. Yeah, they do. They do. You see, that's why they look like that. That's why they age so fast. It's dehydration and starvation. You're literally a rat in an experiment. You will choose amphetamines over food if given the option.
A lot of us were watching to see if we would get a sense of like a number of groups, of any kinds of groups that would be identified. They did not do it here, but they do
incredibly
really
dangerous
define
chemical.
What kind of behaviors or activities, particularly in the social media realm, are against the
Oh yeah, we're getting back to extremism in the Pentagon. I want to see NBC's take on it right now.
and can be punishable if you're a member of the military.
I still don't know how I feel about kind of fascistic sweeping belief control within the military, because I mean, yes, you can self-radicalize, and they in the press conference, the guy said specifically, we're going to focus on extremist behaviors and actions, not how people think. Like, we're going to go off of what, like, things that happen, which is nice, but also scary.
When you say it's punishable, what are the consequences? I mean, how is the Pentagon really going to make sure that those rules you just outlined are in fact followed?
So it's actually going to end up being up to the commanders. And this is one of the things about this policy that I've heard is very popular among the uniform members of the military. Because it's I mean, look, this is going to be very difficult. Many of these will literally be a case-by-case basis scenario. So, for instance, let's say a member of the military sees some sort of an extremist post on social media and likes it. Well, is that an endorsement? Is that of extremist behavior? Well, that's going to be up to that individual's commander to talk to them, to find out their thinking, and then to determine whether that's something that could be punishable. And it's really important to
be handled by commanders. See, I don't like that either. This sounds like it's going to be corrupted as all fuck, and you're going to have like everybody under that commander is going to be of one belief system. They're kind of building what sounds like to me an infrastructure that could grow into good old boys clubs really fast. Really, really fast.
To point out, something like
this
that
sounds dangerous to do.
Could be punishable for that individual. So simply liking a tweet or something on Facebook or something can actually lead to a member of the military being punished, depending on, up to the commander's purview. So there's a lot of room for discretion here among the
Oh, so this is a Chinese tactic, says special guest.
Individual commanders. But again, that's something that I've heard from the uniform people I've been speaking to is very popular among them.
That's interesting. I'm interested to see how that sort of discussion
this is why it's
plays
terrifying to
out,
me too.
commanders.
Special. This does seem like what's going on in China. And again, China religion isn't allowed there. You have people who are executed for participating in Catholicism in an underground, rogue kind of cowboy sect under the table recognized by the Vatican. And that's horrible. That breaks my heart. I don't think anybody should be persecuted for what they believe, and I don't think I think this should be handled, this extremism issue, and like special guest pointed out, it's obviously to kick out or shore up the military and get the Trump sympathizers out because we had an insurrection attempt. So I understand, but this feels like a awfully fascistic way to do it, and the language behind it kind of scares me.
Courtney Cuby for us there, live from the Pentagon. Courtney, thank you. Tensions are rising between the U.S. and Iran. Military leaders in the Biden administration are concerned that the new year could present a major flashpoint. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce has been following the story and joins us now. Dan, why now? What is prompting this new concern about Iran going into 2022?
Yeah, well, the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq.
Say China might have their own Epstein special? Ooh. That's wild. Yeah. The special guest says, well, now you're going to have to deal with the police and military falling out of solidarity, which isn't going to be helpful if they have to work with the National Guard. Wild, yeah. That's very true about the last story. Yeah.
Should be completely out of Iraq in the new year. So that is part of what's going on here, and there's an expectation that they may stir up some trouble and even launch some attacks near or at U.S. forces or U.S. personnel in Iraq or in Syria. And there's also the anniversary of the assassination of General Soleimani, which took place, of course, under the Trump administration. And that is a sensitive issue for those Shiite militias that are backed by Iran. So they're expecting potential trouble in the new year. And there was also an incident in October when a U.S. outpost in southern Syria came under attack from some drones that were carrying explosives. Luckily, there was advance warning, and there were no U.S. troops injured. But they're clearly on the watch for something.
Dan, you know, when you talk about sort of this expectation, do both the Pentagon and the White House have a plan to actually deal with any of this potential violence?
Well, there's plenty of contingency plans. They're not going to specify them publicly, but there's also some debate inside the administration how to respond to some of these provocative acts that have been blamed on Iran or its proxies. So, for example, when that base in southern Syria came under attack in October, afterwards there was some discussion how the U.S. should respond, and there were military options that were debated. Officials told NBC News. But in the end, the White House chose to deliver a message to Iran and say, don't do this again or there will be consequences. So it's...
Yeah, I think we're going to get into a little proxy war with Iran. That's how it sounds like to me. Let's check out. We got here what looks like a story about like the Chinese version of a Jeffrey Epstein.
Shanghai had an ongoing sex blackmail ring for nearly 20 years. Chinese officials covered it up because they were in on it. And now, Chinese censorship won't let anyone talk about it.
Whoa! That's wild. This guy's intro is a little wild too. So, ensnared a ton of politicians. Xiao Faisheng, yeah, okay.
I'm Chris Chappell. This episode is sponsored by Surfshark. You should be using a VPN like
Oh,
to protect yourself.
it's a daily show. Hey, no, y'all don't use Surfshark. Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN sponsors this show, and there's a link in the description to prove it. Shout out Atlas VPN.
Mansion.
Fuck you, Surfshark.
Six-story building located in Shanghai's Yangtze.
I'll know you, Surfshark.
I know it doesn't look like much of a mansion, and it gets worse from here.
Oh.
As reports describe it, the Little Red Mansion is a place where a small tailor flourished and dozens of women's nightmares began.
Oh. Oh, man. That's horrible. She's running a brothel.
The tailor's name is Zhao Fuqiang. Zhao came from a small county in Jiangsu province. In 2000, he moved to Shanghai to fulfill his China dream, becoming a tailor and a pimp.
Ah. Yeah, he's adorable, this guy.
Very abusive pimp. In Shanghai, he opened 2 hair salons, except they weren't really hair salons. They were fronts for prostitution.
Yeah, like the massage parlors and stuff. What's up? Yeah. Ooh. That's crazy special. He would have women working in brothels through blackmail. He'd blackmail you into working in a brothel. Trick logic, getting tricked into having to do stuff. And if they were to get blackmailed with those photos, the Chinese government might kill him or whatever. Dude, this dude.
And a blow dry, then you should leave.
It's bad.
Taylor turned pimp Zhao Fuqiang recruited young girls through his wife, who worked as a dance instructor in the area. Zhao would trick women into his brothels for supposed job interviews.
Yeah.
Then he would force the women into sex slavery. How did he do it? By having the women raped, beaten, and then threatening to send nude photos of them to their families.
That's crazy special.
But Zhao wasn't just your
Fuck this guy and his wife.
Dude, fuck this guy and his wife.
He was an entrepreneurial, violent pimp. He also forcibly harvested their eggs and sold them on the black market, leaving at least one woman infertile due to botched procedures.
That's Despicable.
It was a morally depraved but lucrative business. Zhao was making boatloads of money and started expanding his empire. He eventually monopolized more than 1,300 shops in Shanghai and sublet them. And over the course of 2 decades, Zhao made around 1 billion yuan. That's over $150 million.
Ooh, he was rolling in it, and that's all money from these ladies' eggs. That's those ladies' money. Oh man, that's honestly not that much for how many lives he ruined.
By 2014,
within a year,
had rented the high-end 6-story building, which came to be known as the Little Red Mansion. China Business Journal gave us an in-depth look at what the Little Red Mansion looked like on the inside. On this episode of House Hunters International, fancy or just garish? You be the judge. But
this is a frighteningly Western, mansion aesthetic.
What's with the bunk beds?
Whoa! They lived there.
That's suspicious as hell.
That's sketchy, man.
Worst slumber party ever, especially for the women. Ugh.
Yeah.
Now, Zhao's Little Red Mansion just so happened to be located next to the local government office. You might think, how did Zhao not get caught by the authorities? Well, it's because the authorities were his best customers.
Oh.
Senior officials even got a special
that
membership
tracks.
pass. Notably, Lu Yan, a local party official who was the secretary of the Yangpu District Political and Legal Committee, and Ren Yongfei, president of the People's Court of Yangpu District, were the protective umbrellas for Zhao Fuqiang. Zhao would invite government officials of all levels to be customers at the Little Red Mansion, and he would video them with prostitutes to use as blackmail. Pro tip for all you Chinese government officials watching China Uncensored: if someone offers you prostitutes at a place they own at a price too good to be true, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Blackmail might explain why.
That's a good point.
That's pretty sound advice. Good choice.
Yeah, that's a really good. Yeah, don't believe that. Don't. Yeah, no. Man, he had to have had American businessmen in these places. He has American dirt. How many American politicians are compromised because of this guy? That's a surprisingly Western themed little brothel he had going for being in the middle of China. Ugh, suspicious.
So Zhao Fuqiang was living the China dream. Start a small business, make tons of money, and don't worry about all the people you abuse on your way up. But eventually, the tide turned against Zhao. More after the break.
Oh, I don't play that. What break?
One of the victims of the Little Red Mansion was a woman who's going by the pseudonym.
I was gonna say, the only breaks on this channel are for BARKBOX or Atlas VPN, or any other advertiser that's down to mess with me. But wow,
just returned to China from studying in the U.S. when Zhao Fuqiang recruited her. Zhao had offered Chen a job as an operations specialist with a high salary. She soon learned that wasn't really the job.
I bet they do special.
Reports mention how in 2017, Zhao let Chen out to make trips to the bank. That's when she would try to report Zhao to the police.
So, okay. He's kind of, he's like a startup Epstein that got popped quick, and I can't help but think this guy has at least American businessmen in his little black book. I'm really interested to see, this needs to be investigated by our authorities. This needs to be checked out by Interpol needs to get involved in this investigation. And what names are on those, Oh, not quick? Yeah.
In response, police would ask Chen, don't you...
Oh, he did do it for 20 years? Oh, I thought he said it started the brothels in 2006.
Don't ruin it for everyone else. It was not until 2019 that a report letter issued by a dance teacher who was also imprisoned was discovered by the anti-triad and evil supervisory team dispatched by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to Shanghai. At the time, the CCP was actively
anti-triad
down
party
on gangsters, and Zhao Fuqiang's horrific and evil deeds were able to be uncovered. So why on earth did it take until 2019 for central authorities to finally realize what was going on?
Oh, 15, gotcha.
A lot of people knew about it, but the local authorities were protecting Zhao. Remember, Zhao took blackmail videos of them. But this took place in Shanghai. Shanghai has long been a stronghold for the faction tied to former Chinese leader and power toad Jiang Zemin. Xi Jinping is in an ongoing political power struggle with China. So it makes sense that as Xi Jinping gains more and more power, he's using it to target his political enemies, party officials in Shanghai tied to Jiang Zemin. And while you won't read about it in state-run media, my guess is that the takedown of Zhao and all those officials he had blackmailed is connected to Xi Jinping using his so-called anti-corruption campaign to target Jiang Zemin's people. And in this campaign, Zhao Fuqiang was arrested. I can't really explain the hood, though. In September 2020, a Shanghai court sentenced Zhao to death with a 2-year suspension. That usually gets commuted to life in prison. And more than 10 local officials and state-owned enterprise personnel, including Wu Yan and Ren Yongfei, were sentenced to between 1 and 17 years for bribery and other crimes. And then, earlier this month, the topic started coming up again, becoming one of the top trending searches on Chinese social media platform Weibo. The topic nearly reached 600 million hits within 15 minutes on Weibo. And that's when Chinese censors blocked it.
Whoa.
That was after China Business Journal.
See, another thing that captivates me about news from China is, you know, how quick their censorship works and how frightening that is to me, that they can pull that off. And the reason they can pull that off the way they do is because we live in the digital age. And it really does make me appreciate America. And again, our VPN sponsor, Atlas VPN. Do your shit anonymously. Don't let Big Brother know what you're up to, baby.
Published all of the photos of what the Little Red Mansion looked like on the inside. Then their story was taken down. And other media were diving into the story too. Those articles and reports were also wiped. I mean, it's one thing for central authorities to take down a massive sex and blackmail ring as part of a political power struggle, but it's totally unacceptable if the public talks about it. No matter how corrupt things are in China and no matter how much the current leadership vows to crack down on it, they're still going to control what can be discussed in the public. And they wouldn't want you imagining that Zhao Fuqiang's prostitution ring was just a drop in the bucket among all the terrible things happening across China. It would hurt the feelings of the Chinese people, like these guys. And this episode has been sponsored by Surfshark. Because if you're tired of being under constant surveillance, at least you can hide your internet activity with a VPN like Surfshark. Surfshark has uncrackable encryption and the most secure VPN.
There they are again. Piss on Surfshark.
Fuck that. You get Atlas VPN.
Atlas VPN.
Fuck that.
Atlas VPN is way more secure than Surfshark. Surfshark can suck a butt. I think the rest
Surfshark
of
don't
it,
pay us, dude. Get fucked.
I think the rest of it is a Shanghai. Yeah. All right. What we've got here is an update from WATE 6 on your side. I think we got some Summer Wells updates. Let's check this out.
Oh shit.
Yeah, wait 6. I don't think they've found Summer Wells or any evidence yet. I feel like if they would have found some evidence, hopefully some Murkies would have popped in here and been like, hey.
You're watching The 7 from WATE 6 on your side.
Good evening, I'm Bo Williams, and welcome to The 7. Let's get a look at the big 7 stories for you right now. And topping the list tonight, Knoxville Police Chief Eve Thomas reacting after sexual misconduct allegations were made against her former deputy chief.
I'm horrified.
Get the big 7.
For how deeply disappointed and how horrific this is to me, especially as a female officer in this department.
What do we got here? Let's get to the...
Deputy Chief Ronald Green was put on pay.
Boom.
Next here in the Big 7, today
Found it.
marks 6 months since Summer Wells was reported missing from her home in Hawkins County. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says the investigation into her disappearance is still ongoing and the Amber Alert for her is still active. In a video on Twitter, TBI Public Information Officer Leslie Earhart said that the unsolved case is weighing heavily now on investigators. Matter of fact,
They have executed numerous search warrants, collected all potential evidence, and spoken with anyone associated with the Wells family, in some cases more than once. Ehrhardt said people interviewed by the TBI include neighbors, family acquaintances, and people who were working in the area of Ben Hill Road on June 15th. The TBI reported today that there is no evidence to suggest that Summer was abducted, but investigators continue to explore all possibilities. Next up in the Big Seven, a big pay boost for Tennessee correctional officers. Today, Governor Bill Lee...
Why are they still showing the Summer Wells graphic?
Effective tomorrow.
Huh.
Governor's office...
Well, yeah, still nothing really popping off. I still say Don Wells. I still say Candace and Don Wells know what happened. I think they know what happened. I really hope that we get to find out what happened and this doesn't end up like some unsolved mysteries bullshit. Because, you know... Oh my God, they did not. Hold up. Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. What the fuck is this article? Look, this is from Breitbart, and I realize,
he says.
I realize this is from Breitbart, okay? But you're talking to a centrist. You're talking to a monarchist, all right? How about that? So we're gonna read Breitbart. All right, we're at the end of the program. The news has been shit today. You don't want to know what CNN and MSNBC and ABC wanted me to talk about today? COVID. That's all I got from them today. COVID. We got every jury in the nation currently in deliberation.
Woke scores?
Woke scores.
What are woke scores?
Well, let's see if...
Is it like social credit?
Let's see if the unfortunate source I've pulled up, Breitbart. We'll break it down. Again, I'm aware this is a somewhat problematic publication. But Oxford University... The Oxford University Race Task Force proposes woke scores for hiring academics. What? So, yeah, okay. A series of proposals from Oxford's Race Equality Task Force includes calls for England's oldest university to embed the principle of equality, diversity, and inclusion, EDI, into all recruitment of university staff and academics. The recommendations...
Oh no, that sounds so bad.
Yeah, see, that doesn't sound bad at all.
I don't know. It doesn't sound terrible.
That doesn't sound bad at all.
Like, if they just want to... Like, that's not bad.
No.
It sounds like Breitbart being Breitbart.
Yeah, Breitbart being upset. The recommendations, seen by the Telegraph, go on to demand that the candidate's good citizenship and/or commitment to EDI work should be an essential criteria when assessing job applications, meaning that the school should hire based on whether candidates subscribe to the task force supposedly anti-racist ideology. I don't see anything wrong with that either. The Race Equality Task Force went on to call for additional funding for woke programs, including for inclusive teaching, curriculum diversification, and decolonizing activities throughout all departments and faculties at Oxford. Combating so-called microaggressions was also a central theme of the proposals, which said that the school should be encouraging individuals to educate themselves on the experiences of others and empowering everyone to become active bystanders when they witness harassment or abuse. I don't really see anything wrong with that either. Woke training sessions should be implemented as well. Here's maybe where I have a problem.
Yeah, that sounds kind
I
of
really
funny.
doubt they used that term.
I do too. I do too. I really doubt it
every right wing paper loves to slap that term on anything to get people riled up.
It's a hot talking point, yeah. Woke training sessions should be implemented as well, the task force claimed, arguing that it is necessary for students and academics alike to continuously learn and better understand microaggressions and stereotypes. See, I don't see anything wrong with maybe some sensitivity training to adapt older professors to the new students that are coming in. There's generational gaps unlike any we've seen before.
Dude, I don't know, man. I'm about those generational gaps. Those generational gaps show the people that are living now what the world used to be like.
Yeah.
Like they suck.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're good.
Yeah.
A good thing. They suck. And
Yeah.
like it sucks to have a teacher that's like against you for whatever reason, right? And those people should be gone. But if some old crotchety dude is old and crotchety, it helps people realize that the world they're living in actually is better than it used to be.
I actually see what you're saying here. There's a beautiful butterfly effect and then a devastating butterfly effect that could happen with that. You have, you don't have people fighting to push for equality if they're not,
It's like that thing, if
dealing with the
everybody's a
past.
good person, is anybody a good person?
Yeah, I don't necessarily,
like, not necessarily that words, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we really shouldn't all agree with the man's narrative, Yeah, absolutely. Like, if everybody was on the same page, it would be bad. Yeah. Huh.
But at the same time, there is no place for racist old white men teaching young kids how to act.
Yeah. Now, here's how Breitbart describes these training sessions proposed by the anti-racism task force. It's on top of the leftist indoctrination sessions. Again, that's how Breitbart describes them. The proposals went on to call for funding to hire equality, diversity, and inclusion observes to provide support during the recruitment process. Whoa. Hold on. That sentence almost made no sense to me.
So now they want to hire third-party people to make sure that the university hires the right people?
Hires the right people, but why would you trust? This is Oxford University. It's a very old university. I think I kind of agree with Chief here, where maybe you should just let the crotchety people be crotchety. I don't think they deserve cancel.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't go through. It may be fine, and maybe weevil out, because, like you said, it is Oxford, and I'm guessing that there is probably some people in there who don't look kindly on people of certain skin colors.
Yeah.
Wouldn't deny it, all right? Would not deny it. Especially, no offense to English people or European people, it came over here in droves, but, European pseudoscience has been a thing for hundreds of years, bro.
Yeah.
It's hard to get your crotchety European or American white men at this point to buy out of that, even when you can literally throw books at them for years.
Yeah.
Those people should be gone. That's just, a blatant disrespect to how science works and how research works and how people are stupid.
Yeah. Breitbart goes on to say that there is pushback from the senior ranks of Oxford.
I'm sure there is. Yeah. Like I said, that's the crotchety old white dude.
Yeah, one Don of Oxford telling the British broadsheet, if we are supposed to pay attention to their EDI, their woke score, does this mean it doesn't matter if they are useless at teaching and research? Or do you now have to get a minimum woke score to get a job? It's a very valid question. Do you have to?
You should have to get a minimum woke, quote unquote, woke score to get a job.
I don't see how you could fail an EDI thing. I mean, even
that would be like, if anything, if anywhere needs a super injection of racial equality and teaching it that way, it's the fucking teaching. It's teachers and professors and people that are going to be educating the minds of people coming next. Right?
Well, I don't see how. Look, if there's one racist out there that could pass a race baiting test, I would imagine it's a racist professor at Oxford. So I don't know why they're worried about having to take a test.
Yeah, probably. You're right. They're probably smart enough to figure that out.
I don't know why they're worried about taking a test. This is, I get why they're upset, but mostly because I want to know what company they would outsource to read this EDI thing, But yeah, I don't necessarily see why some of these seniors are too worried about it. It's like, well, just fucking pass it, dude. It's a test.
It needs to be a worldwide thing too, man.
Yeah.
Which, obviously that's out of everyone's control, but.
Oh yeah, China will probably. Yeah, exactly.
China ain't woke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Z ain't worried about and I don't care about that's whatever. We're still fucking blowing everyone out of the water at military spending, whether half of it's faulty or literally half of our military shit could not even work, and we would still have 6 times the military shit, the next largest country.
Yeah.
But we need to figure it out. That's for goddamn sure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As the Anglosphere. We very obviously need to figure this shit out. You know what I mean? It's like they tried in the longer, well, not even longer than that. They tried in the early 1900s to be like, all right, we're all equal now. Let's all love each other and work together. And nobody look behind these curtains over here. You know what I mean? While they, do all that bad shit they used to do anyway under some different names and a couple more legal documents, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really does. It needs to be.
This Oxford Don goes on to say, he's quoted here as saying, so you were being interviewed for a job in alchemy. Yet yet you have to go out of your way to show you have tried to virtue signal. To an older codger like me, it just seems crazy. Do you mark someone down because they haven't jumped on the bandwagon? He questioned. Oh, so they're almost doing it in like a crypto. He's worried about them doing it in this crypto. It's not like they're just giving them a test. They're like psychoanalyzing them. That's how he's making it out. Like when they're interviewing.
That's very much what they're doing. Like they are very much giving them a psychic evaluation kind of test to make sure they are not inherently like racist.
Yeah.
It's very much what they're doing. But I would say if you're teaching a class that has more than just English kids in it, then yeah.
Yeah.
Or English kids of different colors, because English people are all different colors nowadays.
It is Oxford University. A lot of people, international people are there. Yeah, people of different nationalities.
You can't have that in like you can't miss the next Einstein because he's from fucking India.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like you can't miss the next fucking Marie Curie because she's from Zimbabwe. You know what I mean. Like you can't have your personal biases affecting what could be future for all of us.
Yeah,
you know, like what if that
of the species itself?
Yeah, like, you know, what if one of those people cures cancer or could have cured cancer if you gave them 2 to 4 extra hours of help throughout your class, but you weren't worried about them. You were worried about the little brown-haired English girl, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you didn't want to worry about it or whatever. You know?
I didn't realize this. A similar faction at Leicester University is responsible for, and they ended up scrapping a lot of British history, literature, and music out of the curriculum to replace it with kind of things that were more in the realm of this EDI concept. So, like, they scrapped, they removed Canterbury Tales and they removed Beowulf from the curriculum in this college, which this is in England. You know what I mean? That's pretty important to keep around. I don't see...
Well, I would also say, like, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't believe... and what's hard about this is, like, especially if you're in a literary class, like, how are you can't remove, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to say, like, all right, let's not allow pieces with supreme historical influence from any area. Well, then you'll have absolutely no fucking pieces of literature from the medieval time backwards. You know what I mean?
Well, that's like 80% of every story now has some basis around Beowulf. Just to use the specific description.
Yeah. See, that's exactly, like, that's, I don't know, it seems pretty, I mean, maybe move where it is in a curriculum, maybe move it to its own, but it already was, it
should be one of those things, like, what is it, electives, man?
Yeah, like, but I feel like it already basically was. I mean,
every college class is an elective, right? But, like,
I will say
but college is the only place that is like, okay, everything's an elective, but if you want a degree, you have to take these.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I will say I did, it wasn't necessarily like required, but in AP English and literature when I was in high school, I had to read Beowulf and Canterbury Tales. It's banned. Debbie says everywhere. It's banned in the UK. That's crazy.
Wait, Beowulf is banned everywhere in the UK?
I guess out of schools.
Oh, out of schools.
Out of schools. Yeah, no, out of universities. So they're not like teaching classes on it.
I mean,
which doesn't make sense to me.
That doesn't make sense to me either.
Study based around that, though.
Well, I mean, you can go have an argument for 12 hours with somebody about Tolkien today if you wanted to. There's places literally for that.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, and you know, it's just, you know, I don't know. It's one of those things where you just have to look and accept the fact that people from even yesteryear were pretty racist, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Or they literally, it wasn't diversified.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, up until caravels and, like, you know, there wasn't a whole, I mean, there was the Silk Road.
Yeah.
And, like, I mean, people did travel, but not anything like today.
Yeah. I hope.
Nowhere like today. Like, you know, like a book like The Canterbury Tales or Beowulf having no people of color in it could be 100% historically true.
Yes. I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, quite especially Beowulf is so ancient. Like, like, you know what I mean? Not only do I believe that, like, maybe Ibn Adfa, like, you know what I mean? There's 3 or 4 people up until the Middle Ages that make it as far as fucking Norway.
Exactly.
Most people are like, I'm done with this fucking place well before Norway at that time.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This place is cold. I'm gone.
Yeah. Inhospitable. Land of fucking death and giants. I'm out. No, for sure. Like, Canterbury Tales is much the same.
That's a little bit later. That's a little bit later. Like,
yeah, but I mean, but still, like almost provable. I mean, we have art from the time period. Like from that.
I mean, you have like go and read the generals from all the armies in World War II talk. Okay,
Yeah.
and like racism, racism still is very much a thing.
Yeah,
very much a thing.
Yeah.
You just like I said, listen to American generals, Japanese generals, German generals. I mean, shit, Russian generals to an extent even have it's just how it fucking was, and I can only imagine that that never has changed recently. Like that wasn't different in the past.
Yeah, I just can't believe like an EDI, like they're calling it an EDI. It feels weird that there's like a score attached to their.
I mean, I don't know, dude.
Their ideological sway.
I would probably say, as a whole, Britain is a lot more diverse than the United States is now.
I think so.
With all the I don't know. I'm not sure, and don't quote me on that because I'm just an American idiot.
Well, the population, the scale is a lot different.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's. I mean, but then again, like I said, I have no idea. I'd have to look up the numbers. Yeah. But I feel like I don't know. It's not. It's definitely not a bad thing. It's kind of weird that we're book burning in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna. That's a little harsh of a term. They're not book burning. You can still go find the fucking book.
You can still go find the book.
Like the fact that it's. I mean, I don't know. It's not required. It depends on the class, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, are they trying to teach this to freshmen who have to take their English class to get their math degree? Like, those people don't need to know about Beowulf and fucking the Canterbury Tales. You know what I mean? What part of it linear algebra is in those?
Yeah.
But like, if it's into like, if it's like courses, like, yeah, those are good stories with a lot of fucking cool things that can be learned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For good or bad. Like if showing on the time, like obviously, hopefully. Anyone who reads a book today is not pulling the bad messages out of it. Don't be that idiot, everyone. Books are written by people who are less educated than you based upon time alone.
Yeah, I feel like there's almost an American sentiment though being applied by, maybe not on purpose, but being applied by these groups that are employing this EDI concept on the English culture in a way. And now here's the thing, that's an ancient culture. When you say American culture, it's a nonsense term. It doesn't really mean
American
much.
culture is just a mutinized English culture, bro.
Yeah, but I mean,
absolutely. Like, I'm hearing so many things that I profoundly disagree with. America absolutely does have its own culture. If it didn't, you wouldn't have comic books.
You can argue that all day, sure. But I mean, it's things we can buy, sure, man. Yeah, we have a culture of consumerism for sure, like for sure.
No, it's not consumerism. Yeah. You're just totally discounting art and a meaningful form of the evolution of art as just being consumerist.
Well, no, I'm just not looking into the future of it yet. Yeah. We're still young. I'm talking about. I'm more putting it into scale with the English culture. It predates
we're not ancient like the English culture, but it's not. That's in that definition of saying, well, you're not old, ergo you don't have culture. No. What culture really means or values by virtue. In fact, I would say American culture through the 20th century was the cultural leader for basically the entire earth. But the main thing, the reason I hopped in was this idea that people who get a degree in engineering don't need any exposure to the humanities at all, which is a position I used to hold. That's exactly what happened in Russia, man. Like, that is literally exactly what happened in Russia. You would go to a technical school that would knock out somebody who was capable of doing engineering, not unlike an American engineer in half the time. Mm-hmm. But the issue that happens is they aren't exposed to enough concepts in general to be they're such a hyper specialist. They're not capable of what's known as general synthesis of ideas. Mm-hmm. So they can get, like anyone who is obsessive, they can get totally obsessed on a concept as an engineer and not recognize huge, obvious flaws of how it should work. Mm-hmm. And, an example of this happening would be, say, in Scotland. In the 70s, there's a period they called the Ice Cream Wars. And they said, hey, no problem. We need buildings, so we're just going to build all these projects for all these poor people because we've got so many people in poverty in Scotland. Mm-hmm. And these projects were 20 miles from anything. Mm-hmm. They had like there was no grocery stores, nothing. They couldn't get basic supplies. There was maybe one bus that ran out there. It was the type of planning that occurs when the people involved in all of this don't have a concept of general synthesis. Like they didn't bother to say, hey, by the way, considering the location, are we going to build like built-in cafeteria and stuff like that, which is not unknown in European apartment blocks? No. Turned out ice cream trucks, which ended up fucking compromised wholly by violent gangs, started having to provide everything to them. Toilet paper, everything.
Okay. To address my points from earlier, number one, we do have a culture of consumerism here. I think it's great. Again, I'm somebody who's not just praised and written for, in praise of, and essays on Mark Twain. I do very much believe that we have a rich literary culture in particular here in America. But what I am talking about is ancient culture. I'm not talking in the context of the modern right now. I'm talking about the work specifically of Canterbury Tales and Beowulf being taken out of curriculums. In that regard, we don't have anything. We weren't around then, and we destroyed when we showed up to build and replace. You know what I mean? Like, so if the Native Americans did, maybe, but we destroyed that too. So it's also why I push for Native American representation. So no, I mean, I feel like you're misunderstanding my point here.
No. I was disagreeing with an earlier point that was made where someone said that America didn't really have a culture.
No, it's me. I said that.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Like comparable to an ancient culture? No, we don't. We're still a super young country.
Yeah, that's what that's specifically what I was saying.
But in general, it is equated solely that American culture is nothing but things that you can buy, and I hard disagree with that.
It's a beautiful thing about our culture, and we wouldn't have many of the things we have if that weren't a fact of it. We have to accept and embrace the fact that it's a consumerist culture and built on that.
The problem with our culture is because we're so hard consumers and we're looking for things being put into divisions so we can consume them. We totally forget that if it was developed here, it was part of our culture. Even if that part of the culture is at odds with other parts of the culture, you get it because you developed it, but it's still a thing from America. Gospel music, that's an American creation.
It wouldn't
maps work.
Well, and it wouldn't have, it wouldn't be preserved, pushed, or in other libraries outside of our nation if it wasn't for the way in which our culture was designed, and that's to be bought. It's a good thing. When I say that, it's not a thing.
I don't know if our culture was viewed that way. I think the consumerism in our culture really shifts around the time Bernays shows up. Before that, consumerism's not a thing people are into. They're into buying goods that last forever.
Yeah. It was utilitarian, but not in the world of.
But it wasn't like collecting, Funko Pops.
Not in the world. Not
really like that as a market.
Where it was kind of traditionally with the sway of the public, though, and opinion always, and with where the flavor matters is in the realm of art and culture and literature. That Edward Bernays, while he has pushed books and changed the way in which you can market them, it's always when we're clothes, metalwork, hard things that you can buy, shelves, furniture, that hadn't been blended with art yet, but that world was still very much caught up in some snobbery,
Oh yeah,
and it was
absolutely.
It was still very much pre-Bernays.
Industries of artisanship are some of the most snobbish places you can be.
So I would never, that's not from a place of consumerism, and that's held over across the planet. It's you look at a painting, how does it make you feel? We didn't apply that to clothing until Bernays, for sure, but. Again, that's when I'm talking about, the works of Canterbury Tales or Beowulf, and I'm talking about ancient structures. Our American culture destroyed actual American culture. The ancient structures and stories that were here are gone, and we don't talk about them in our universities. And I don't want that to happen in other universities. I think the things that are there from that are native to that area need to stay native to that area. Same with Australia and the Aborigines.
In the same way that I think that they need to return a lot of their artifacts.
So this isn't necessarily and again, this isn't necessarily anti what we have going on right now. I think we will in hundreds of years be able to look back and say, wow, look, the statue, we have so many monolithic things we put in this country too. We do indeed have a culture, but when we're talking about something that is native and ancient.
Oh, no. We did our best to destroy that. Obviously.
Yeah, and I don't.
It is really gross that that's in any way possibly going to be censored or anything at Oxford to me.
I feel the same way about Tom Sawyer, by the way. And that's something that's American as hell.
Yeah.
I feel that the works of Mark Twain shouldn't be censored or taken out of universities too.
Well,
and, for the same point Chief made.
It's what you were talking about earlier in this article with part of the training.
Yeah.
Is that when you're worried about microaggressions, when you're keyed to microaggressions,
yeah, this worries me too. This thing here,
you functionally have PTSD.
Yeah,
and at that point, you are dealing with a mental illness and projecting the need for your mental illness to be taken care of by the entirety of society at large. Which is something most people are not going to do, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't fix that. I don't care how much training you have. All that will happen is you will push people away from the oldest English-speaking university on Earth.
Yeah, and you have a demographic that already goes there. That's going to be the young people that are going there that are going to be opposed to that type of thing. You have a holdover too of, you kind of touched on. Well, you touched on. You touched.
Go to Oxford.
Yeah, but you touched on this.
People go to Oxford.
We touched on this very specific demographic of older cat that might be teaching there. That is going to be from the what I label as the anti-shrink era of humanity. We didn't trust psychology for a long time. The majority of people.
A lot of people. I don't know if I would say that it would be easy to produce numbers suggesting that the majority of people trusted psychology or social sciences.
No, I don't mean to necessarily imply that. I just know that it's a lot more propagated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
in use. One thing I can show you is the number of people who, the rise in people who have degrees and are working and pay their bills by doing it.
Do you know what country has the highest ratio of therapists to people?
Ooh, what? But it's probably a socialist nation.
Just shoot something out there. What's the first thing it feels like to you?
Switzerland.
It's Argentina.
Oh, that's weird. That's Nazi science. That's another reason not to trust psychology, probably. Bavarian
I'm not saying don't trust psychology. I totally believe that psychology is a good tool. I think that conflating psychology and pop modern social science being the softest of all sciences, constantly changing, and the one that has most misinformed us consistently over the course of the last fucking 40 years.
Yeah, well, no. Hold on.
I mean, you can see them have to backtrack on ideas that they had that caused temporary and profound damage socially.
Yeah, no, I'm not conflating the two, though. That's just how I would imagine. That's the sentiment I've heard boomers say about modern psychology, is that and they wouldn't trust. They don't go to a shrink. These are the same people who aren't even going to primary care physicians.
Well, those are the two fields, and not even the two. Social science and a lot of people who have figured out that they can sell courses are most of where you're getting these third party groups that come in.
And I don't trust this shit. I don't want an NSA in control of staff in the university. I do kind of believe in a bit of a meritocracy with the university. You need to prove yourself. I'm really kind of concerned about what kind of knowledge you can pass on. I mean,
well, I'm more worried that you're going to cause the university to not still be around. If you look at the history of the privilege walk, man, which I didn't learn about until the other day, which is something that's used in universities training, used in business training, used in corporate training, and used in government training, right? Its origins are with a woman who was tied to Scientology. It's basically a Scientology exercise, and I posted some links in the Discord on that.
Oh, there's endless incorporation of modern governance and Scientology practices. I mean, we've talked a little bit on this show before about prison rehabilitation facilities or rehabilitation privacy facilities, or Narconon, which is a nationally recognized Narcotics Anonymous group. You have, again, RPFs, which are rehabilitation prison facilities. These are things that states have. Arkansas, in particular, has an RPF facility. It's a rehabilitation facility. It's a prison, but you also get clean off drugs. But their model, their blueprint, is right off of L. Ron Hubbard. You know who also has RPFs? Scientology.
Yeah.
And
no, which is terrifying.
Which is very much where they bought that from. Yeah, no. There's a lot of active shit from L. Ron Hubbard.
Now you look at, like, when we say wokeness, man, that's a shorthand for functionally when I say the loaded words critical race theory, I don't mean Fox News. Yeah. I don't mean what people are complaining about at their schools. I'm talking about the actual academic critical race theory, which foundation is in racial theory developed in the 70s in social sciences that has been intersected with what was known as critical theory developed in the 30s. But the critical theory was developed under the fucking communists, man.
Mm-hmm. That's
like their psychology and social sciences are not anything I consider particularly well informed, because they reduce everything down to hyper simplistic mathematical forms, like they're playing a really simple game of D&D.
Yeah, see, I want to know where these, like what this third party is going to be and who they are, because I know it sounds like it didn't work for Leicester University. It sounds like a lot of people didn't like. I mean, still an active university. It's still there, but it's as there as any other COVID era university can be, you know. But the only two people using specifically the term woke in this Breitbart article regarding the EDI situation are this one Oxford Don and the author of the artitical.
Oh yeah, well it's Breitbart, man.
Yeah,
like,
they're specific. They're specifically
you just have to look for factual statements they put in there between all the weasel words and mean talk functional.
Yeah, which is this dude did a very solid job of separating his opinion from like some of these quotes, which is nice, you know. But let's see here. After reviewing staff and student responses, we will agree on a detailed strategy by the end of the academic year. So they're going to decide the strategy by the end of this academic year on how to move forward with this EDI stuff. I don't like that it's again left Oxford Dons feeling like, bitch, did I answer that questionnaire right? And it's like, well, you're an Oxford Don, you would fucking know if you answered the fucking questions right. Why would you? Did you not? But it's like if they felt
that's because they're having to internalize a concept of wokeness that is very, very American and has spread through the social sciences sphere, but culturally not anywhere really outside of America.
Wonder if they
I think a lot of Americans are so used to us being the central focus of the world that they don't recognize that what they've taken on across the last 5 years and what they feel is racial awareness might be poorly informed, even if it's got the absolute best intentions.
I wonder if they got...
It often has the correct language that you would think.
Nah, I wonder if... I can't get over the imagery of, you know, trying to bait someone and then, I don't know, somebody psyching themselves out over some fucking tests.
Yeah,
like, it'd be funny if at the end of the day they were like, we just asked them if they were racist and they said no, so we moved on. What if it just turns into the other side has been like, why did it, by Jove, how am I supposed to know the terms? And they're like, what? We didn't say that. And they're like, but it's some kind of woke test. And they're like, we just literally asked you if you were racist. You said no, we'd take you at your word. Man, you seem awful worked up. Like, I wonder if some people blew their own, like, fucking, I don't know, made it a thing because it wasn't a thing, is how it feels sometimes.
Well, you know, once again, there's a big difference between, like, I don't think if you ask anybody if they're racist, they're going to say yeah, unless they already are happy to have some really problematic tattoos.
Exactly. Well, I mean, yeah, especially in Oxford. That's why
what are you defining as racism and how are you defining it? Because modern theory indicates that it's a cross-correlation between social access and skin color and background where you grew up.
I'm going to see if I can find... I want to know...
So many people could be white passing, which is supposed to say that you have cultural access, but so many people who meet this reduced D&D definition of what it means to be white, which they never actually define. Like, what does a white passing person look like?
Bro,
you can't define it without saying, oh, well, they look white. There's so many people who some people might think are white and other people immediately recognize are Hispanic. Like, and colorism aside, is a very, very culturally specific thing.
Yeah, I think there is. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's. I'm trying to find how they like approach these people, because again, I'm going off of like the quotes from this Oxford Don who seemed oddly shook up over being, and he doesn't necessarily specify what he took part in. Is what I'm kind of confused about. Like, I want to know how they fucked with this old Oxford Don. Because that's really where this whole story pops off. I'm trying to get equality, diversion, and inclusion, EDI, ISMR. Okay, let's see here. Just an overview of the company. Do they at any point run down how they fucking figure out if there's a racist amongst you or some shit? Is managing unconscious bias. See, yeah, they're testing for unconscious bias is how this would seem, which means they are being, what this type of testing implies, and why, in my opinion, it doesn't always work, and why you have to take the statistics from something like this with a grain of salt, in my opinion, are.
Yeah, I don't believe that bias testing is particularly scientific.
No, you've front-loaded somebody if they know that it's a loaded test and that the questions might be baited. It's not necessarily the smartest way. But again, I'm trying to get, like, before I can support diversity and inclusion. Let's just see what they're like.
Here's how it feels, right? It feels like sociology's in the Leonard Kyle period of the technology involved here. Right? Not the current Neuralink period, but the Leonard Kyle period. And they've got hyper-simplified ideas and hyper-simplified tests and implementation and hyper-simplified analysis that's actually there to fit a presupposition of how they already view the world.
Yeah.
Like, and that becomes an issue, because I see nothing objective about this that presents itself as science once you start looking in, other than saying, oh, well, they have authority because they're scientists and have more degrees than me.
Yeah.
Fair. But look at the people who are critiquing them and what they specifically say about the testing techniques and why they don't particularly work.
Yeah. So there's nothing in this, like, 10 thing. It's a very readable and friendly, not necessarily baited or too heavy of like a little question, not a questionnaire, but that was like a 10 things to do to keep EDI in your whatever heart song. A roadmap to building an inclusive organization. What do we got here? Increasing diverse demographics of the United States and the rising share of educational consequent financial capital possessed by people of color are beginning to force organizations across sectors to rethink models of success. Oh, it's a whole PDF, yeah. Recognize limitations of diversity training. It sounds like they're not doing that themselves. Recognizing the limits of diversity training. Here's the thing. I am kind of a, again, when we're talking about England and Oxford and classical English literature in particular, we are talking about something that is native to that area. We're talking about something that was born there and has been there longer than our country has even existed. And I don't think it needs to be fucked with or edited because of, I don't see how colonizing with other perspective, I don't see.
I'm going to ask you one question, okay? Yeah. Considering my own personal history.
You don't want to colonize the fight.
How far back do you go on that? Like, at what point's the arbitrary cutoff line? Like, at what point do we start saying, well, anybody who's got any sort of Viking blood isn't actually an Englishman?
Well, that's what they're trying to do in England right now. That's very much how it seems.
How is that not literally a eugenicist's view of the world based on pure blood? It's just that now we're calling it haplogroups.
Yeah.
Well, in a world where nobody is, except basically Conan O'Brien, where almost nobody is 100% a haplogroup.
Yeah. And, it's... there's ancient history there. I don't think colonizing for the sake of decolonization is a good fucking look. It feels like they're punishing England in particular because they are they're typically the people who showed up in the West, and they are the big bad of the West. They're the cultural.
I think England's self-flagellating because they still want to keep owning Northern Ireland and Scotland and everywhere else, basically. And I think they're like, no, we're not bad. There's no reason to leave. We're so great. But really, for them, it's just functioning as a social divisive control strategy.
I think that's definitely in the minds of a lot of the kind of the more communistic lefty elements. I definitely think that's what's going on there in their minds, in Parliament in particular. You know what I mean? Like, for sure, special. Like, absolutely. And I again, like, I couldn't disagree with tearing down their structure more. It'd be different if it's Oxford. This is England.
Well, yeah.
It's. I just don't think
we don't want to have a fucking Library of Alexandria moment that just happens to take 20 years of us erasing things or removing them as problematic, so no one has meaningful access to them.
Yeah. But you guys hear me say all the time, I'm not for tearing anything down. I'm for building something bigger and better. So, I think that if you don't like the way that university is doing it, or if you think it has institutional or structure issues, maybe spend the money that's being spent on this kind of reworking of ideology or this kind of crypto psycho testing. Maybe spend that on just a different, better university that would end up putting that one out of business anyway. Like, I don't understand the tactic is my thing. Like, I when I see a hurdle, I jump it. I don't kick it over, and I don't insist people let me kick it over and still cross the fucking line. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand it. Like, if you genuinely felt that way, build more community colleges. Fuck. You know what I mean? Like, yes, spread world culture, make room for diversity, but make actual room for diversity. Don't colonize ancient structures with something new and expect people not to be mad. Who, you might have some of these Oxford Dons who are the descendants of previous Oxford Dons. What was that? Sorry, Special. Say that out loud. Oh, sorry. What was that you typed? Say that out loud.
I said, absolutely, Churchill was a supreme racist, but I also think Aleister Crowley, who was definitely a racist, so that he was Aleister Crowley, who was definitely a racist. So as usual, take my opinions with a grain of salt. But Churchill wanted to gas people, man, in like the 50s. I want to say he wanted to gas Burma.
Yeah, he did.
Like, that's well after the poison gas treaty. He had no apparent value for life of people who weren't white Englishmen.
No, yeah, absolutely. There's, especially within, and we've broken this down on this stream a lot before, racism, sexual abuse, these things come with orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is attached to ancient structure and culture. And what do you do with it? I say you leave it where the fuck it is. If you don't like it, build something better somewhere else and draw people away from that shit. Don't necessarily tear it down. That's how I feel. That's how I'm kind of feeling about like this English stuff. Like,
well, I'm just saying, like, in my opinion, as an American, but also as a British cultural descendant, because I'm an American and as an English speaker, pick and choose what you're tearing down. At least,
at least
some stuff for sure. What's that? All the cops are really racist, and all of your feds are all from London. Nobody but anybody from London in general. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, that sounds like a hidden class structure of crypto white sort of fascism to me.
Yep.
So yeah, pick and choose your targets is what I'm saying. Don't go for the universities. That's too much like what the Nazis did.
Yeah, it'd be like if this new like kind of reformed Norse pagan religion that's made a resurgence, right? It'd be like if they insisted they built new churches only on places where they burnt down Christian churches. And it's like, that's not right. Like, no, they're doing, in my opinion, the right thing, and they're building their own.
Like, the scary thing would be more if the current version of these Norse people, which are the inclusive Norse pagans, neo-pagans, vastly outnumber the racist old school neo-pagan. Like, Norse neo-pagans. Okay, vastly outnumber them.
Well, I don't think you get there without having to build something new. You know what I mean? Like, you don't build that new friendly faction without.
Like I think a better metaphor would be like if they were going to old Norse temple sites that were still there, and they're like, no, we're going to knock this down and build something new to let everybody know this religion's different. At that point, you're not accepting that you are a division of the religion. You're trying to co-opt the whole concept because you feel guilty about where it came from.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that's a bad plan, man.
Well, there's a lot in English history in particular that's like, it is there because it's a correction from something in the past, which means you need to keep evidence of what was wrong there because you have the evidence of the correction. You celebrate the correction, but you're not going to talk about how it was.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's the weirdness, because eventually you have to even get rid of the celebration of the correction. Yeah. And when I talk about this seeming so damn Orwellian, that's what I mean. The implications are, if you're going to keep any sort of logical sense, concealment is your goal. Yeah. Once you put in mechanisms to legitimize historical concealment, I'm real fucking worried.
That's what
and this isn't about fucking Confederate statues either. Those things were put up in the fucking 20s and they're made of pot metal. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, they're bullshit. Yeah, that's
But I would say the smart move would have been for the cities to just sell them to private collectors, right? Then use that money for something positive.
Yep, but when I see something attacked in American, if I care enough about it, I'll represent it myself or make something my own and try to preserve it in my own way and try to have it celebrated the best I can or promote it. You know what I mean? Like in America, I feel a little bit different about, I don't necessarily have, it's not like it's carved in the stone.
You're not going to get a long-term culture if you don't allow people to have some sense of pride in what they have here now. Yeah. That's not going to stop them from building.
Oh yeah. Well, and not only pride, you need to there needs to be a firm understanding that it's competitive. Everything that used to be solely in the art and literature world is now applied to everything. You want to make clothes in America and you want it to be a cultural staple in the future, you need to get out there and sell. It needs to be on people's bodies. There needs to be people wearing it and watching it and using it and buying it. If it's going to stick around, it's got to be sold in mass.
I think that we've hit damn near possibly a high watermark on that, and we might see it pull back again, like in the late 60s. We might, but who knows? It might accelerate even fucking more.
It's weird when that kind of outlying or that random factor of the world shows up into like an American topic, because that plays a big part into our culture. We're a melting pot culture. So, like the Statue of Liberty is a French lady. It's wild here. We're kind of a dope.
I want to say Michelle says, thanks you guys for the comment about neo-pagans who are not racist. Dude. Yeah. The vast majority of neo-pagans I've met aren't racist.
Most of them.
I'm going to do a lot of stuff on literal satanic, however you want to define that. But generally, when I say satanic, it's either intentionally taken on as a concept of Satanism, or it's a corruption of a Catholic faction in South America that is using inversion style and thus satanic imagery. Yeah, when I'm talking about that stuff, or even the stuff related to the Satanic Panic in the 80s or 90s, I'm not trying to smear anybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big part of what's happened is that we don't get to talk about the things that probably seem to have led to Epstein because our friends who are open-minded may feel attacked when I'm not. Dude, I was reading, I've got a PDF of the 1988 manual, 8893 manual, on a cult investigation that the fucking Justice Department gave out, right?
Yeah.
And you look in there, and it definitely has, references and misinformation because of where they were getting their information at the time.
Yeah.
But if you look at what they say, they specifically say, oh, no, there's plenty of just normal occult groups. They're not committing crimes or hurting anybody or doing any of this shit. And they can easily be much more beneficial to your investigations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They specifically don't say that an interest in role-playing games and heavy metal is a sign, but they say obsessions with them may be a sign.
Maybe a sign. Yeah, the inward deification, which I think we've actually there's not one in America. While we're on the topic of like consumerism and things like that, we have things that make us easily pliable because of our culture, right? I don't think we necessarily get to a Chris Chan where literally everything himself, his original characters, everything is deified. And from this self-radicalized extremist, everybody it's a very, I don't know if we get there without that. And I think that's unique.
Well, I would say Chris Chan in many ways is the ultimate and heavily documented experience of what happens when the extremes of modern woke theory intersect with the extremes of consumerism in a person who's not meaningfully capable of understanding either's impact, really, meaning, and who deifies everything through delusion. Through delusion. Christian's the only one. He's just the one on the most camera and most internet.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's again what's fascinating about Chris Chan is that's you see a lot of people. And it's again something that's almost like a modern affliction. The childish mind deifies things. A childish mind deifies things. That's just how it goes. When I was a kid, I would, I'd deify things. You just do it. Your parents, they're little they're big superheroes until you discover they're fallible.
Right. Absolutely.
And he never lost that, and that's something that isn't new to our species. But again, what is new to me is the way it expresses, the way that it's expressed, like everything.
Because he's never been exposed to things like, dude, before printmaking, you wouldn't even see the same character drawn the same way twice.
No, yeah, exactly.
He's never lived in. There's never been a time where things were more intense yet more the same.
Yeah. I think the closest he's going to have to experiencing that is his current life, or her current life, which is in jail and only able to read the Bible and the Quran. I think the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, which once again, that's a person who probably needs to be in a psychological facility.
Yeah, and again, if you guys, if anybody gets offended, I've misgendered Chris Chan. Piss off. You know why Chris Chan's in jail. And don't simp for Chris Chan. It's not a good look. You guys know I don't care how you present. I'll call you what you would like to be called. I like it that way.
Another thing that I want to just go back to what I was saying earlier, because we've got so many people here who are pagans, man. Like I recorded a metal record with Murk here, and it features some imagery taken from the worst of the cults out there, to my mind, right now, operating in the U.S.
Definitely one of the more frightening ones.
And I understand too that, in some cases, people make choices that are artistic and in no way representative of who they are.
Oh, yeah.
So when I'm talking about people or stuff in general, I try and have a context where it's like, well, here's some things that would link it, and if you consider that.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, if you're talking about someone like Genesis P-Orridge, it's quite obvious that they figured out exactly how to weaponize that critique.
Yeah.
Like, most people don't know why Genesis P-Orridge fled from England. And it's because the feds searched his house as part of a big sweep involving child pornography and apparently found some that he claimed was left there by the guys in Coil.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, I try to separate the artist from the art a lot of the time, but they, once again, the originator of that being introduced into British consciousness along with a lot of things, widespreadly, not in specific, but in a widespread sense through the use of culture manipulation, right? Yeah.
And that person said they were creating a cult that was designed to keep people from being involved with charismatic leaders, and then just became one. Yeah. Cozy Fanny Tootie talked about a huge amount of abuse from Jen during that time period.
Yeah. Yeah.
So keep in mind that the structures that are good can be co-opted, even if they're your structure that in many ways are taken on as an affront to the general structure that has treated you wrong.
Yeah. And use anything positive you've picked up to build something better. Don't knock shit down. That's my thing.
Yeah.
That's another thing I can't get over with this. Like, only because the implication by even the press that's on England's side, makes it out as if that's not a native culture.
Yeah, which is, like I said, how far back are we going? Are we kicking out the Vikings? Like at what point do you arbitrarily say? And since it's arbitrary, what's the conditions that cause you to put in that arbitrary line of when history actually begins versus when colonization begins?
Yeah, that's a native culture on that island, and it's evolved over time. It's complicated, but all of it is represented right there. Even in its government, its long, complicated history is represented. From the opening of Parliament with Blackrod, its long, complicated history is represented and needs to stay represented, or the totem pole doesn't make sense. If you only see the top animal, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, you need to. This is a native culture we're talking about. That's from there, and I just don't get it. I don't understand how they don't see the flaw in their logic either. This particular task force. This task force maybe knows what they're doing, and it's like, again, the implication here, even from the press that's in support of England, is that that's not a native culture. And yeah, let's go back to pre-Viking then. Let's talk about Catholic Anglo-Saxon England. Let's talk about Druid England. Let's talk about pre-recorded England. It's all there and represented.
At what point is it the real England?
Yeah.
What does England even mean? Because it seems like England is whatever England wants to call itself, or Britain, or whatever.
It's a very long. It's a very long story.
It's only meaningful to have that defined now.
Yeah, it's a really long story and history, and chapters shouldn't be taken out. And there's been, static caught with previous monarchs, right, for trying to remove chapters of its history, and potentially there's conspiracies where that has happened.
Oh yeah, that we're in the 1700s or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And it's just shit's dangerous. I don't think there's. I just hate that that's the implication, because I do respect just the history there. It's some of my. I've kind of gone off on English history and you guys before. I'm kind of a nut for it. I love it.
Well, part of respecting history is understanding that, as near as I can tell, every single country period has the most problematic history you can imagine until you get to the next one.
Yeah.
And if having that is a thing that disqualifies you from ever appreciating other parts of it, you've got a real damn problem.
There won't be any ancient structures left. There will only be a new narrative. That makes sense.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think they just took Thomas Jefferson down in D.C. That's not a Confederate statue, my man.
No, it's not. That is a little weird. Understandable, because Thomas Jefferson. Okay. Here, wait. Is it attached to the lawsuits from his descendants?
I have no clue.
Okay, here's the thing we got to keep in mind about Jefferson, though. This is where things can get really weird, because while I think he is a historically relevant
all terrible.
Figure, yeah, well, no,
they're all terrible.
Well, look, they're all terrible, but look, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Jefferson in particular. There are active lawsuits by the descendants of his raped slaves.
Sure. How far back can you go on that, man?
Well,
because that is also super, super problematic. You're going to be having active lawsuits that go back 200 years.
It is strange, but I'm not going to take away from how that person feels on the inside. I haven't learned that about their history. I've learned weird things about my genetic history, and it feels weird. And I've learned things about my genetic history that make me feel conflicted. You understand? Very conflicted, but at the same time, I'm not going to let conflict over my feelings of potential. That'd be like getting mad at myself for falling off a bike. I did that to me. Oh yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. Also, I had no choice in who I was when I got here.
No, yeah, I'm just saying the concept of a reparations mentality makes sense to me, and I don't have any problem with it, particularly as a Jewish person.
I can tell you. Yeah. I can tell you. I was thinking about this earlier. The only way I would be fine with a reparations mentality under the current system is if you're going after corporations that still exist from that era, of which there are many. But if you were trying to do a general thing, right, then the only way I see it actually working, to get over resentment of people who will never be able to get on your position, mentally, would be to not have personal taxes and just tax the businesses, like Amazon, who doesn't fucking pay anything.
Yeah,
just have that pay for it.
Well, and this is why I kind of, if the removal of the Jefferson statue is related to Jefferson's like direct descendants requesting that it be done or suing and having it done, that's why I think I'm all right with that having happened that way. That's a little different than like like a task force having removed it.
Here's a question, right? Like I just want to,
because that's that's the actions of a man's life coming back to bite his history in the ass, and that
you're using the word is. Like I just want you to imagine this, right? Imagine it's one person who's doing the lawsuit. They win, the statue's taken down, and then fucking later their DNA test is invalidated.
Oh shit! Yeah, put that shit back up. Yeah.
What if it's already been destroyed or whatever because they didn't want to warehouse it and they wouldn't put it up for sale?
Yeah, build a bigger one.
Or do they just throw it in the back room of the Smithsonian and forget about it?
Build a bigger one with a plaque commemorating the entirety of the story. This is a recreation of the blah 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 original statue that was discovered during the dark ages of DNA testing. Unfortunately, with Jefferson's descendants, it's some of the most thorough of federal genetic screening that's ever been done and funded by actual members of our government. But they've been checked asshole to the back of the teeth probably more than some people that have committed crimes. Jefferson's descendants, but it's because of the relevance of it. Again, is a man's descendants, are they entitled to fuck with that person's history? Me personally, I'm not coming for any of my ancestors. That's me, but I don't feel like I feel like the only thing that they owe me is just staying dead. So that's me. I couldn't imagine being a descendant of Jefferson where it's like, no, you maybe grew up impoverished and you took trips to, fucking Monticello, and I don't know. I could see being resentful.
Look, man, you can. Here's the thing: you can get that thing torn down. You're how far around can you go doing that?
Yeah, well, hey, that's a personal thing. That's just If he wants to grieve that way,
I get you that you can get it torn down. At that point, what do you do when there becomes a counter movement of people putting up pictures of Jefferson all over town because they're fucking pissed about it?
Oh yeah, that's Well, that's again, that's that individual's fight at that point. Like, what do you do? Nothing. I mean, I would do nothing. I'd just be happy with the statue. I'd probably put the statue somewhere like near a pool or some shit and do like shit Jefferson would hate near it. Make him watch.
See, that would be funny.
Yeah, see, that's what I would do with the statue.
I would actually, honestly, as long as it was still culturally available in that sense, I'd be all about that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would specifically, if I was Thomas Jefferson, if I was a descendant of Thomas Jefferson's rape children, I would absolutely have that statue removed and put into my exclusively homosexual porn studio. And he will be in the background of every film shot there. Every film. That's how you do it. I mean, if you want, I mean, that's, so again, I don't know the context of the removal of that statue, but if it was a task force, that's bullshit. If it was his family, do you have a whole lot of bullshit to deal with now that you're famous for removing a statue. So it's gonna suck, but it's one of those kind of almost, it's just, the struggle, a lot of the struggles that our people went through, especially, it kind of, while we have a modern one, I know you and I both don't want to sue Germany right now. I mean,
well, no, not just that. Like, this goes back to, well, you got to let a culture be there for it to grow. Mm-hmm. We can't act like that's not a symbol of our culture just because one person needs therapy to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. That's you don't tear things down for the sake of a better idea. Even, I don't think. You build something better.
I can see tearing things down if they are poisonous or toxic, literally.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of mentally, I have trouble with the concept of mental toxicity, right? it's as ridiculous to act like a concept can be toxic per se. It's a bad metaphor in the same way as, like, it's bad to describe ideology as contagious mental disorder.
It might be a bad word for what they're trying to describe. I've always wondered that, because here's the thing about something, if we're talking in the realm of mental toxicity, right? Yeah, there's a really easy way to prove if your establishment is toxic or not. Look at your competitor. Do they have that same element of toxicity as defined by who the fuck ever? No. Do they still operate under are you guys still making the same profit margin? Yeah, then maybe this concept of toxicity is bullshit. Because if something was dangerous or harmful, people would opt for the healthier option, unless it was truly addictive, which I don't think most toxic behavior, in my opinion, as defined by our modern context, is addictive. I really don't. I don't find most toxic behavior addictive. But I guess it can be to a lot of people. Being a cunt on the internet or something would be defined as like social.
To me, that's a feedback loop of empowerment and an adrenaline rush in the moment, and so people literally classically condition themselves into it.
Oh, gotcha. It's a rush that they crave, so it is kind of it's like an addiction.
Yeah, it's the addiction of being rude without having to worry about a punch in the face. But since we've never evolved to not expect the punch in the face yet, people still get a little adrenaline rush.
It can be really, defining something as toxic. We're at an era of humanity where
we've gotta be a better metaphor.
Gotta be a better metaphor. Again, that implies dangerous, and I think what it is it's like a. Typically, what they mean by it is bigoted thinking, I guess, or a bigoted way of looking at the world.
They conflate all the different toxic behavior under that.
Yeah.
And then they conflate discretion with discrimination with bigotry.
Yeah. Which is confusing as all hell.
Well, it's like I said, because our brains automatically figure based on all the damn synonyms we have to deal with in English.
Mm-hmm.
So we're conditioned to just do that.
Yeah. But they build your own. Build your own. Don't tear shit down. Unless it is truly harmful. I can't think of any harm. Has there been? Wait, what? Why was Canterbury Tales and Beowulf taken out? Is it because it's not a diverse story? What about most of Shakespeare?
Oh yeah, well, it's at some point it's going to be about. Really the only thing that matters is art from the current era, because it's the only thing that can truly provide representation in media. And if people don't have representation in media, apparently they will riot. But if we give them representation in media, we can convince them not to riot, despite them eating a bunch of garbage and half starving.
Man, when I was growing up, I watched all of the music fade away from MTV and VH1. And there was one place at the end of it, if you didn't have a satellite package, that had music videos on it still. And that channel was BET.
Yeah.
And, BET was built because they felt excluded. They built their own. They built a massive fucking network. They showed exclusively black content and hip hop. They played music later than anybody else did, and they didn't care if they took a loss.
No, because they functionally had a goal behind what they were doing,
and they knew that what they were building was going to be bigger and out, in a way, shine a little brighter than what was happening a few channels down on VH1 or MTV at the time, which was nothing. Pandering to early reality TV. There was no music. It was gone. Devoid of music. Music television was gone. And so
MTV when we came out with MP3s, man.
Yeah. Competitiveness and building your own thing to establish your belief, your ideal, to express that you've been excluded too. You know, another thing that BET shined a light on to me as a child that I did not notice until I watched, you know, BET programs that would point it out is like, hey, we built this because we are excluded. And look, now you can fucking see this channel looks fucking different. They won't play this fucking music video on MTV. And now they're not playing any music videos on MTV.
No, absolutely. Well, MTV stopped functioning as a cultural gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't originally that way, but it rapidly became one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it went from functional culture leader to cultural gatekeeper pretty quick.
It really did.
By the late 90s, you know, and I'd say in the era of like what I call greed rap or corporate rap, and by that I mean like rappers setting up their own corporations.
Yes.
And all they give a fuck about is making money.
Yeah.
And that's the only message that they put out, as opposed, it's basically like, be selfish, get yours, fuck everybody who stands in your way, etc., as opposed to the earlier message of, let's work together in cooperation to build a better thing.
Well, you watch, here's what you can watch happen, and this is, I could probably teach a class on the history of hip hop. What you have that's changed is the money, and it became the popular form. Once it becomes the popular form, you watch it change to be a competitive thing. The early hip hop, where it's like they're trying to get there. You know, the early Wu-Tang records are very much, even though these are dudes that literally shot at each other at one point. These are dudes that are rapping together and saying things to each other like, if I eat, you eat. They're sharing advances they got from their solo deals with each other. Like, it changes when you hit, you know, you can almost parallel the history of hip hop with the history of the Wu-Tang Clan. By the time the second Wu-Tang Clan record comes out, it's completely different. It's like pulling teeth to get them in a room together.
Man, I wish you would start deep diving on 80s hip hop more.
I do love 80s hip hop. There's a...
No, I just want to hear you talk about it. Like, I just want to be clear. It's because I just want to sit around and hear you talk about it. That's all.
80s and 90s hip hop. I love it. I love it a lot. I love the genesis of it because it's...
Look, 80s hip hop sounds like 50s rock. I get it. It sounds corny because a lot of things hadn't been developed. But I think you would have a lot of fun deep crate diving on that, man. I've gone nuts on rare psychedelic records from like 60 and acid rock records.
Yeah.
And dude, I think you would have a good time deep diving. You're okay. Deep diving 80s hip hop.
Yeah, I'll start deep. I think I'll specifically just start looking for a little before my comfort zone too, and just go into the, you know, the genesis. Try to get to the genesis, work my way backwards from the 90s to the genesis of hip hop. I think
that's probably the best way to go about it for you.
Yeah, and you know, I'm also been somebody who I'll kind of end on this sentiment. I should probably wind the show down. We're hitting 5 hours now. I got to get out of here. But hip hop, to me, in my mind, hopefully in the future, will be viewed as a native art form, a native cultural staple, something that was created and born here and was at its best here. It's ours, you know, while elements of it came from all over the world, like America. It's a good example of something that I hope sticks around. It's something I'll always fight for representation of it. While it's changed and grows and is horrible, and some people might hate hip hop, I understand you might. There is an undeniable fact that it was born in Brooklyn. That's where it was born, and that makes it as American as me or you, man.
It's hard for me to believe that in this day and age there's that many people left that really just hate hip-hop, you know? It seems like at this point everybody's heard at least one good song, you know?
It's really weird, you know, there's times where I'm
just bored with modern hip-hop. Like, I'm ready for hip-hop to go away for 5-8 years, then make a real strong comeback.
I'm having to really dig for something that's, you know, what's going on the radio, and that kind of auto-tuned 808 sound is getting pretty played out. I think it's going to go away soon, hopefully. You'll have waves. If you track kind of the progression of hip hop, it'll do what it did when everybody was kind of dick riding Obama. You know what I mean? It was, everything kind of turned into early auto-tune and 808, and then it went back to old school, and then back to 808. You know, it almost moves with presidential elections.
You know what's coming.
Oh.
Whistles, ukes, and 808s. That's gonna be a genre.
Whistles, ukes, and 808s.
Tones for the percussion.
Can you rap in cursive? Can you people sing in cursive with the ukuleles? You know, avocados. Like, that's not singing. I don't know what you said. And they're like, I said avocados. Like, that's not what it sounded like. Avocados, intermitters. Like, that's not. What are you doing? It's singing like that. Singing in cursive. But, oh, Rock's been lurking all day as usual, man. I love you to death, Rock. I say I roll on out of here. I gotta probably edit a rant from the show earlier and get that shit posted. Oh, man. Oh, but thank you for popping in here, special guest. Thank you, Chief, Justin.
Oh, yeah.
Erica, we got to talk to Erica today. It's been a minute. She's been working hard in the mornings, dude. Hopefully still tuning in. We love you, and we miss you. And hopefully we're on a stream that we can... Planets can align. You could be on the whole time. But you know Iro on Twitch. That's where you can find Chief Gaming, Thicket Craft Forge, all social media. That's where you can find Justin and his work. You guys already know where you can find me because you're here, and I love you. Everybody have a good day. Let's see, what song are we going out on today? We got Unfortunate Fate by Harris Feller on his album Fantasy Arcade, available on all streaming platforms. Be sure to check that out, guys. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and check out the merch store. Got some limited edition items in there that might be disappearing soon. You guys have a good day. And thank you so much, Peter Redman. You didn't mention that, but I'm glad you like my glasses.